about building on some business somehow, some way, right?
That's a fact.
And it's like you going to read some paperwork where you see I'm doing all that kind of shit right now. You're gonna be like, I don't know that whack, right? And only thing I did say was when it came to the family, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, I could let you hear so much shit people call me with and telling me shit, and I know they be trying to get me to run with it so they can say, look at that stupid motherfucker. We fed him some bullshit and he ran with it, right? They'll do that, right? So if you ask me right now, Wack, when your brother died, I can tell you time, date, year, everything. Certain shit you don't forget when somebody was murdered. So when she first called me, and I'm like, yo, so when your brother get killed? And she told me 2022, right then, I thought the bitch was a troll. I ain't gonna lie. Because I'm reading an article that says 2021. And then when she started telling me certain shit about the DNA, bro, when we parole out here from the penitentiary, you cannot walk out of that prison until you give them a swab inside your cheek for your DNA. It's just mandatory. And I'm going to tell you why. They come do that prior to. So if you're wanted in New York or Kentucky or Miami, they say you're paroling from CDC into the custody because they want you over there. They got 45 days to come get you. You get what I'm saying? Because if I leave some saliva in the fountain blue and a crime happened and they swab it, it's going to come back me.
Right, listen. You know, first of all, I think you're a little bit backtracking when you're doing it for the wrong reason.
I'm not backtracking shit. When TMZ told me the family's authentic, I'm telling you, it's a big TMZ interview got done a week ago, bro. They said, Wack, Harvey, I call Harvey like I call you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Harvey said, Wack, the family's authentic. We seen them, we sat down with them, we did a big interview. It's coming. Right? Once he told me that, right, it was what it was. But other than that, I'm going to be real, bro. Like, I'm going to tell you, some people I know how I know them. Fuck they past. I didn't meet Big U till 04. So whatever the fuck he did in the 80s and 90s, bro, I don't know that Big U. The Big U I know is trying to figure out how to start a label. How could he do this? How could he do that? We didn't do that type of shit. I today don't do that kind of shit.
Hey, Wack, I'm all the way in your corner with it. I think you just need to tell people, like, nigga, because you know they're thinking, yo, you knew a little bit too much. I'm like, no, Wack is just smart. Wack know how to put
I knew a little bit too much where, though? Where did I know too much at?
They felt you know the details before the indictment. Like usually that's kind of rare. Like if the police...
Motherfucker, I played the record. What the only details we do is what was on the recording and with Brick Baby. Now Brick Baby, now we done ran through this shit. I done read it 3 times. I gotta retract. Brick Baby ain't do no telling. You know why Brick Baby ain't in the indictment act?
You did say Brick Baby was working. Is he working?
No, listen. No, on the AK, he got something going on. But we was trying to figure out why Loose Cannon's in the indictment and he's not. You know why? Brick Baby was a victim. He got extorted too.
Nah, I don't.
If you read the paperwork, Brooke,
why you can't get extorted while you're doing a crime? You know what I mean? Like,
no bullshit. You're a motherfucking lie.
It's like going to the police station saying, "Yo, they robbed me for my cocaine." They're gonna be like, "Nigga,
no." See, this is what you're not understanding, bro. Brick Baby did a move that had nothing to do with nobody.
But it's a crime. Paperwork. Is it a crime?
Yeah, but listen, they found out. You hear me? Mm-hmm. They found out Brick Baby called a nigga and robbed a nigga's plug. Somehow they found out about Brick Baby's move that ain't got nothing to do with nobody. So what they say is Brick Baby got to pay us half, right? In essence, they got Brick Baby rated and hot. So when they went and said Brick Baby got to pay us half, and they squeezed him, Brick Baby dropped a bag off and said it's 5,000 to 7,000 in there. That's y'all half. They squeezing him. They had nothing to do with the move. When they count it, it's in the paperwork, it's 2,000-3,000. They say, oh no, we got to go find this nigga. So guess who went to find the nigga? The police. So what they used was that little pop shit to get the warrant. When they came in there, they found the K. This is why when Brick Baby called 600, who at the time was his pal, his exact words was, "It's a Rico coming down, but it ain't a 6-0 Rico. It's a big U Rico." He tell us this June 2023. He said they won't cuz for a body in Vegas. At this time, we're oblivious to any of this shit. If you go find recordings of us in 2023, you'll hear us saying what Brick Baby told us, right? Now, fast forward. Then the shit come out. What does it say? Big U Enterprise. Right?
Hold on. Let me backtrack 1 second though, because you said if you're basically saying Brick Baby was getting extorted, but if the feds are looking at it,
says it in the paperwork.
No, but hold on. But if the feds wouldn't look at that as extortion if they're saying that Brick Baby's in the same organization doing the same thing. That's just like
that's not, bro. Listen,
that's just paying the piper.
Not part of their, bro. When you say you're part of a nigga's organization, that means, see, this is where they got loose at. They're saying, Loose, you did this move for this individual against the same individual, and you guys came together and countered it and broke it up. That's the same organization. Brick did a motherfucking robbery on a nigga way over somewhere else that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And that organization found out and said, nigga, because you from the hood, you got to pay. It's in the paperwork, bro. All y'all niggas got to do is read it.
No. Because you're accurate. It's in the paperwork. It's just how the feds are looking at it. I don't think the feds will look at it like Brick is some ancillary part that got nothing to do with Big U.
Bullshit. That's how they gonna look at it. They're gonna look at it and look, the fact, see, this is what you got.
Ain't Brick the subject of another indictment where it's alleged that he's supplying guns and shit like that?
That ain't got nothing to do with them. It's sealed, right? So, but this is what you're missing.
Okay.
The only way the police is gonna tell Brick, when that nigga Brick told 600, I'm listening. He said, yo, it's a indictment coming down, but it ain't a 60 indictment. It's a big U indictment. Cuz it's hot for a body in Vegas. This is June 2023. Nobody knows about this.
Wait, Brick Baby said that in 2023?
He told us, this is what you ain't fucking listening to. When they picked him up for the K, they let the nigga go a day or two later. He called 600. Him and 600 is running together. They had no jumper together. They taking pictures and shit together. He said, bro, there's an indictment coming down, but it's not a rolling 60 indictment. It's a big U indictment. Something about a body in Vegas. We don't know what the fuck is going on. When the feds go to Big U house in August, we think, right, it's some fraud shit. Because they take him and his wife.
So Big U knew about, if Brick is telling y'all this or telling 600 this, Big U must know that the feds was hot on his tails last year. Though.
Okay, now stop. This how I know you didn't read it. If you read the paperwork, it says also in June of 2023, they served a warrant for Big U's DNA.
Yeah.
It's right in the paperwork.
They pulled him over and they got it.
They pulled him over, so of course he fucking knew. So the same month Brick tell us this is the same month Big U got pulled over and served a warrant for the DNA. You follow what I'm saying? So if you go pull up all the shit, you will find that in June 2023, we exposed Brick Baby, because my whole disposition is, Brick, the police ain't gonna talk to you about what's against a 60 unless you on the side of the police and fear that you gonna tell the 60. This is my whole thought.
So that's why you said he was working.
That's why I said he was working. Because he just get caught for the K. So at the time, he's lying, saying Adam bailed him out. We later find out the bail was capped. He put that in his pocket. They let him out on the signature, just let him go. There was no money ever put up. Then later on, he said on your show, it was a DA reject, competent court. I had Reggie Wright go check. Compton court come back. It was drugs submitted that day. No gun, AK, and the phone is with the feds. But at this time, it's damn near 18, 20 months. I'm like, nigga.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this question though, right? And I think that's where people were saying they feel like you're backtracking a little bit.
Backtracking where?
No. Hold on. Just let me ask you a question. Because if you from the streets, right, and these guys got current situations where there's open cases, this and third, the feds are trying to connect a lot of dots.
Gotta stop right there.
If you're forcing them, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta factor in. Brick is look, bro. In these streets, if you get caught with something, bro, you gotta provide a bail receipt or a motherfucking dismissal.
But you got to provide it online though, because I feel like you had him defending it.
He never showed nobody.
So you said if his homies pulled up on him, if his homies pulled up on him, he wouldn't him shit.
Nigga, hey bro, listen, it's a few of them I'm tied to. Okay. OG niggas. He never showed nobody. He stuck to his guns like I was lying. Then when I made him go into the rant, remember when he gonna put Kill Squad on the streets? Mm-hmm. Then he admitted, I got a gun case, I go to court next month. Remember when they did the emoji, had him crying and shit? You don't remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, if you go look at it, he says, I'll go to court next month. I'm going to bring the paperwork.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm agreeing with you. I'm just asking about the principle. Do you think that in a situation like that these dudes who are street dudes should have to be putting their paperwork up on the internet? I'm not saying I'm not saying they shouldn't have paperwork for
whatever. Yeah, bro.
So you're saying they should deal with this on the internet?
Hey, bro, Nick, hey, listen, I put all my work up on the internet.
Yeah, but those are resolved cases. You don't have an open case.
It doesn't matter, bro. Listen, if I go and bail out, I'm gonna show a nigga my bail receipt. Why are you out? I'm gonna show it, bro. Nigga, you ain't got no bail receipt. What you out? How you out?
Okay.
This nigga got caught with the same thing, and he had to bail out. Brick started saying it was a lie. First thing, it was a lie. Then he had to go to court in a month. Now, I let a month go. I let 2 months go by. I said, Brick, what happened in court? What happened in court, nigga? You sit on the couch. That bitch ass whack 100 be knowing too much. And you go to court next month and you gonna show us the paperwork. Where's the court date? Now, looking at what we know now, do you think Brick had a court date that next month? Fuck no.
I don't appear so.
He didn't have one.
Whack. I'm giving you all the credit because you, again, like, I believe you reverse engineered figuring it out by asking certain questions. I guess
that's exactly what I did.
There's only an ethical thing to it, right? The ethical thing to it is that if you a street dude, do you put other people in that position online? Because
hey bro,
we're getting to realize a lot of the stuff they have in the indictment, they were defending themselves online or corroborating online.
Hear me out. Listen, bro. This is how this works.
Okay.
You catch a case, you bail out, and you got a case pending. We want to see it because if it's dismissed,
how did it
get dismissed? Yeah. How did it get dismissed? If you bailed out, show your bail receipt. If you go into court, show that you got an active court date. At that point, it's nothing to talk about, bro. Ain't nobody asked you about no details of your case.
Okay.
But when you lie and say you ain't got no court date, you ain't got no case, you didn't get caught with this, nigga, and it comes out you did 21 months later.
Hey,
right?
What about if Brick had said this, right? Because I think this is the reality behind it, right? They picked up the gun. They did run the warrants for whatever, the phones or whatever, but he didn't get charges immediately, but he don't want to speak on it online because he don't know what's going to happen. It's like the feds rage at how sponsor illegal shit. And again, they might be saying, yo, they're going to bring in the ATF on this, the DEA. Maybe they found some drugs. And you're in limbo. You don't want to speak on it.
Whatever
like
they're going to do,
they
they're
found
going to
this.
do. So let me give the Squareville people, because you from Squareville when it comes to this shit.
Break it out.
Another way of looking at it. That you're going to understand. Do you think if Big U them knew that nigga Dale got caught shipping 100-something pounds from LA to Ohio back in fucking June of 2020, they would have been pressing that nigga like that? Dale has been out for 5 years working with an active case open with no court dates, nigga.
Okay.
Right now, we got the paperwork. Okay. This is why niggas be like, hey, bro, you caught a case with your work. He got caught in June of 2020. Okay. Shipping 100-something pounds of drugs from California to Ohio somewhere. You get what I'm saying? Hear me out.
Yeah. No, I'm following the point.
This whole 5 years he's been out, and I'm gonna send you the work to it. He's been out, and you know how he's been staying out?
He's been snitching, working,
delivering. You get it? So brick, niggas, you running around out here 21 months, lying. See, if I catch a case, I'm gonna tell niggas I got a case. Well, I got a case. I'm fighting. Straight up. It ain't even. I got a case.
All right, suppose they grabbed something from your house, but they didn't charge you for it yet. But you know they grabbed it. They could charge you at any time.
If you arrest me and I bail out on the signature bond or bond, I'm letting that be known, bro. Straight the fuck up. Because if you hiding it, bro, why are you hiding it? We come from, because watch this. This how this work, Act. If you got 10 niggas, 3 niggas that was fucking with you for this, and 3 niggas fucking with you for that, and 2 niggas that's fucking with you at a podcast, right? You know what's gonna happen, Act? Yeah. When you tell your people, hey, bro, I just got booked for an AK. I got an open case. Every nigga that was fucking with you on something they wasn't supposed to be doing, guess what they gonna do, Act?
Well, stop.
There it go. You didn't give them people that opportunity. You know why? Because you are now hot, nigga.
Let me ask you a question. You also said that Big U essentially was working because he had a BlackBerry phone. He was calling the police.
Well, that's grid. Yeah, that's a whole nother. That's his grid contract. That's spelled out in the grid contract.
You also, I know that's the grid program and the contract he had, but you basically kind of. And it kind of went into what Lou said, right? Where it's like, if the guy who's supposed to be the community gang leader that is kind of being a liaison with the police, his job is to call and report certain type of dealings in the community. How could that guy be still, like, I felt like you were kind of implicating him, like, yo, he got 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
What I said
and niggas need to stay away from him because he's working.
When the neighbors called us, August of 2023, right? Mm-hmm. And said, yo, Alphabet Boys hit his house, took him and his wife. Right? So we wait for 2 days. You know what we watching? We watching his IG. No movement. 3rd day, IG start moving. Now, I think with a lot of these people on social media who really are nobodies to me, because they from Delaware and they from here and there.
They do be trying to troll you. That's a fact.
They don't understand my positioning in the game. One thing you know, I'm tying into everybody that's somebody somewhere. Straight up. Did you hear when Big U said, if one of you niggas get my contracts, I know you stand with all this shit?
That was weird. I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why.
It's like he's putting that as the main basis of why he's about to go down.
I'm going to tell you why it wasn't weird.
Okay, tell me.
A lot of shit that I used to say, is no way I can know. You get what I'm saying? If I went on the internet and start calling you a childhood name that your aunt and uncle called you, right? Mm-hmm. You're gonna know.
You know my
aunt and uncle. I had to get that from where? I had to get that from your family, right?
Yep.
So what y'all don't know, that I would say shit that only the 60s know, which told him his homies had to been telling me this shit.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not from over there. I don't live over there. I don't hang over there. So when I'm saying shit that only a certain generation knows, that only they know. He knows that is some of his people communicate with me. Y'all don't know what I'm saying, but I know what I'm saying.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
No, I definitely
Right?
get it. Hey, Wax,
You like
real quick, because so this is, and I read some comments, and I might be just coming off as someone who read comments, but it did make a little sense. They felt this is why they were saying your tone changed a bit, right? Because I was even looking up this morning the idea or what's determined as extortion under federal statutes. You leave yourself to some exposure based on even when you used to run with it. Like for example, the Future story. That sounds like extortion. We ran a nigga down the airport and we extracted
Future.
money from this guy who did not want to give it up. Like we basically told him,
here goes what you guys always do, right? Y'all like to add shit to what I said. You know, I'm a bet man, Akademiks.
Mm-hmm. I am too.
I'm a bet man.
I wouldn't bet you, but
right? Okay. So I will put up a little small wager if you can find a clip that say we took any money from Future.
Yeah, but demanding money and also demanding money, it might not be again extortion, but you see how like in the Rico it said overt act. They show a pattern of trying to extort.
No, let me correct you on something.
Go ahead.
When we saw Future act, if you tell me, yo, Whack, you know them whoop-de-whoop fresh and fit niggas? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I gave them niggas 15,000. I went to the motherfucking studio down there where we recorded. Man, that shit was empty. Them niggas had been moved out. They beat me for my bag. Right?
Okay.
Okay. I'm coming through the Beverly Center. I see the fresh and fit niggas.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You knowing me what I'm going to do.
Yeah, you going to highlight them. Yo.
I'm going to say, hey, homie. Bro, Act tell me y'all beat him for 15,000. What's happening? Hold on. I'm going to get you on the phone. I've done this 1,000,000 times. Right? Hey, bro. Boom, 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 boom. I've had some people say, Whack, they just covered the debt a week ago. They took care of me. Or I had some people say, yeah, bro, what's up? Like, we need to fix that. Right? So, catching a nigga and taking something from a nigga is one thing. Right? But catching a nigga and saying, hey, homie, you took some money from the homie paid you to show up somewhere and you was a no-show.
Oh, so there was an actual legit transaction.
Yeah.
Oh, people thought it was just like checking in money.
Nah, I ain't never did that with nobody. Y'all just adding shit to it, nigga. Like, how's it checking in money when we mentioned the nigga that he owed? The nigga he owed ain't from California. What the fuck are you talking about? He ain't even from California.
Yeah, because he's trick, right?
He ain't even from California. So this is money that a nigga didn't pay the nigga, and a nigga ducked off on the nigga. You get what I'm saying? Listen, I ain't gonna say the artist's name, but I've had artists act that was signed to me, right? Well, I done ran into niggas, and niggas done jumped out. Whack, we need to holler at you. What's up, homie? Man, we gave your artist, X amount. 2,500 to whoop, nigga, then no show. You got that? You can show me that? Hold on. Open their phone up. Boom, 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 boom. I see the contract, the transaction. Okay, cool. You know who his manager is, right? Yeah, next time deal with me. What's your cash app? I sell him his 2,500. Right? If you owe a nigga, you owe a nigga. So what I just did was, I'm going to get you off of my artist. I deal with my artist on what I just had to pay on this bill. So when you see him, let him be. Right? That's all it is. You would never find nothing. What it is, I'm noticing you niggas hate me so much, they keep adding words to what wasn't said.
Yeah, all right.
Because if those words exist, them clips would have been everywhere.
Do you think it's a possibility, since you did run with Big U at a point, if they got Big U under the gun...
Slow down, bro. I don't run with no nigga.
No, but y'all used to be cool. Y'all
No. What you saw me do...
Y'all used to have a table. That's what you used to say.
Hold on. What you saw me do with 6ix9ine, what you see me do with every other dude I do business with, even yourself, Troy Ave, all this shit. You saw me with Troy Ave at Joe Spot. You saw me and Troy Ave in the motherfucking
But Big U was
St.
different.
Thomas.
You say you used to be at his
Hold
crib.
on, hold on. No, he ain't. Ain't no difference. You saw me with Troy Ave in St. Thomas, right?
But you know,
And I ain't
Big
seen
U
Troy.
family.
I ain't seen Troy Ave in 18 months. I didn't talk to him 10, 20, 30 times. Let's get this right. Wack don't run with no nigga.
So it's strictly
You would
business
never
with you and Big
catch me with no nigga, nobody, unless I'm on tour with my artist 2 days in a row. It ain't gonna happen.
Well, I'm saying that, listen, they're about to put the squeeze on Big U. Is there any, people are thinking maybe you're getting nervous because Big U might say, yo, if I'm locked up, bring Wack down too. He did this with me back in the day. We used to extort all them rap niggas.
Wait, first of all, I'm gonna be real. There was no extorting no rappers at our table. That's why it was a table. You get what I'm saying? In that era, and I don't know if you was around yet, that 07, 08 era till about 2019, you heard very minimum niggas out here getting robbed, niggas videos getting shot up, niggas studios getting ran up in. You start seeing big Crip and Blood concerts together on the lineup, right? You didn't hear none of that shit going on.
The extortion money was holding it down then, I guess.
That's what the table was for, bro. The table
and there was no money
share
involved.
Resources.
So there was no money involved. Like no.
It was just I personally, okay, for instance, the Migos, right?
Okay, yeah.
You know they're my guys, right?
Of course.
The Migos did a free
QCP family.
Okay,
of course.
Pull it up. The Migos did a free concert for him in Pomona. That happened on my phone. It ain't no fucking extortion. Hey, bro, y'all gonna be in town? Yeah. Hey, could y'all come through, do a 30-minute set for the kids? Boom, 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 boom. All right, I'm gonna put you with him. He doing a thing for the kids. I just been in Pomona. Wack will pull up.
Could the feds look at, again, I'm not saying that specific, but look at something like that to be like, these guys are getting pressured to do these favors for protection.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. These is kids, nigga, who used to be in the back of my Rolls Royce telling me to take them to Taco Bell. Get the fuck out of here, bro. If that's the case, nigga, I'm getting pressure when I get calls, right? What up? Man, this going on. You think you could help get this shit clear? Because we trying to put this song out. Let me call the producer. I know that. It's a producer named Harv or some shit. Just the other day, I got a call. About a 17-year-old R&B kid. Wack, could you help us work out the pub? They don't want to get a kid no pub. I call Harv. Me and Harv talk. He like, Wack, you right. They fucked up the deal. They did agree. But he is a singer. He does deserve something. Okay, cool, Harv. Whatever you feel you could do, if anything, it would be appreciated. Harv said, Wack, I'll give him 10, 15 points. No problem. It didn't go to me. It went to the fucking kid. But I just happen to know the little nigga. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, y'all can't say a nigga making a nigga give him money is extortion, and then you saying a nigga calling for favors is extortion. If that's the case, nigga, I done been extorted a bunch of times. So have you. I extorted you to get Loose Cannon on your show?
Well, here's the thing. And by the way, no. And by the way, no. Yo,
I called you, right?
No. Well, here's the thing, though. I think how the feds are looking at, even like, for example, let's say, and I know I'm going left field, but just follow me for 1 second. It's like when feds allege sex trafficking. When they put...
I ain't got nothing to do with that shit, bro.
Hold on. I'm just saying in general. Hold on, Wack, I'm not accusing you.
We're not going to have no sex trafficking conversation.
Wack.
Find another example.
No,
See,
hold on.
Wait, I don't let y'all control the narrative.
No. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point.
If you're going to have this convo about me,
hold on.
Make a point with something different.
Wack. Let me just make this point. A lot of times when they allege certain shit, right? And the same for like wire fraud. Anything that's close to it, they look in that lens. Like, for example, if they're alleging, I say with Diddy, they allege sex trafficking. Any chick he flew out, even if it was consensual, they're going to look at it as you moved her from state to state and under the statute.
Yeah, that's the Mann Act. Yeah, I get you.
Oh, okay.
I've been saying that to people. I'm like, bro, that shit's sex trafficking.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Once they're looking at Big U, other than the murder, as he was doing extortion plays. So anything
but slow down. No, slow down. The only extortion they have him on is the individual that he was making pay. I don't see no artist in there
No, hold on.
that he made pay. The only other nigga I see was AB, the boxer.
Those basketball players or whatever, even though they don't call it straight up.
No, that's not extortion.
Wait,
that's
hold
cap.
on.
They not,
wait.
cap.
I'm not saying they say
that's cap.
No, wait, Wack, you gotta let me just.
We're talking about extortion, nigga.
I know, but
don't mention them if
but
they're not. They're not saying he extorted you.
Yo, it's under when they put it under the Rico Act. That's why I keep saying these things about.
It's not for extortion. They put them under because they donated to the nonprofit.
But what I'm trying
and he moved the nonprofit money to his personal account. That's the embezzlement.
So they have it for embezzlement, but they have it framed almost like these are ways these guys basically had to give money. They didn't call it extortion, right? They don't.
No, they don't. I'm gonna tell you why they don't. I'm gonna tell you why. The dude, Dale or Monster, right? He told the cops he was being extorted for money. You get what I'm saying? You have to have the ball players say he made me or he extorted me. None of them gonna say that, bro, because them is his real friends. I put him with Shaq, so I know how he met Shaq. Yeah. These dudes is his real friends, right? Draymond Green, that's his partner. Him and Draymond Green like me and you. Them niggas is close.
Of course, they're not gonna say it. They're not gonna say it, but that's where the wiretaps come in. Like, for example, even that attempted.
But I never seen nowhere in there where Big U insinuated he was extorting any of the ball players.
Well, he pretty much insinuates that nothing could go on in LA without him getting pretty much a piece. So again, it's just
that ain't bro. See,
Wack,
listen, bro.
It's the same thing where they mentioned your incident. Like they mentioned the incident. Nothing happened in the incident, but it furthers this idea and it furthers the allegation that Big U's running an enterprise that's trying to harm people. Yeah, nothing happened to you.
So his enterprise is his enterprise, yes. Right? And that's him talking, right? So what I'm saying is this, bro. Okay, we ran a clip today. Mm-hmm. Where he was saying, hey, we trying to help the kids get prom dresses and tuxedo rentals, right? I forgot all about this shit. He like, yo, bro, all you motherfuckers that be calling me for whatever, mm-hmm. Y'all ain't looking out. The dudes that have looked out, he named me as one of them. Wack 100 looked out. Shout out to Wack 100. It was a few other people he named, right? It's simple. Hey, bro, what up? Hey, man, we trying to do this shit for the kids. Whoop. All right, cool. You doing up under your organization? Yeah, all right, cool. Here go a check. Here go $1,000. Here go $2,000. We right on there for prom, whatever, right? That's not extortion. That's called a nigga, right, helping with a cause. That's what that is. Right, that's all that is.
Again, Wack. I'm not saying it's textbook extortion, but when you put it under a RICO Act, it's convincing to make the case that this person was operating in that realm.
Yo, listen, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think they put? Why would they put?
Motherfucking law.
Hold on. Why would they put that incident? Let me ask you this question, Wack. Why would they put that incident? Or even put Big U talking about the altercation with you in that parking lot. Why would he's not charged for that? Why would they put it there unless they're trying to paint the picture that this nigga, when he says, I want somebody
you gotta ask the feds. Nigga, I'm not the motherfucking feds. Nigga, fuck you asking me for? You already asked me some stupid shit talking about, why would they talk to me? Nigga, you just said it. Is he charged for it?
Is
he charged for it?
It's listed as an overt act. What I'm trying to say
is he charged for it?
All of these things they put in the indictment is to make the case. It's making the case that this nigga been extorting a bunch of people.
Is he charged for it? Do they have a statement from Wack 100?
No, I never said that. But I said...
shut the fuck up talking to me about it, bro. You bitch-ass niggas on some real shit. I'm going to speak from my heart. You bitch-ass niggas on one side and say, oh, Big U don't fuck with Wack. I say, well, I don't fuck with Big U. Now, you see a 4-year fucking investigation on a whole time me and this nigga didn't fuck with each other, and you want to put me in his shit.
No, I never put you in this shit. The only thing I said is that I think if the feds is doing their due diligence, it would be absolutely stupid that they mention your name a few times as somebody that Big U wanted to harm, and there was an incident that could have went bad, and they never even try to ask you a question. That would sound crazy, Wack. Like if
Ask me a question for what?
even if you say I'm not answering no question, but at least be like, hey, listen, we have this dude on
Ain't no,
wiretap.
okay, I bet you did. Let's do this, Act.
Mhm.
Let's bet 100,000.
That what?
Because all the paperwork gonna come out.
Okay.
PSI, everything gonna come out. Let's bet 100,000 right now. I'm telling you,
That what?
feds ain't never asked me shit about this man ever in the 47 years of my life I've been living. No, the feds or no other motherfucking law enforcement agency.
No,
To this
so
day,
what? I'm not
they know,
guaranteeing
let's
that
bet
they
100.
asked you, but I think they would try to talk to you. And here's the thing:
Hold
even
on.
if they
Okay,
did
but
ask you,
let's
whack.
just-
Even if
okay,
they
but
did
listen,
ask you,
listen,
you
here
realize
it go.
you realize you
Let's
could
bet
do a proffer that
100,000.
you could do a proffer that keeps you out of a grand jury and keeps you out of court.
Let's bet 100,000. Stop playing with my name.
No,
bro.
I'm not saying you did that. What I'm
Stop
saying is
playing
that
with my act. Listen, we friends, but I don't give a fuck about no friendship. You playing with my name like that. Because guess what, Act? I didn't let nobody play with your name, nigga, when you had your situation.
Whack.
Stop playing with my name.
Whack,
Give
that's
me
not
the
playing with
same
your name. It's just-
motherfucking respect. Listen to me. Give me the same motherfucking respect I gave you. And you was actually on audio saying some shit. And I didn't let nobody play with your name.
Whack.
Don't mention no proffer or no other shit like that with my name.
Why
Because I ain't
nobody's
never been
accusing
tied
you
to
of
none
shit.
of that.
No, nobody's accusing you of shit. Just like how you say, right? Yo, Brick, they came and they got a gun. If they got the AK,
That's documented.
hold on. But if they got
That's
it,
documented.
hold on. Wait, if they got it and you don't have a court date or blah 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 blah, we have to deduce these things. What I'm saying is that, like, put it like this. If I was in a,
Did they say a crime happened?
wait, hold on.
Did anybody get hurt when we got into it?
Wait, hold on. I would say put my name in there, and my name is not there, but put my name in there. If it said, say, Big U and his people try to run down on Ack and try to slap him, and they were like, fuck Ack, they were talking about me a bunch. If they came to lock up Big U, I would imagine at some point they would be like, yo, hey, Ack, you can lawyer up if you want. You can say no, but yo, are you down to sit down with us? Because here's the thing. They could turn me again. I've been said it. You're not listen. If you definitely talk to them, you be listed as a victim. So I wouldn't say you talked to them at all. But did they attempt to? I think it's reasonable to say they would attempt to talk to you. I would think they would attempt to talk to me if I was in that position.
If they would have attempted, then I would be a victim. It would be victim 4, victim 5.
No. If they attempted to talk to you,
Victim
you would have to cooperate to someone for them to have you as a victim. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, you know why? You know why they wouldn't attempt to talk to me?
Why not? Yeah, this is what I want to know.
Because it's a chance that I'm gonna say something.
What do you mean?
They already know I'm running around calling the boy a snitch. They know I'm already saying he cooperating with the 77th Street Division. They pull me down in there talking about some shit about this nigga. I'm gonna be like, this nigga hot as a motherfucking cayenne pepper. This is a fact. They know I'm going to the moon.
Now, here's the other side. Again, I'm whack. Just to be very clear, I'm not accusing you of nothing. I'm just looking at how I would think they would try to.
You niggas want me to be part of a Hey, bro.
No.
Let me ask you something. This is why I say you a square. What about this Rico have you noticed when it comes to the people involved? Let me see if your mind even works this way.
They're all stupid and they keep incriminating themselves, but you.
No. Let me tell you something about Big U. Big U fuck with certain people certain ways for certain reasons, right? Big U don't do no dirt with no nigga that ain't from his neighborhood. You ain't noticed every nigga right there from his neighborhood?
Yeah.
Every nigga right there from his neighborhood. Big U does not fuck with niggas because guess why? He feels he can't control it.
Okay.
He do something with a nigga over here from another neighborhood, right? And a nigga get out on him. He can't control it.
Okay.
If you look at the paperwork, every nigga's from his neighborhood. I'm gonna be real, bro. We don't, my team, my circle, my table, we didn't make money off of extorting, bro. Like, that ain't even no money. Did you see the dollar amounts? What the...
I mean, a little 2,000 a week, you know what I mean? You know,
okay, well,
little gas money, you... what's the problem?
Yeah, but okay, so where if 10 people make money off 1,000?
Okay. So basically you're saying Big U was a low-level hustler that was extorting for small bills.
No, what I'm saying is What I'm saying is, I just learned when I read that paperwork, right, about all that shit. Because I'm like, this shit crazy. $500? Niggas saying we reduced you down to 1,500. And then the crazy part about it is his pickup man is backdooring him. He telling the victim, don't answer the phone when Big U call. He gonna ask you for 5,000. Don't answer the phone. And then another one, he says, I'm only gonna give Big U 1,000 out this 1,500. So you just gave me 1,000. So your middleman, like, I'm looking at this shit like that's some real clown shit.
Hey,
not only are you extorting a nigga for a stack or two, but your pickup man is working with the victim against you for the stack or two.
Hey, by the way,
I'm telling it was $500.
Hey, did you know that Big U was, because I always listen to you on Clubhouse, and you said Big U, Big U is not like that. And from the wiretaps, Big U was telling these niggas, listen, I done knocked a couple niggas off, and I'm still like that. I'll do it again. That's what he was saying.
Hey, bro.
Did you know he was like that?
What a nigga say and what a nigga doing, listen.
Oh, he was lying.
If you got a group of people that's already intimidated and scared of you for whatever reason, right? Bro, you can tell a nigga you just killed the rhinoceros and they gonna believe you. They ain't have to see it. Did you ever hear him give a description of who he did like that? I'm still. You got rappers in every song talking about what they doing and ain't did it. So just because a nigga saying, I'm like that, once you got their attention, right, and you got their mind, whatever you feed it is what they gonna swallow, homie. So I'm telling you, and maybe
you don't think he got it in him to catch a body then? So like when you hear and you read some
every
shit.
man, see, in these streets, every man is capable of murder, killing somebody. A coward motherfucker, kill a motherfucker, you scare him enough, right? But then you got some motherfuckers that's just what they do. You understand what I'm saying? That nigga, that's what they do. It is, nigga, it's like how you get up and take a piss.
Yeah.
They'll knock a nigga down.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? He ain't.
I do have a slight gripe against you because I do think this is backtracking a bit. You listen. First of all, I didn't care if it was a lie or the truth. Even though I'm still rocking with Big Loose Cannon. I think it was true. I think he kidnapped Meek Mill. I ain't gonna lie to you. It sounds too good for me to believe it's a lie. But
you think he did what?
The whole story about the Meek Mill and holding him hostage in the club, the chains.
I never agreed to that.
Yeah, but you never spoke out loudly about like yo,
Lose,
stop
lying. Let me tell you, see, here goes
you
another.
You didn't speak out loudly about it till now. You're like,
you a motherfucking lie. Look, bro, this is Clubhouse. You see this floor right here?
Yeah. If any of the 100 sides could be like, nah, actually always said that.
Let me show you something. Watch this. I'm gonna show you something. Watch this. Give it a second or two. Watch what's finna happen.
Well, did you hear like the bat signal?
Bro,
Act.
Yo.
You right.
Let's act. Look, I just told everybody say fuck you on the
fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck bitch ass act.
So what?
Pussy ass act. Pussy ass act. You ain't gonna get packed the fuck up, act.
Now watch, act this. Watch this, act. Hold on, y'all mute up. Act, look at your text message. You see the text message I just sent you?
Yeah.
Act. I control my Clubhouse floor without saying nothing. So when I had Loose Cannon on the floor, and I got 7 Philly niggas who don't come to Clubhouse, come to the floor, I let them address it. Tiffy Bay, who never come to Clubhouse, came to the floor. How you think Tiffy Bay got to the floor, Act?
I realized he had an astounding amount of respect for you.
Okay, no. How do you think he got to a Clubhouse floor?
I think you or some subsidiary of yours got him in here.
No, right, on that day. So what I did was, as I know, once I bring all them to the floor, right? When Luce is just saying his story, there's nobody to challenge it, right?
Yeah.
So if I bring 7 motherfucking Philly niggas, and 3 or 4 of these niggas was there in LA when it's supposed to happen to the floor, right? and I let the conversation happen. That's me addressing it. I know that, bro. That's just like a nigga saying, "Act, you with me. You was with me at No Jumper Thursday."
Mm-hmm.
And a nigga came up and took your shit.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen, bro. You get what I'm saying? Tiffy Bay got a solid. You remember the nigga chasing Safari and BET Weekend?
Yeah.
That's Tiffy Bay.
Yeah, I think he's one who also I think he put hands on Beanie Siegel, I believe. Hey,
He
why would
did
Loose
a
Cannon
whole
lie
lot
about
of
that?
shit. He very respected. So what I'm saying is, bro, when you listening to a story and you telling me you walked in and his security of 15 stepped out the way and Meek Mills went on his neck and took off $300,000 in jewelry and just handed it to you. Hey, come on, bro.
Why would Loose lie about that then?
Hey, bro, you got to ask Loose. I'm not. This is another thing we're going to establish. Are you 6'9"?
No, I'm not.
Okay, if 6'9" said and did some shit that me and you both had told him not to do?
That is true. But here's the thing then.
What the fuck you want me to do?
Credibility is a big thing, right? So once if you're lying about something that you're continuing, I mean, Loose came out, he flew out to New Jersey, and that was pretty much one of the big stories I wanted to hear.
Bro, the nigga told you, bro, on your fucking platform,
yeah,
right? I want you to do the math. And I was waiting for you to expose this. Right. He was at Diddy's party. He heard two men fucking.
He said it was Carl Winslow or something.
He kicked the door in, and it was Carl Winslow, right? Now, what's wrong with that story, Act? Why would you kick a door in if you hear two men fucking?
It's Loose Cannon. You never know.
Okay. They catch Carl Winslow. What'd he say? The shit gets so diabolical. TMZ Act, he like, man, I don't even know these people. Right? So, don't ask me why Loose Cannon says what he says. That's his character. Why does 607 Unc say what he say?
Okay, all right. Okay, perfect. I'm glad you said that.
You want me to do, nigga?
Well, there might be some accountability. If now you're saying that, you know, like, all pun intended, he's a loose cannon and can say anything, you might have to take some responsibility then. Because
I don't got to take shit. He's 42.
Wait, hold on. You walked him into No Jumper, sat on the side of him, while he literally explained how allegedly Big U called him 30 minutes before Nipsey got killed. And what that led to...
That's his business. That's his story.
Wait, what that led to was a cease and desist, and it led to the feds now wanting to cease and desist. So basically, if you're saying this guy's a known liar, and you sat with him and you extracted a lie because he was only there because of you, and now that lie...
Why was he there? Watch this. Why was he there?
Because he was telling these stories that were interesting. And,
no, that's not why he was
Big
there.
U's op, and Big U was your op.
That's not why he was there. He was there because why did I tell him I was sending them to you? To do what?
You was doing a reality show. Yeah, my bad. A reality show.
Okay, motherfucker. Was No Jumper before I sent him to you?
Yes.
It was within a week or two, right? Okay. So he comes there. Who else is with him?
His woman. But so you knew he was going to...
Wait, slow down. His woman is part of it's called Baddie and the Beast. It's their reality show, right?
Yes, but did you know
the reality show is coming out in a week, right?
Yeah, but if you basically platform this dude that's telling a bunch of lie stories about the streets, implicating Big U...
Are you telling me niggas ain't never lied on your platform, man?
Well, Wack, do you think it's ethical to have a nigga come here and say you're involved in a murder which is clearly a lie and you know about it?
Okay, let me spell it out to you one more time. I don't screen no nigga. I don't tell no nigga what they can and can't talk about.
You wouldn't bring big homie CC up there because we all know at this point he's telling tales.
No, listen. If he wanted to come up there, they done brought Orlando Brown up there 3 times, nigga. Do we all know Orlando Brown is lying?
Yeah, he got me.
We have brought him up there 3 times. Adam has brought that dude up there 3-4 times and paid him, knowing he's finna come up there, and guess what the crowd does? That nigga do numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So what you not finna do is all of a sudden, out of everybody in YouTube land, all the niggas I see tell lies OB. All the niggas I see go to platform, what's this bitch name that been lying on Jay-Z for years?
Jaguar right.
Jaguar right. Jaguar right. All these people that y'all know, but y'all tuned in and watch. I know why people bring them to their platform. For the fucking numbers. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
This why they bring them. So what you're not going to do, Act, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not responsible. The only person I've ever been responsible for that sat down at a podcast table was my daughter. And you saw what I did when that nigga came in that room playing.
That's
Baby,
a fact.
go to the
That's
hall.
a fact. That's a fact. Okay,
I ain't never been responsible for no other man, bro. I'm not, bro. You niggas want to make me, I'm supposed to be, no, nigga.
Well, would you at least admit now, right, that Loose Cannon is a liar?
I've been saying Loose Cannon be fired up shit. That ain't nothing new.
So even when he was a right-hand man, you knew he was just lying out here. He's just out here.
All you gotta do, no, first of all, some shit I don't believe. Did you not forget a floor? Why did me and Loose Cannon just get into it? What I tell him? I don't believe it.
Because his ass was lying about being
locked up. I didn't believe it.
Didn't believe it.
We just got into it in front of all y'all 4 days before he went to jail. I didn't believe the clip his wife put up.
It felt like you knew he was a liar the whole time because you also, I think when the whole story about the Vegas Airbnb with Brick Baby and the story was changed and you were on the line trying to get everybody to get the same story. So you're saying Loose Cannon is a straight up liar.
I didn't know. Listen. I had no idea. Only thing I can talk about is what's told to me. If I tell you, hey, Ack, I just caught motherfucking Joe Budden. I just called Joe Budden, man. I went in that nigga pockets, all that. That nigga gave me $500 and his motherfucking debit card, right? And just so happened, you on your way to Joe Budden, right?
Yeah.
And you call, and then you like, Joe Budden, call Wack, bro. He just said this happened, and Joe Budden called me. Now, I didn't lie to you, but I don't know you going to Joe Budden. And Joe Budden called me. Wack, what up? What up, bro? Shit, what's going on? Shit, nothing much. You all right? And you say, yo, Wack, I'm confused. Nigga, you just told me this.
Okay, let me ask you.
Hey, bro, if you didn't look at that, everybody that watched that show knew Wack was just blindsided.
No, you were. No, I agree with you. You were blindsided. But here's the thing, though.
So that answers your question.
Okay, all right. So,
motherfucker, I don't know until the fuck I know.
Okay, but so now I'm furthering the question, right? Because I know how I am, right? If I don't like Meek Mill, and if I got a nigga who's like, some people are like, yo, Dean is lying. Who else I brought up on the podcast? I don't give a damn if them niggas lying. I don't like that nigga. They could say Meek Mill got HIV. I'm gonna let them rock. They could say anything about Meek.
He switched it up.
You hear him?
Now it's him.
So now act. So now you're gonna get back to keeping it real. Now let's keep it real.
Are you admitting?
When I brought Loose Cannon to No Jumper
to lie on Big U? That's what I'm asking.
Reality show. Look, it's the promoter's reality show.
Okay.
Now, Act, me and you both know. We never know where the conversation is gonna go once we start it. It can start about this, and that shit end up where it end up. Did I give a fuck about what he said about Big U? Absolutely not.
Okay, so at that point you had no problem with him lying about Big U. So why call him out now?
I don't give a fuck. I had no problem with what any nigga said about Big U. If a nigga says some real shit, I say, yeah, that sounds like some real shit. If a nigga say they caught Big U over here with a man in the alley, I wasn't gonna contest it. Why would I? He saying shit about me, right? You niggas want me to defend a nigga.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I never heard him really say nothing. But I know he didn't like it.
No. He said all kind of shit about me.
The problem that you had is that you were whipping his ass on the media. Like you have the loudest voice. So like, I think he was.
Big U did rooms on Clubhouse about me, nigga.
Really?
It's a fact.
That's a fact.
Now, Ack, I got you in the trick bag.
Okay.
So I'm telling you how I'll let it happen for a nigga I don't give a fuck about, right? Right? Okay, Ack. When your situation popped up, did I do the total opposite?
What you mean?
I didn't defend you?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how much flack I caught defending you, nigga?
No, I understand.
And I kept defending you, right? You know why I defended you? Because I fuck with you.
Yeah, no,
So
hold on. Whack, you're making an argument that I agree with, right? If you're someone who's my comrade, my associate, or my friend, I'm gonna lean in the direction of defending you, right? Now, if I don't like you, if somebody say you got 15 heads, I'm gonna say, well, y'all niggas look close. You might have 15 heads.
There you go.
Right?
So what I'm saying is,
however, though,
y'all want to say, this what y'all saying, Whack, why didn't you stop Loose Cannon? I'm not going to stop Loose Cannon from saying anything he want to say unless it's derogatory about me and mine. Bro.
Okay, but is there like, again, I'm not a street dude, so I like not being a street dude because
I never believed the Meek Mill shit, bro.
No, hold on.
I don't even fuck with Meek, but I know his team.
Wait, hold on.
Niggas ain't no bitch ass niggas.
I'm asking if you would have the same kind of moral compass in terms of, like, you know, because you're from the streets. So say, all right, you don't like Big U, just like I don't like Meek Mill, right?
Okay.
If someone says, or say, I don't know, it could be a woman, it could be a man who say his brother got killed, and they're down to get on Clubhouse and accuse him of a serious street crime that could possibly heat it up in the eyes of authorities, say, damn, maybe we gotta look into this.
Fuck. I did it with SKG. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I'm gonna let that person come sit right here and speak their truth. Cause guess what? If they don't speak it here, they gonna speak it somewhere. So the numbers might as well number right the fuck here. Okay. That's them.
Okay, you're standing on it, so I respect it, definitely.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
So, some people would say that it's a street ethics to never bring certain shit with your op to police attention.
Ethics. These niggas, hey bro, it's the street ethics not to fuck with boys. It's the street ethics not to do this and do this and do that. And these niggas is doing everything under the sun when they want to do it. So ain't no nigga finna tell me when I can and can't do whatever the fuck it is I want to do. If a motherfucker hit me, Hocus 4/5, respectfully, because I gave you my word, this ain't no attack. His cousin got a hold of somebody and said, Whack, tell Whack, Hocus beat me out some money, snake me, I'm his cousin. I can come up there and show how much of a fucked up dude he is. I let that nigga come right on this stage, run the room up to 800 people. And guess what else I let happen at? I let Hocus come up on this stage and battle. It went up to 1,000 people. I don't give a fuck. That's on you to combat that shit.
Yeah, but all right, so let me ask you a question now. And that's why when I walked into No Jumper and when we did the big podcast, I was like, I mean, if I play dirty. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. Me catch a case, I'm celebrating. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not from the streets. But that's what I was asking you. You gotta be happy that Big U is locked up.
No.
It worked.
No.
He's out of here.
No.
Sayonara. See you later.
First of all, that ain't what I do. Now, 600 been celebrating that. That's not what I do because I done did time before.
So you're saying that you don't mind getting the situation hot, but when the feds actually grab him, you're not celebrating no more? Come on.
Well, see, this is what y'all like to do, right? We didn't get nothing hot. The task force was put together in 2021.
No, I agree. But you can't.
We released a recording in 2023.
Right,
March,
you're right.
That we really didn't know if it was real or not.
Yeah, but right? You're being disingenuous if you're acting like some of the online stuff then further things along and probably create other incidents.
I don't think so. It's nothing. Listen.
Mentioning you in that indictment or him mentioning you on those wiretap calls where he's like, someone needs to do something to Whack, it's primarily because you were making shit hot for him on Clubhouse. So you wanted niggas to put their hands and feet on you.
No. Hey, bro, we were both doing it with each other. What are you talking about?
So you're saying that when him being upset at you had nothing to do with the fact that you were running narratives on him that's getting shit hot for him.
He was upset because I ran the grid paperwork. Now I'm about to fuck you up. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
The very people he went to for help, you know what he didn't know?
What?
They're the ones that gave us the grid paperwork. They ran it on the nigga first.
They backdoored him.
But they was just my ops. The niggas he went to for help ran the grid paperwork first before anybody. 3-hour room, nigga. Detailed. They knew before us. But because they was my ops, they said, fuck it. Big U could get us on World Star. We gonna rock with Big U. This why we sat back and clout the nigga like, nigga, you over there with the niggas that gave us the paperwork on you. See, this what you don't know. Before anybody had the grid paperwork, they had it first. They ran it first. I'ma send you the room. You go look at the date. We knew nothing about it. We got it from them.
Okay. That's interesting.
So when you look up and you got Big U over there with them saying, I need y'all to go at whack for me. Okay, we took the work that they ran on Big U and ran it on Big U.
Hey, let me ask you this question. And I want a simple answer. I'm making a simple question, but I'm going to explain.
So you telling me I'm supposed to have been quiet, negative, nigga?
I mean,
Fuck
that's up to, do you think Loose Cannon is a retard? And the reason why I'm asking that is that if you're saying he's a liar,
hold on. Is Loose Cannon,
wait, no, let me explain. If you're saying he's a liar, right? And essentially, he went online.
I say he makes up, like, listen, I'm saying there's a few things.
No,
I
here's
didn't
the thing.
believe.
It's a lot of people could believe that he talked himself into this. Like, he came online and said, he basically listed out the definition of extortion. And even if he's lying, you're talking yourself into this.
You got to remember, okay, well, let me paint a picture for you, right?
Yeah.
If I'm sitting down in front of you, right?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you a story, right? Let's be real, Act. Based upon if you know the dude, you can say, well, I know the nigga, I think he's telling the truth. But ultimately, because there's no audio, there's no video, or no real concrete proof of what they're telling you, right? I believe that you really don't know what's real and what's not.
Yeah, but Wack, I'm asking you a gut call here. Like, because here's the thing. If I feel my man
you hear
is...
the story he told me?
Hold on. If I feel my man is a liar, and my man is basically admit to certain shit that I know that to keep it real, not only you gonna make it hot, but you're basically confessing on podcasts, and then you get hit with the Rico charge, I gotta believe you're not that bright. Either that or...
Bro, what I'm saying is this.
If you lie your way into an indictment, because that's what you're saying. He's a
nigga telling you, right? If a nigga telling you, we went and did robberies, brought all the shit back we robbed to a nigga house, and 30 minutes later, the nigga we robbed is walking through the house. I'm looking at this nigga like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, maybe that's some whole next level shit, and I'm gonna keep it real. I've never been a robber, right? But the common sense factor with me, that if I rob you, Akademiks, and get away, see, that's why it's called getting away. I'm not gonna bring you to where we're at, because then we're caught.
Wait,
right?
Could you be honest though, when he was sitting right next to you on No Jumper, telling those stories, whether it's lie or the truth, did you look at him and be like, this guy's a dummy? Why would you say this shit? Be honest.
No, I wasn't, because I didn't think it was true.
Wait, hold on. Wait, would you say that? Would you say that yourself on a podcast? Because I say you're smarter than all these niggas.
I'm not gonna,
and I'm not gonna blame you for them saying what they're saying.
I would ever talk about Akademiks.
Yeah.
The only things I would ever talk about are the things that I've already been convicted of.
So when you're sitting next to these guys, like for example, Snoopy Badass, Loose Cannon, and they're talking about things they've never either been charged with or the statute of limitations ain't passed.
I've never heard Snoopy Badass talk about shit he didn't been charged with. He talked about something he got on the stand on.
Okay, well let's keep it specifically Loose. When Loose is saying this stuff, it's not your job to tell him to stop. But you are smarter. You're probably looking at him like, this is a crash out.
No, what I'm looking at him like is he's entertaining. That's it, bro. I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, some dude asked me, damn, Wack, did you know he was 42? I thought he said he was younger. Bro, I don't give a fuck how old no man is, bro. A nigga could be however old he want to be. Nigga tell me he 19, 78, 238. I don't care, bro.
And
You
by
get
the
what
way,
I'm trying to tell you?
And by the way, I like Luce. I'm not really trying to throw him under the bus, but I'm trying to get you in intention with this too. So, was Luce ever your friend?
Yeah, he was my partner. I mean, but at the end of the day, Luce is gonna do what Luce does. Luce wasn't a nigga who came to me for a job. And I said, okay, if you want to work for me, it got to be like this. You know what I'm saying? Luce came to me to help him market and promote his reality show from February to May, right? Once that got done, right, Luce said, bro, I do music, boom, 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 boom. Could you help me keep my shit going, right? Boom. Okay, cool. I looked up one day, right? This one I did respect about him. He knew how to play the chessboard. I looked up one day and he said, I sent you a song, right? And I said, well, shit, Luce, I told you right now, my focus ain't on music, right? So I never listened to the song. 5 days later, R&B wakes me up. You hear this song? I said, what song? It's Loose Cannon and your homeboy Cuban Rob. Right? Now watch this, Akademiks, because your light's about to come on. The song's out already for like 2 weeks. Right? What did Loose Cannon do? What did he do that was very smart and strategic? Cuban Rob, my right hand, what did he do? Knowing I'm not fucking with music like that. He went and put my homeboy on the song. Who did I send the song to promote at that point, Act?
You sent it to me.
You. Right? Now, guess what?
You hit me like 45 times for the favor. I'm not gonna cap.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? If Cuban Rob wouldn't have been on the song, I would have never paid it no fucking attention. So I said, you know what? I gotta respect his hand. You get what I'm saying? This nigga, I told him. When he told me when May come, what? I said, hey, look, bro, unless you gon' foot your own bill, that ain't what I'm doing right now. I'm doing this other shit, right? I got open budgets, but they for certain people, right? So what Luce do? Go do a song, put my right hand on the song. Nigga went and shot the video for the song.
Yeah.
Sent me the song. I ain't even paying no attention. I seen it until R&B said, did you hear that Cuban Rob is on the song? At that point in time, I sent it to you, right? Because now I'm looking out for Cuban, my homeboy, right? But Luce like, okay, if Wack ain't go fuck with me on it, guess who I know who he will fuck with? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He'll fuck with. He for his homeboy, right? So, at that point, I didn't get mad, but I respected his move. I said, okay. So when you do shit like that, I don't see you as a dummy. Because you had to think that through. Now, is Loose Cannon a loose cannon? Absolutely. But is Loose Cannon, he's not a yes man. He's not a nigga. He get his own money. He got his own shit. I keep telling y'all, he 42 with more kids than me.
Wack,
What a wife.
I want to ask you this in regards to Luce, because I thought this. I've never asked you or I never said it, but I felt Loose Cannon is exactly what you said, a loose cannon. I felt you kind of had him around in case you needed a nigga to crash out, because he looked like he was down to crash out. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No.
Like, every time he was meeting niggas at
Akademiks.
Airbnbs in Las Vegas,
Akademiks.
he was ready to crash. And he would have, I ain't gonna lie, I think he would have
Akademiks.
killed a nigga for you. That's why I think even that shit outside no jumper, I think he would have smoked them niggas for you, bro. He loved you, I ain't gonna lie.
Akademiks.
You feel you owe him any loyalty?
I don't, Akademiks. I don't do crash outs with my team, bro. My team is well disciplined. We just don't do shit to do shit.
He offered to take some faith for you too, though.
He can offer to do all he want, and guess what happened?
What?
Wack don't stand behind that. When a motherfucker went to crash out, what did Wack say?
You said don't do that, Luce.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. That what you doing. That wasn't for me. That's for whatever you doing. But my team is, you seen them, right?
Yeah.
Did you see any of my team in the video?
Nah. And I don't
Did you
think
see any of my team?
team?
Why not? Because my team ain't crash outs, bro. My team is of age. They mature. right? We're here to get home safely, bro. We not here to start no problems with no nigga.
Did you think he was a crash out personally? Maybe he's not part of your team, but he got into about several altercations.
No, I thought he was a loot, bro. See, what y'all don't know, it's a bunch of shit on the internet y'all just ain't found.
He swung on Molly Mall, right? He got into a fight with a couple other dudes. Like the cowboy shit just happened. It looked like violence and loose cannon was definitely always in the same realm of vicinity. So
okay, but you got to remember, that's loose cannon, and that's what he do. That's who he is.
Yeah, I'm
right?
not blaming you for that.
So I can't tell him what not to do, right? If he's around me, right, and I see something,
yeah,
I can try to, be the voice of reason. But at the end of the day, bro, you're not finna, me personally, if it's somebody that been around me for a long time, then I may intervene a little more. But I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. If a nigga waving certain shit and I got a 5-month history with you, nigga, I'm not running up on you, bro, when your temperament is high. I'm not doing it, homie.
Yeah. Hey,
sorry.
And let me ask this question, because now that we see with them requesting from Adam, right? They requested that cease and desist with Big U, and that was centered around Nipsey, or a conversation around Nipsey. Since they're talking about extortion, and I'm just trying to have you clear it up, because some people might be like, well, how come Wack ain't get picked up when Wack was talking about Nipsey on tape fucking a chick with another man, and they got the secret tape? Wack got mad secret tapes, and he basically threatened to put it out, or not threatened to put it out, but he has.
Wait, slow down. See, there y'all go again.
Yeah,
I've always said.
You say you would get out of the way.
I am the reason why what
it don't come out.
They have not come out. The owner of the tapes has verbal consent on the video. That is his shit.
Yeah, but even if he does have that, if it's a sexual tape, he can't put it out. You just can't put out a tape.
Yes,
of
he
sex.
can, because
of sex.
He himself is in the tape.
Yeah, but there's a woman that's not consenting to the release of a sexual tape. You can't film a tape and be like, I'm putting it out because I'm cool with it.
Listen.
That's revenge porn.
Listen, what I'm telling you is, whenever the dude gets a little irritated and pissed off, I'm the voice of reason.
You've also said you've sent him a thing or two to make sure he's chilling. That might look like extortion, not from you, from him. That nigga's extortion.
No, that's not. That ain't that, because he just fell on hard times. The nigga on his feet now, he driving around in Maseratis and Bentleys getting his money, right? He just fell on hard times. I didn't just meet this dude when this shit happened. I've been knowing the dude, right?
So you would vouch that basically he's not trying to use his tape as extortion against Nipsey's family.
No, I mean, he never contacted them and said nothing to him. Right? You got to remember, bro, this didn't come out because Wack wanted it out. Hassan Campbell released this, bro.
That is true.
Nigga, Wack never said, hey, Black Sam or Nipsey Estate, do this or else. The first time y'all heard of this is Hassan released the recording. So what are you talking about? This shit had been in this dude's possession at least 2 years. 2-3 years. Nobody never knew about it, did they? Your first time hearing about it is Hassan Campbell releasing the recordings. So if the first time you hearing about it is Hassan Campbell releasing the recordings, where are you getting Wack used the tapes to win?
No. No one's accusing you. I think that would fall on the guy who has the tape. If he's using the tape as any type of
guess
leverage
what I never let him do?
Money, if he's using it to
guess
get money at all,
I never
he's
let him
extorting.
do. No, it's not. Look, I wouldn't give a fuck. He'd just call me a little disgruntled. Shit ain't work with Wack, man. My hand is bad. Shit, only thing I got to make some money right now is this shit. Right?
Which is an illegal tape that he can't publish.
Oh, he's in the tape. He's in the tape.
But there's a woman in the tape that's not consenting.
It's all right. He could have blurred her out and just showed the woman ain't the draw, my nigga. Keeping it real.
So
The woman ain't the draw to the tape.
yeah, but he doesn't have consent from Nipsey to publish the tape.
He does have
To
consent.
publish the tape? So Nipsey's
He
in the
got
tape saying,
consent from
you
that
could put
dude.
this tape anywhere. Put it on
He
Pornhub.
got consent from that dude telling him to record. Send me the recording from your phone. Nigga, I'm listening.
Yeah, but you work with Ray J. You know that's not how it works in porn. Yeah, you consent to the recording, but you also got to consent to the publishing. There's a lot of laws that gotta govern anything to do with videos of sexual nature. You can't just be like, all right, cool. Since I had the permission to record, I have permission to publish.
But look, he got to deal with that. It ain't
I
my
agree.
tape.
I agree.
So what y'all like to do is overly involve me in shit. Hey, look, bro, do I know about the tapes? Yeah. Have I seen the tapes? Yeah. Have I looked out for the dude to calm him down till he find other means of making money? Yes.
Well, you
right?
put yourself in the middle of it too, because you say I'll get out the way, meaning like you're very important.
I can, nigga. That's my right. I don't, bro. Ain't no fucking law say I gotta stay in the middle of a fight, nigga.
No,
That's my right.
No, I agree.
Fuck is you, yo.
No,
yo,
you're
you
saying
niggas
that
is
we're
weird.
involving
Listen
you.
to me, bro.
We're involving you, but
Hey,
every time we
listen to
hear
me.
about the tape,
If the
it's
fuck
you
I
saying.
wanna get, hey, listen.
We've never heard nobody else
If you
speak on
and your
the same
girl, if you and your girl is fighting, right, and she got your neck and you got her hair, and I'm in the middle. If I want to get out the middle of y'all and let y'all beat each other to death, that's my fucking right.
Yeah, but Wack, with this tape, no one has ever talked about this tape publicly but you. Like, we don't even know the guy. We don't even know the guy.
You're a lie.
Who?
You're a lie. Where'd it come from?
Wait.
Who exposed it?
No, it's Hassan Kemp, but what I'm saying is Hassan.
Okay, but don't tell me nobody.
No, I'm talking about of the important people. Like, you could have been lying. You could have been lying. Actually, you just double down and say, I never lied.
But see, this is what I'm not going to do. See, you niggas is
the
damn
woman never spoke on the tape. Nipsey's dead,
listen,
and the other guy.
If Hassan Campbell releases the recording, right, of me saying what I'm saying to him, and I come out and say, I was lying, know what they going to say? Oh, you a bitch-ass nigga, you scary. No, nigga, that's what it is. I said that. That's what that is. So what?
Yeah, you can say you said it, but you're the one. You have vouched that this exists.
It's no law. Hey, bro. There is no law against what's on that tape, bro.
Okay.
These are three willing participants. Are you insinuating something's going on the tape that was against somebody's will? Is that what you're saying?
I'm insinuating that if there's a homemade video of consenting adults having sex, you cannot threaten to publish it, especially when one person died and you're trying to take it.
Who's threatening to publish it?
Well, that was always an insinuation. Like, yo, hey.
No, it hasn't. Wait, no. You tell me
when you say if I get out the way, it's gonna come out. It feels like that's a threat of public.
Yeah, that's
not you.
Fact,
not
because
you.
at that point, it's no fuse box. This dude ain't no street dude. This nigga ain't even from California. He a regular, square nigga. So now if I say, hey, look, bro, don't call me about that shit. I don't give a fuck what you do, right? Outside of me saying, hey, look, bro, dude got kids and shit. You know, like that shit probably ain't gonna be cool. You may want to keep that shit to yourself. You and the chick, right? He talks to the fucking chick in the tape. He talks to the baby mama right now to this day, right? So at the end of the day, if I get out the way and say, look, I don't give a fuck what you do, and this nigga wake up with $8 in his pocket, and a nigga over here talking about, I give you 50 grand right now, and he like, well, Wack told me don't call him about shit. He don't want to have nothing to do with nothing. Yeah, nigga, I'm a fuse box. I'm a fuse box.
Okay, but like these secret tapes, like for example, even the Kim and Ray J shit, right? Her attorney got involved, and her attorney said there was no tape. And
guess what?
Okay.
And guess what?
Uh-huh.
I want to see if you're going to put the events in order. When the attorney said it was no tape, right?
Uh-huh.
I challenged him. He never came back and said nothing. You know what Ray J did after that? You don't remember when he was in the Bahamas, what he did?
What'd he do?
He went on live and showed the contracts. You don't remember?
Yeah.
See, the problem is you think you know everything and you just know what Akademiks know. Ray J went on a rant for damn near 7 hours, bro.
Yeah, no.
In the Bahamas.
I'm not
he
denying
showed
that.
the contract. Hold on. He showed the contracts.
No, I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is, Wack, again, we don't have to be a legal expert here, but if I'm ever saying I have some video, that's the Kevin Hart story. Some person was saying, even if you don't request
it's not.
money, I have a
No,
secret.
it's not.
I have a secret
This was
video of you.
contracted. Academics.
Okay.
I know you square niggas be mad that it's a street nigga on the level of higher of you in business, right?
So wait, it was contracted for Vivid, or was it contracted for you?
These were contracted, spelled out on contract.
For Vivid to have it released, or for Whack 100 to have it on a laptop?
What?
I said, you said it was contracted. For what we know about the Kim K sex tape contracts, it said it was a Vivid contract where that was the core company. So when you come out and you're not associated with Vivid later, saying you have this,
who's not associated?
Are you associated with Vivid? I don't know.
I told you they're in the hard drives in the safe. That's what I said. Go pull up the bootleg Cam show, nigga.
Yeah, no, I got it right.
See, you niggas be slow.
You
pull up bootleg Cam show. I told him I'm not playing nothing close, nigga. Hey, let me tell you something, bro. Every motherfucking album I turned in, you know what I got in my safe?
You got the contracts, I would imagine.
No, and I got the drives.
Okay.
Right? So just because you turn in something to a company, right, don't mean you still don't got your drives, bro. Nobody ever said, and this what you niggas is very weird at, do this or else. Nobody never said that.
Okay, well, hey, and by the way, that's a big thing too. However, the feds might just look at it as a pattern of behavior. Why this nigga always got the tapes?
Man, shut the fuck up. You sound stupid as fuck because we did a deal with Vivid, you stupid motherfucker. What are you talking about, bro? Why do we have them?
Listen,
we did a deal with Vivid. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but
why do we have them?
When you're bringing up a tape that's unpublished, it feels like there's a little bit of a...
No,
you got
bro,
something you don't want out.
Bro.
Remember,
bro,
the deal.
Bro,
if it didn't get published, then there was no deal for this tape or whatever tape you're talking about.
It definitely was. You want to bet?
To get put out in the last couple years.
Let's bet.
I'll take your word at it. I'll take your word at it.
No, let's bet 100.
I'll take your word at it.
Let's bet.
Listen, all I know is that Kim.
Act. See, here go the thing is, you wasn't around. Akademiks didn't exist back. We talking 03, 04 shit. You don't know Akademiks.
I'm not saying there wasn't.
Didn't exist.
I'm not saying there wasn't contracts that involved some type of sex tape. What I'm saying is that when you have a woman who's then coming out to say, "Yo, over my dead body, I can't believe this is happening again. I got the right attorneys. I'm gonna make sure this doesn't come out. Why is this happening?" It feels
so
like
what you're saying is we're lying and she's not. That's what you're saying?
No. It feels like she's feeling under pressure or duress that someone is going to put out something that she, and again, maybe retroactively, and we know women do this, no longer wants to get published, right? So maybe contractually, it should have got published.
That has nothing to do with what's already contracted. You get what I'm saying? If something's already contracted, that means you have knowledge of, right? You agreed to, you accepted and received payment, right?
Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So there's no secret. There's no, you don't know what the fuck going on. I'm simply telling you, bro, that when a motherfucker called me a liar, right, I'm going to challenge you to that. When Bootleg Kev asked me, I said, they're in the safe, bro. What you gonna do with them? What did I say?
You didn't say anything. I don't think you said anything, right?
See, that means, I'm asking you this act because I'm starting to learn that you don't be knowing what's going on. The content is there. I can't erase it.
Whack.
I said,
I think you're taking me bringing up these incidents as me making an accusation. What I'm saying is that it's a reasonable person would say this. Why, when it comes
you're supposed to know what I said.
No, I hear what you're saying. No, I'm just saying. By the way, I've never accused you of extortion for any of these things. What I'm saying is that a reasonable person,
what did I say?
A reasonable person would say,
the only thing we can do with it.
How when it comes to
the only thing we can do with it is give it to Ye.
Okay, but hear what I'm saying. My question was, a reasonable person is gonna be like, how come Whack always got a tape? What's the point of having Whack with a secret tape of somebody else?
Akademiks, I don't always have nothing. It's tapes come out every day. I just have access to what I had access to. Get your facts right. Tapes come out every motherfucking day. A tape came out of the niggas that shot Sauce Walker. I didn't have the tape. The law enforcement had the tape. Tapes come out every Diddy. A tape came out of Diddy beating the shit out of Cassie. I didn't have the tape. I just got access to what I had access to, bro.
You did have the Oscar De La Hoya either pictures or tape, though.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I never said that.
You made it.
I said the attorneys.
They paid like $850,000, huh?
No, it was way more than that.
Really?
It was way more money than that. That's just, what the fuck. When you broker a deal, you broker a deal, bro.
Yeah, but you do understand. Again, I clearly I'm understanding. I'm agreeing with you. I don't believe it's that. But when people hear it, they might be like,
you're mad because you don't know what the fuck. You wasn't around for a lot of shit. Even that shit, we talking. That's 07 shit, 06, 07, 08 type shit. You just wasn't the fuck around. So at the end of the day, if somebody comes to me, right? Somebody just came to me the other day. Swear to God. Just came to me the other day. He said, Whack, I got these contracts against this company. They tell me your law firm has already went at the company. I said, yeah, they're familiar with their legal. He said, we can't find a law firm. If I turn it over to your law firm, could I give you 10%? Will they fight it for me? I said, yeah, no problem. I turned it over to the law firm. Law firm called me this morning. They said, Whack, this is like $150 million play. I said, that's cool. Contract him, he'll come down to the office and sign it. That's it. So guess what? When this shit comes out, if I want to talk about it, I can. You're going to say, Whack, how did you get it? The nigga called my phone.
So you're saying, because the allegation was that there was an alleged video of him wearing fishnet and getting a train ran on him by 4 large African-American men.
American men? Nobody even mentioned African-American people.
No, I'm reading the headline. I don't know if this is real.
Y'all added men. I've never known Oscar De La Hoya to deal with men. Yeah, y'all that. Nobody ever said Oscar De La Hoya was gay, bro. With men. Nobody ever said that. You capping.
I'm reading the headline.
Listen, let me tell you why this ain't no secret. Oscar De La Hoya talked about it on Club Shay Shay.
He did admit. That's a fact.
At the end of the day, what it is a lot of y'all people just wasn't around. The shit I'm saying, it ain't nothing new. It just new to y'all.
Yeah, but also, like, again, not because he talked about it. I mean, there was news articles back in 2018 saying Oscar De La Hoya and ex Shannon Moakler at the center of $2 million extortion plot after 2 Instagram models filmed the naked boxer engaged in depression. So again, there was some extortion involved in that situation.
I don't know what the models did. They could have did some shit. I don't know the models.
And by the way, back then it says DailyMail.com can reveal that the women are now being investigated by the FBI. That they were investigated.
You said 2018?
Well, this when the article came out.
Yeah, because this whole business deal was done like 06, 07, 08, 09, something like that.
So it looks like, again, not saying you did it, but it looks like the feds did try to investigate some type of extortion with Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, I don't know. Now, somebody else, but you got to remember too, bro. You got to remember. You never know if it's a whole nother situation. You get what I'm saying? This could be a whole nother escapade you talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
Yeah, because you talking some 2018 shit. I don't know nothing about that. And it was like 4 women involved, so I don't really know what you're talking about with that. Because all this shit was like 08, 10 or something like that. So I don't know nothing about that. It could be a whole nother escapade.
That's true. Hey, what's your response to people feeling like, well, I was thinking on the opposite side, saying maybe the feds would try to talk to you, try to ask if you're a victim, which you say you're not, and you say you ain't talk to them. But do you at all are in fear that they might be saying, because they list you as a rival, and for what if they're saying one guy was doing bad?
Act.
Are you nervous that they're investigating you?
Act. Listen to me. Big U has been classified as a rolling 60 Crip since the mid 80s. Right? I've been documented since 1989. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what they put down when they see a Crip and a Blood?
No, tell me.
Rivals.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, that makes sense. But that doesn't alert you like, yo, let me make sure I cross my T's, dot my I's. I don't want them to try to fuck with me, even if you're not doing nothing. Even if you're not.
Bro, so what you saying, because Big U was on the phone telling somebody he want to break my jaw, I supposed to worry about that?
Shit, you just don't want to. I mean, obviously, again, I'm a square, so anything with the feds get a nigga spooked. So I don't know, what's your demeanor to even you being in the paperwork? Like, you're in the work, literally.
No, I'm not.
I mean, you're in the indictment. Well, I mean, you're listed.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar.
No, your name.
Indictment.
Your name is mentioned in the indictment.
Okay.
Right? Am I saying it wrong?
Shaquille O'Neal's name is too.
Say again?
Draymond Green's name is too.
No, I'm not saying that they aren't, but
so what that mean?
You're a dude that comes from the streets.
Huh?
You're a dude that comes from. I'm just asking. Does that give you any cause to pause? Because this is what I would do. I'm done. If I was, I'll be done talking about anything open case.
Listen. If you ask me, do you ever think Big U told somebody, "Fuck you"? I'm gonna be like, of course, probably every day. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, bro, what the fuck? That's a wiretap, bro. That's a wiretap. Now, what I didn't see was we need to get rid of Cuz. I'm going to pay a nigga to kill him. I didn't see none of that. You seen that? I didn't see that.
No, I ain't see that. I did not see that. I'll be honest.
Well, okay, I'm just saying, like, you niggas be... all I seen is he wanted to break my jaw, and he said I was begging for my life. That's all I saw.
Would you, I know it's really early in the case, but if Big U got a life sentence, would you celebrate?
What?
If he got a life sentence, would you be happy?
Hey, bro, didn't I just tell you I ain't never celebrated nobody going to jail? You ever seen me celebrate somebody going to jail?
No, I ain't see you.
Have you ever seen me celebrate somebody going to jail? Yes or no?
No, I haven't seen it. I can't lie. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But I ain't gonna lie. It's the first time for everything. I'll be like, man, shit. Get a good little Tiger Woods, you know what I mean, fist pump. Like, yes, get him out of here. That nigga was trying to harm me.
Listen, I've never celebrated nobody going to jail. Ever.
All right. Hey, did you see the Ye interview?
That's what you're supposed to be in here for, but you in here talking about the weird shit.
Well, we gotta get to everything. We gonna get to everything.
Okay, well.
I ain't got a time limit. Y'all could just let me know if Clubhouse got a time limit. I'm on stream, by the way, too.
Ain't got no problem. It's damn near 600 people in here, so we ain't tripping.
Our mic is.
We got 17,000.
Let me ask you a question, Act.
Yeah. By the way, I'm streaming too, so we got 17,000 watching between two YouTube channels and Rumble.
Let me ask you a question.
What up?
If a girl went and did a rape kit test, and your pubic hairs or semen came back, is it true to say that it's possible that you maybe could have took advantage of her? Or would you say that was consensual sex because that's your girlfriend?
What do you mean, old girl?
The old girl, the one who came out with all the bullshit allegations.
Yeah.
The one that was in the backyard by the pool with your homies on the camera.
Okay. What about her?
So let's say she went and did a rape kit test and it came back that your pubic hairs and semen was somewhere on her. And she claims she got taken advantage of. But although she was in the backyard getting pounded out, jackhammered, before she came in the room with you, and they pound her out, so there go where the swelling come from. And then by the time she get to you doing your normal thing, but yet you get off or whatever, and then she leaves and does that shit and say it was you. Is it true to say that that maybe you...
So my answer would be, listen, everything I do is consensual, and also gladly, there's a shit ton of surveillance.
But she didn't say that. She said you took it.
Yeah, but there's a shit ton of surveillance footage that the police looked at that said otherwise.
You don't got cameras in your bedroom.
It's pretty much everywhere in the house. I mean,
not in your bedroom. They're in your hallway.
They're
outside, hallway, downstairs. They're not in your physical bedroom, man. We read the work.
Yeah, it's not in the bedroom.
So
at that time, yeah.
You don't have cameras in the bedroom.
At that time, no, I don't.
Yeah, but at that time you didn't. We read the work. So if she went and told the people that, right? Can we say, Wack, maybe you did? And Wack, what about the people in the backyard that we got on camera?
Hold on. Wack. That's a reasonable discussion. I'm not down to dismiss reasonable discussions, okay? What I could only tell you...
So why'd you choke her? Is that part of y'all regular sex? Or
that never happened.
You find out?
That never happened.
Huh?
That never happened.
You never choked her?
No.
Ever?
No.
That's why your bitches keep leaving you, Act. You don't know how to choke.
That never happened. So, I mean, I look at, like, for example, even that situation, obviously, yeah, the person is suing trying to get some money. I get it. But the reality of it, which I stand on it all the way. Listen, the police looked at everything and they came up, by the way, that got grand juried. The people who looked at it in a sense of should there be charges? There's no charges to be given. You know what I mean? And again, thank God for surveillance cameras. And also the text messages prove, like, nigga, if anything, I was the one more shocked than everybody else.
You know the crazy part about this shit?
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. And I think I know why you brought it up. I understand that people are going to have discussions, and whenever they read whatever, just like how we read the paperwork where you're mentioning there, they might have a reasonable inference where they're asking a question like, well, could this have happened? That's completely fine. I have no problem if people are having reasonable discussions.
Your act.
Yeah.
Am I on anybody's
and also here's the thing. I told people I would want to break down my own situation every day. Except here's the thing. I pay the best lawyers in the world, and I'm not gonna come on here and lose care to myself. I just can't. So, but do I want to? And as soon as it's over with, I'm gonna talk about it every day. I can't wait.
Bro, listen to me. Here goes the crazy part. And this is where Hassan fucked himself up. You remember when he let the recordings go, right? And then he came back. And he said, and I'm going to let you know something else, Big U. I've been on the phone 2-3 times on mute on the three-way, and Wack didn't tell you. You remember that? That's what he said, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
This is why he made himself look stupid. The world didn't know that for the 18 months, me and that nigga was beefing, wasn't even talking. So when he said that, he showed his hand that he was lying.
Yeah,
because me and him knows we ain't been on no phone. The world didn't know it.
Yeah, but Hassan's stuff is like separate. Hassan really...
No, it ain't, because his shit...
No, because he interjected himself in something, thinking that he could prove that you were a snake, and essentially all you said, which I agree with you wholeheartedly, I told you something in privacy. You secretly recorded our conversation. Now it's public. Now I'm not going to just completely backtrack and call myself a liar to spare others. I'm gonna say there was a private conversation. Wouldn't came out if it wasn't for Hassan. And if you guys are thinking I'm a liar, because that's what a lot of the talk was, I'm here to tell you everything I said was the truth. If anyone could prove me otherwise, let's do it. But it's the truth.
What Vlad tell you? What Vlad tell you, Act?
I agree that it exists. I'm not blaming you for it coming out. I think the only way I'm bringing up that topic is that when you mention it, some people might feel like it is something being held over the family or over the woman or even over the estate of Nipsey Hussle. That's it. Like, yes, okay, cool. Like, I'm with you. I think this should exist.
What got to do with the other, bro? If dude got it,
because if it gets released, like put like this, prior to you doubling down on I didn't lie about the tape, we've never heard a threat of this thing coming out, or hey, do you want me to get out the way that it comes out? We've never heard about some tape like this coming out. So when and I know you said we keep putting you into stuff, pause, but I think you're also interjecting yourself into stuff because you interjected yourself in the middle of that. Like, we only hear about this. Well, you're telling us that without you, the tape comes out. So you're automatically tied to the tape.
Hey, bro, when we get off this phone, I'm going to call one of my homies.
Oh, I thought you were going to send it to me. I'm like, hell no.
No, listen to me. He was in my back house when Big U drove an hour to come to my home and sat in my game room.
Yeah.
And him and my homeboy did time together, right? So this is why they knew each other. And he sat there and heard Big U say, "Oh, girl ain't cooperating. You need to let that shit come out." "Nah, bro, I'm not doing that. I can manage your other baby mama." "Nah, that ain't cool. But you need to help me attack the estate with these contracts." "I'm not fucking with that. You should have dealt with that when he was alive." See, our shit really started. I'm going to be real. When I denied him that day at my home, that's when him and Suge Knight plot started.
What do you mean you denied?
So,
like, explain.
I denied. I wouldn't go along with his plan. He like, "Bro, tell dude, let them." I'm not doing that, bro.
Wait. So Big U wanted the tapes of Nipsey Hussle supposedly French kissing a woman.
On this same day.
Or French
on this same day, it was three things on the table.
Okay.
2 I knew about. 1 I didn't. A, he wanted me to tell dude to release the tapes so he can take the other baby mama in the tapes and manage her. He thought he could blow her up from him. Number 2 was the contracts, which I put up. Y'all seen all the texts. He wanted me to attack the estate, make it look like I brought him out of the contracts, and then I'm going at the estate to go get the 30%.
So he wanted you to do the dirty work.
I wasn't going to do that because I felt Nip was just here alive and you telling people this your brother. And that's taken away from his wife and kids. I wasn't fucking with that. The third thing that was put on the table that I was oblivious to is him saying Nipsey was a rat. Right?
Wait. He said Nipsey's a rat? How is Nipsey a rat?
It's a fact. This ain't nothing new.
Big U says Nipsey is a rat. How did Nipsey rat?
It's a fact. He said that whatever went on, some dude named Domer, something went on, somebody fucked somebody baby mama, somebody pull up for a squabble, some squabbling shit went on, boom, boom, boom. Police get there, and he got the recording that said, Nipsey said, telling the police, if anything ever happened to me, Domer did it. Right? So, this is the first time I've ever heard of that shit. Right? So, when I said it, a bunch of 6-0 say, "Whack, we know you ain't lying, homie. You wouldn't know nothing about that." Right? So, at the end of the day, bro, if I would have went along with what he wanted me to do, the issue probably would have never happened in my office at E1. But because I told him I wasn't fucking with none of that, I think that's what triggered the him and Suge Knight plot. Because from that day forward, probably about a month and a half later, is when the shit happened with E1. Where they tried to backdoor me. But I wasn't fucking with that. I've always had that stance. You gotta remember, me and Nip ain't had no problems, bro. When he died, me and Nip was cool. So if I'm looking at you get this nigga awards,
and
you giving this nigga
Black
awards,
Sam, Black
and
Sam don't got a problem with you, right?
I ain't never talked to Black Sam. I don't know what Black Sam got, right? He could have, he couldn't be, right? We both men, right? So, but I know what Black Sam knows. Black Sam knows where a lot of this shit come from, right? So, you know, my whole thing is I'm just not gonna do it because you want me to do it.
Yeah.
No. Nigga, you just gave this nigga awards. You standing with this nigga. You nigga put the album out. You in the studio. Why didn't you have this conversation about these numbers when he was live? You not finna have me. Oh, whack. Nigga, do you know what that shit would look like in the blogs?
Yeah, no. Definitely.
Attacks, and at this point in time, I'm doing it to his kids and wife. That shit ain't cool. I'm looking at this nigga like, bro, that ain't cool, bro.
So
Like,
that's when you and Big U officially fell out, then, right?
Well, to me, it wasn't a fallout because I feel like as a man, I got the right to do and not do the things I don't want to do.
Mm. Yeah, but it turned into a little bit slanderous, right? Like, you know,
It turned into him trying to backdoor me.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And
but backdoor you for the contract, not like backdoor you to get you hurt.
It wasn't a contract. It wasn't a contract, bro. That's how he spin y'all. Every contract, it may be for 3 albums, 2 albums, 5 albums, whatever, right?
Yeah.
After it, the company has the option to re-up with you or not. Suge Knight with his dumb ass telling him, I got a relationship with the president. Go out there. I'm going to call, get you a meeting. I'm going to get on your phone to tell him, well, whack contract is up. Instead of re-upping with him, re-up with you. Which don't make no sense, but a lot of you niggas don't understand. Suge Knight does not understand the music business of today. He's never dropped an album in the digital world. Ever.
Mm.
But y'all just hear Suge Knight, Death Row, the company was bankrupt in 2004. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He doesn't understand it. Big U don't understand it. Big U has never himself had a deal to where he's in it and he's working it. Nip was always in control of his shit. You get what I'm saying? So, but Big U always idolized Suge. So if Suge saying it's what it is, that's just what it is. Right? I seen a clip where he said, I watched my brother Suge lose $1 billion. Now let's do the math. If Death Row was broke by 0405, right?
Uh-huh.
That means the decline got to start about 01, 02, right?
Yeah.
Big U don't parole till 04, so how you watched him lose $1 billion? By the time you come home, nigga was over with. But see, y'all don't know this math because y'all wasn't around yourself. You just hear it, see some pictures, and that's what it is. You get what I'm saying? It's a lot of shit I could talk about. My man, Warren G. Right? It's shit he could talk about. I don't know if he did. Right? You know, do you know how Warren G met Suge Knight when he went to sign with him? It was a nigga beating the fuck out of Suge in the parking lot. Warren G and his homies had to help him. This a fact. So it's a lot of shit that I know I could talk about. This is why when I start shooting at Suge, you notice how he leave me the fuck alone?
Yeah, but he's also incarcerated too, though. So
No, he ain't. That nigga's on a podcast every day, nigga. Bullshit. He just got through trying to send Snoop to jail last week.
You think he was trying to send Snoop to jail?
You didn't hear it?
Yeah. What did he say?
Man, that nigga had that dude on there and said, tell the truth. Snoop the one really killed that man. It wasn't you. Like the fuck are we talking about?
Holy shit.
See, I'm starting to think your team that used to be around you,
What?
Because this is shit that you would talk about because he's verbally saying it. I'm going to send it to you.
Here's the thing. The thing
I'm
with
going to send it to
the
you
thing
right
with
now
Suge,
so you have it.
Suge has said 50 different things, right? So like,
Nah, let me show you how real this is, right?
do you think Suge is behind the war right now? You think everything he's saying it should be taken at face value?
Nah, Suge do a lot of lying, right? But act, I'm finna fuck you up. Just so you see. Now, I'm sharing this with you, Act, because you my brother. Because I be telling you shit, right? Now,
You send it to me?
Act, here goes a clip, because this would be great for you to run on your content, compliments of the 100 side.
Uh-huh.
Now, here goes the exclusive shit I'm about to send you.
What? Suge Knight revealed shocking information on Snoop Dogg's murder case.
Okay, now that's cool, but don't read the rest of what I just sent you. You're looking at me corresponding with somebody, right?
Yeah.
You see his response, right?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm telling you right now? Act. I'm going to be real. I am the only one like me left from that era. This is why some of those dudes can't stand in the box with me.
You're too smart.
Big U, respectfully, has zero credentials in history of doing any business in that era. This is a fact. Reggie Wright will tell you all he know of Big U is when niggas went and paid for an attorney when he beat his son after death to get him out of jail when he first got out. That's it. He don't know nothing about him.
Hey, wait. Not to switch subjects real quick, but yo, did you see the so there's this journalist. He's out of Atlanta. Well-reputed journalist. His name is George Cheedy. Like he was the person who was very accurate on predicting that YSL was going to get indicted in a Rico. He's an Atlanta journalist, certified. He's really good. He's came out and he said that the Atlanta Public Defenders Council, like the office, they're basically their specialized unit for Georgia's Public Defender's Office. The one the unit that specializes on gang cases says the office is actively preparing for a racketeering indictment on the 4PF and OMF case. Now I don't know what OMF is, and that he expects Lil Baby to be indicted, among others. Again, this is coming out, and I want to be clear because some people they're gonna think that me and Baby we don't got nothing going on.
I don't know nothing about it. Again, I learned what 4PF was through music. I later on learned that it's a bunch of people that represent it. I think Lil Baby being fresh in the game, and I'm gonna tell all you rappers, bro. Listen, man. When you sign your name on that contract, erase your name from the streets.
I think he's been trying to do that. He doesn't
No,
claim
you're not
anymore.
you're missing what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
When you sign that name on your contract, erase your name from the streets. Because what happens is people get these contracts and then I'm keeping it real with my people. But keeping it real with your people is working against yourself. Because you can say, all right, as kids, we've been 4PF. Nigga, we sold cool cups. We sold bottles of water. We did, we rode mini bikes together. We 4PF, and now we got a multi-million-dollar deal. Damn, we own, right? That's what he's thinking. But then now you got that portion of the crew that's still doing a bunch of miscellaneous shit, right? You really think you're better in your team, but there's no way when it comes to the streets, the whole team is going to be selling in the same direction. If all ships ain't selling in the same direction, bro, it's going to be fucked up. So now here it is, Lil Baby, being the humble dude he is. He helps families out. This nigga give people jobs, all kind of shit. we can respectfully say you don't see him caught up in a bunch of back and forth diss shit, crazy shit. He avoids that shit. Let's keep it real. Anytime you hear something happening,
I'll say now. I think early on people were hearing certain stuff with it, but
they
it's been
wasn't
a while. It's been a while.
Bro, listen, bro, we ain't heard Lil Baby caught up in shit. But again, if it's 15 of y'all in the studio traveling, doing music, shooting videos, you done brought cameras, but you got a whole neighborhood over there screaming the same shit. Whatever they do on the block, they saying you empowering it. So when you sign your name on the contract, you gotta erase yours from the street, bro. You have to.
When I think about the whole thing with like Baby, like I feel like Baby been on like a Dirk mission recently. Like, you know what I mean? He been doing Architect Digest. Like he been trying to give us every single reason to appear or kind of look like, yo, he don't look like he's close to any of that.
Because that was never his intentions. Now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many people from my neighborhood you think got a 100 ENT medallion?
I don't know. How many?
None.
Okay.
You know the only people get those?
Who?
The artists.
Okay. So that's very separate from your neighborhood.
Totally separate, bro. Because all it takes is a group, and not to say my people gonna do some shit, and they go do some shit, and now they incorporate that in you know what I'm saying? So now this nigga over here done did some crazy shit. I don't know. They gonna say I'm empowering it.
Yeah, so let me ask you a theoretical question. Like, say, like Blueface, right? Blueface is from what they say, schoolyard, right? If Blueface, when you had signed him, said, "Yo, I want to create this label called Schoolyard,"
I wouldn't let him do it.
You wouldn't let him do it?
Nope. You know what Blueface's homeboys wear around their neck?
What?
Blueface. That's it.
Oh.
Like, nah, nephew. They wear Blueface, his stage name. That's what they wear around their neck.
So you're cognizant of that, and like, I always thought about, and maybe I thought like LA was impervious to like even Rico cases, cause like I'm thinking about Game in his heyday, man. Game was banging blood heavy, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like,
yeah, but it wasn't called Cedar Block. It was called Black Wall Street.
Ooh, okay.
It was called Black Wall Street. It was called Blood Money. It was called, you had 2-3 different ones. And when you look, let me tell you what's unique about Game setup. You ready for this? Game security, to start off, is all Crips. So what did you just debunk off the top?
His rivals are Crips.
His security is Crips. You're not gonna say this is some type of criminal empire. His security is Crips. You get what I'm saying? Right? Outside of that, everybody else in Game's crew is pretty much normal people. You get what I'm saying? So, nah, you can't do it. And all the artists, I know y'all want to keep it real, but keeping it real is going to go wrong, bro. I'm telling you it's going to go wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like a winning strategy, though, for Fulton County. I mean, pretty much they indicted YFN, YSL, and they really got no substantial convictions. Everybody got out on plea deals and they gave everybody probation, basically. For them to not learn anything and come back again and now want to possibly indict 4PF sounds like some kind of, like, you still ain't learned?
First I heard from, all I know is this. I went on tour with Lil Baby 2019. Lil Baby, 42 Doug, Blueface, Marlo, and Young Miami. Right, Young Miami. And Lil Baby, his whole team was humble. I never seen no bullshit. Like, Nothing. Like my whole interaction with him has always been like nephew about his business. But again, you know, if you're trying to like better your neighborhood, better where you come from, there's always some niggas that's gonna do some dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? They gonna do some dumb shit, bro. You know, and then they gonna start calling it that. So, you know, I hope what you saying ain't happening.
Yeah, this is all being sourced from his name is George Cheedy. Like he did substantial amount of interviews about the YSL case, and also he also predicted that basically some of the Dirk stuff, like the feds was looking at Dirk because the state had Dirk in a case, and they basically just all of a sudden said, you know what, we're not gonna go prosecute this, and he felt like the feds was already taking interest in Dirk. And I mean, he was right.
I said the same shit. When they dropped that gun case on Dirk and him and Bond had together.
Yeah, that's specifically what they were talking about.
I said it. I said they just not go, just because your Cody get killed. Okay, this dude with Sauce Walker and his artist, right? They just killed one of them niggas in Houston today, right?
By the way, that's crazy, ain't it?
No, that's just how it go, right?
No. If you remember, they kept saying the Sauce Walker thing was some Memphis situation that got to do with Say So Pete.
We ain't doing none of that. Listen, bro, Houston a big old place. See,
no. You don't get what I mean. You don't get what I mean.
You motherfuckers do that punk shit because what you finna try to do is insinuate something, bro. It ain't Saul's fault that this nigga went down to Houston, my nigga. Like,
no.
Houston a big place.
I'm not blaming Sauce at all. What I'm saying is that it's ironic that people said that murder of Say So P was some Memphis shit, and then all of a sudden this guy who his face gets shown in the media that he was in the car and he pretty much killed Say So P, he goes to the hometown of the other nigga who was also in it, which is Houston. Like, I'm thinking it's Memphis niggas. I'm like, why the fuck would you go to Houston if the other guy that got shot from Houston?
Because it's the perfect place to hide out. Hide Houston, where they don't expect you to be.
Houston is
niggas niggas from Memphis moved to Houston too. Memphis moved to Houston and Dallas.
Wait, repeat that. I don't know who said that. You said a lot of people from Memphis are going to Houston and Dallas, is that?
Yeah, a lot of people from Memphis and Chicago moved to Houston and Dallas, bro. It's a lot of Chicago niggas in Memphis and
so he probably
and Dallas and Houston.
End of the day,
so he thought he was running. He was on a run down there, type shit.
He was on the run. They showed his face. They showed his whole face, right? So, you know, at the end of the day, shit gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, shout out to Sauce. And, you know, I don't know what happened on the other end. They say some money was taken or whatever. It is what it is. I'm just telling these artists, you come in the game, bro, you from motherfucking Mountain, Tennessee. Nigga, don't come out with the Mountain, Tennessee entertainment. Nah, nigga. All that shit up. Name that shit after your grandmama, nigga.
Hey, by the way, and again, I think you're right. A lot of this probably is like really maybe removed from Baby, but he's the sexy, attractive name in this. Like George Cheedy, I'm
he the one made 4PF worldwide. And we know it as a record company.
Yeah. So
you know what I'm saying?
I clicked on this journalist page, and he says, I guess there's other bullshit happening. These guys probably don't even know, baby. It says it appears that a murder victim is Keontae Davis. He was a defendant in another murder case involving 4PF gang members, right? Then they go down. They said the Department of Justice indicted 8 members of Goodfella gang a couple weeks ago and have received an order to seal some documents in a case because Goodfellas are expected to be murder snitches. What the hell? Similar, the death of Davis may be a reprisal for cooperating in the plea deal of the Wilson murder. Then this part you guys don't understand. It says the pace of murder and retaliation is accelerating, which is why, and this is the journalist saying it, which is why I would be unsurprised if Fonnie Willis pulls the trigger on a RICO for the Goodfellas defendants and 4PF sooner than later. What isn't clear is whether Lil Baby himself will be wrapped up in it, never mind other marquee rappers. What the hell? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It's definitely a bad deal to kind of claim anything that street niggas are doing some totally separate shit. Like you fucked the nigga's baby moms, he go kill a nigga. Now they gonna say he did it for the gang. You know what I mean? Kind of spooky, man.
Well, these niggas is goofy. Now they talking about loose cannons not in the feds.
Yeah, you seen that?
The internet is goofy as fuck. Let me tell you something, bro. Whenever you on a collect call and that motherfucker say Global Tel Link, that nigga's in custody.
Yeah, he's definitely in custody, of course. What they think that he's telling? If Loose Cannon can't tell nothing that he ain't say publicly already, man. They would bring him into the interrogation room and be like, "Do you know anything more?" He'd be like, "No, I already told everybody on No Jumper." Yo, I see you call No Jumper and told him to stop talking to Loose while he's locked up. I really appreciate that one because, I've been saying recently, like, if you're involved in this indictment, it's not
Guess what? He done called in 38 other places, bro. Y'all gotta stop blaming me, my nigga.
No. Nobody's blaming you. I said that was a dope move by you to actually say, yo, y'all got to stop talking to him because everything isn't content. For these guys, they shouldn't be talking. I don't care if you had a media personality or like an influencer, type of thing when you were free. But right now, again, you asked me about some shit like shit. I want to say a lot, but why pay a lawyer? Like, why pay a lawyer if you're just gonna go on there and emotionally just say shit that sometimes fucking you jammed up? It just might just be volunteering too much shit.
I mean, at the end of the day, he gonna do what he wanna do. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Loose ain't nobody's little homie. You get what I'm saying?
What is that? Isn't he like big you little homie?
He ain't nobody's little homie, bro. You got some dudes to where, some niggas will give you that respect that you older than them, come from another generation of them, but you not finna run them. You ain't finna tell them what to do. It ain't gonna happen. Straight up. It's not gonna happen. He ain't nobody little homie, so he gonna run his own program. All I can do is suggest something. That's why I'm like, bro, who the fuck y'all think? You niggas ain't finna assign me a job, nigga, that I didn't sign up for. You responsible for 6ix9ine?
I am definitely not.
Can you control him?
I wish I could. I can't.
No, but okay. So if you know that about him, what makes you think a nigga could control Loose Cannon?
No, you know what it is? I think people be looking for you to just look out for him. Like if he says some shit, you be like, nah, bro, we're not about to talk about that. Like I think sometimes when they feel like you're sitting next to him, and they feel they're giving you credit by saying you're smart enough to know that he's saying some shit he shouldn't say. And when they feel like that, but you're not telling him, you're not changing the subject, or you're walking.
Akademiks, let me ask you a question. This is where I think all y'all are slow in the brain. Mm-hmm. If he already said it, what the fuck you want me to do about it? I don't know what a nigga gonna say. If I ask you, so if Adam asks him, what's your relationship with Big U or why did y'all fall out? You think I know what he about to say?
No.
He said it. So you want me to do what? What you want me to do?
I don't know. I think people kind of look at it like certain things you wouldn't even talk about or tap into when you know your man. It's like you know that one homeboy that every time you're around either women or you're around certain people, he can't keep his mouth shut. So you either don't bring that person around, or when you bring that person around, you keep the conversation very short, and you make sure you control the flow of the conversation, that this person isn't giving up information.
Hey, bro, y'all asking too much of me, bro.
That might be that, too.
You asking way too much of whack, bro.
That might be that.
Look, let me tell you something about this hunter side over here, bro. And pay attention. You see this floor? I don't have to be here for it to run. I don't have to be here for content to get dropped, for scheduling to happen, for the floor to be protected. You know why? Everybody know what to do. You get what I'm saying, Ak?
Yeah.
Everybody know what to do, and that's what I'm used to. If it's a pup, when I go back to track and field or pop modern football, or even my little crew on the block, when we were some little dusty ass niggas with the clubhouse I built in the backyard. You get what I'm saying? Everybody knew what to do. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So, hey, look, bro, you got the orange tree at home, so make sure you pick some oranges. And you got the apples and grapes, so y'all bring them to the clubhouse, put them on the shelf. You make sure you sweep the carpet. I'm going to make sure, nigga, I'm going to go make sure we got the peanut butter and jelly. I got the extra bread. Don't worry about that. Like, everybody knew what to do. We had one nigga, he was an expert at fixing bikes. So when we get to the backyard, it was his job to go through our bikes, make sure it wasn't. Everybody know what to do. We had 3 out of the 8 of us that were straight fighters. Niggas could fight. Anytime somebody wanted to come fight, then was the 3 niggas fight. You get what I'm saying? I'm used to everybody knowing what to do. On the football field, the line know how to block. The quarterback know what to do. I'm a running back. Everybody knows what to do. When I come sit down with you, bro, at your studio, keep it real, act. You don't have to babysit me. Turn the camera on, nigga. We up.
Well, I keep saying you're a one-on-one when it comes to street dudes because I'm going to be honest with you, I've never heard you say, yo, Ack, let me tell you about this one crime I did. I've never heard it. Hold on. The problem with a lot of podcasters, like, you know, even like say Brick Baby. I think Brick Baby naturally isn't an entertaining person. And where he first found his like niche was, I'm going to tell you something that's going on in the streets that is going to be interesting to y'all that y'all want to watch me. When a lot of podcasters, that's the only thing that gets them like, Whack, you could sit here and roast somebody and people laugh. You could sit here, like, you could talk about anything. You could talk about R&B for 2 hours and keep an audience, right? A lot of these dudes, they can't do anything to entertain an audience, but really give a real insight into what's going on in the street and their former crimes or former lives. And that kind of gets them jammed up. I see it all the time in podcasting. That's why you see a lot of street dudes go in there and then they try to basically just sell their stories. I mean, that happened in Chicago too a bit, but a lot of the Chicago dudes that didn't get jammed up is talking about stuff from like when drill just started, like 2012. They're like, oh, this is what it was like then. You know what I mean? A lot of those people are dead or they're incarcerated. This new wave is like these niggas is talking about shit that happened last week. Like there's talking about like things that have no statute of limitations. I don't know. But I've never seen you do that.
I may talk about a nigga that got kicked in the ass or some shit like that, but you're not finna hear me talk about, you know, no crazy shit. That ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
No,
I done seen a lot of shit. I done seen some shit that it ain't even worth talking about because you niggas won't believe it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I done seen some shit. It's people in my life that are part of history that you hear songs about, that they're really here. You get what I'm saying? Like, really here. You got to remember, like, our first generation of this shit is in the 70s. You follow what I'm saying? Like, I could really, like, let you talk to some motherfuckers that really tell you where this shit come from. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, those people that, I mean, these niggas will shoot a nigga at 2 o'clock. Nigga, they dropping a song 3:30. I done been with you, Act, niggas sending you shit. Yo, we just spun the block on them niggas. Remember them niggas last week? Put this up. You like, yo, bro, do you understand that it shows everything? I don't give a fuck, and I watch you not put it up. That's why I be defending you when niggas be like, Act be this, Act be that, bro. Act, the same shit. Now, I'm glad I'm thinking. You know, you came here and said, what? They be saying you always got all the shit?
Yeah.
Act. They said the same shit about you. Am I right or wrong?
Oh no, of course. But
how did you get it, Act?
Oh no.
I see it.
Hey, listen, bro, we just know how to read and write and use our brains. Man.
No. How do you get a lot of shit?
No. And then,
they just sent it to you.
No. Some of it is like they'll tell me themselves. No, half of the Chicago stuff, niggas would just tell me themselves. But like if like when people talk about paperwork, like people think getting paperwork is the police. No, it's just learning how to being able to read and write. But a lot of times the street stuff, like niggas really they don't like doing something without people knowing they did it. So like I remember there was one time a shooting and it was a shooting at Rolling Loud. Okay? This was back I think Young Boy it was
I
some Young
remember
Boy
that
back.
you talking Miami, right?
Yeah. And what
Yeah,
happened
you talking the Ritz.
yeah.
Yeah.
The other rapper, I won't ever mention the name, he DM'd me and he said that was us. And I was flabbergasted because I'm like, I don't know. Wait, should I put this in the story or you're just trying to let me know that you like that? And I mean, obviously, I didn't put it in the story, but I always wondered why tell me that because to this day it's never been reported. That person, I don't know if it's connected. I don't know if people have connected to it later, but no one has reported it. But that person volunteered information and said, "Yeah, we did that shit."
Listen, it's a whole lot of shit that come to me that I ignore. You know, even about what's been going on. You know what I'm saying? Like the producer, I talked to him in the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And I said it's a lot of questions about what's being said in his paperwork. You get what I'm saying? And he went over everything with me. Everything.
Hey, oh, by the way, this is about to get messy. So there's someone who claims they're a court reporter. I'm not too sure who they are, so I don't want to disrespect them. But their name is Infamous Sylvia on Twitter. They said they're a lifestyle YouTuber and a court vlogger. Okay, apparently they did a good job covering the YSL trial. They said that someone is on a stand for a current case against these Goodfella guys, and they're saying we're listening. I guess they're in court. They said investigator Viverito is on the stand. It says we're listening to wiretap calls, and someone mentioned that Lil Baby had tickets on people's heads. Now these wiretaps is gonna get people jammed up, man. Because again, this probably
but just cause let me be real.
It probably got nothing to do with it, right?
Just cause a nigga saying something, bro. You know how many niggas call me and then saying something? I'm like, bro, where you get that from? Well, I'm just saying. You gotta remember, some of these niggas got 5th grade educations.
What?
Them niggas will say anything on the phone. Unless you got Lil Baby on that phone with that shit, or them same people is contacting Lil Baby, or they saying Lil Baby gave me the money that we did this, bro. It ain't like niggas say all kind of shit.
Wait. Let me ask you this question. Has somebody ever called your phone and just by the nature of what they're saying, you either hang up or you be like, bro, stop talking on my phone like this?
That's a fact.
Because like, it still boggles my mind that like wiretaps are so effective where I would think in how advanced technology is, like rule number 1 got to be don't do the crime with your cell phone in your pocket. Rule number 2 got to be don't do the crime with your car. And rule number 3 got to be get off the fucking phone. Like, these are very simple rules where we're in a complex time where they're solving crimes like that because they could triangulate your GPS. They could do all type of stuff to figure it out. Who the hell is still really talking about crime on the phone? Or do you think some of these guys don't know what they're talking about are crimes?
I think a lot of these niggas just be talking. I done had niggas call me and say all kind of crazy ass shit. Here you go, act. There go the cooperant that came from Ghost. He just put that out. But I done had niggas call my phone and say crazy shit. Bro, I didn't have niggas call me. I swear to God. Hey, Wack, what's up? What's up? You straight? Yeah, I'm good. What you mean? Man, niggas just say they chase you down. What you mean chase me down? Yeah, they say they caught you in the hood at the light. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Bro, I'm sitting way in Europe somewhere, bro. Literally. So how many motherfuckers you think he already got on the phone and called and told that shit? I'm like, bro, I'm in Europe. He called on the nigga on the other line. Hold on. Click up. Hey, homie, what up? Nigga, I got Wack on the phone. He way in Europe. You know what the nigga said?
Yeah.
I didn't tell you that to go say nothing to him. Bro, it'd be a lot of bullshit said on them lines, bro.
Hey, Wack. Listen, I haven't gotten full confirmation on this, but damn, breaking news. What the fuck? They're reporting. They're saying that Memphis Police Department has identified the second suspect in the killing of Cecil P. They're basically saying he was found dead too. So both suspects are dead. What the fuck?
Yo, you know what that mean, right?
Tell me.
That mean Them niggas was just a gunman. Whoever paid them, got rid of them.
You think so?
That's a fact.
No way.
Okay. Listen.
I think
What did
niggas
them
start
niggas do?
spinning. I think whoever say so
What
to
them
these
niggas
people.
do? Hey, listen. How did what you call it just get arrested?
Who?
Yellow Beezy.
The gunman is telling on him. I ain't gonna lie. Your shooter is gonna tell.
There you go.
The 2025 shooter is going to tell. And damn, Yellow Beezy was supposedly gonna pay that nigga 40 bands. I'm like, how much you gotta pay a nigga not to tell? I guess ain't no price on freedom, but still.
Hey, listen. For the one to come up knocked down and the other one to come up knocked down, a nigga cleaning his backyard. That's a fact. That's a fact. Bro, come on. Hey. How many mafia movies have we not seen this in, bro? Look, Godfather Part 2. Celebration in the house, Reno, Nevada.
Yeah.
Right? Mikey's in the house, in the room. They shoot the room up. He grab his wife and kids on the floor. Right? Gunmen on the move. They let the dogs, everything go. What Mikey say? If my hunch is right, when you find the gunman, they gonna be dead. When they found him, was they dead?
Yeah.
Because they know if they find him alive, they gonna torture him and tell. So if you telling me both gunmen, right?
Well, I haven't gotten full confirmation that the second.
The other one is dead.
Jaden Dandridge, the one that hopped out of the car without a mask and walked right into the stove, he dead. Like
he dead.
They got him out of here quick. It's like they knew this nigga was gonna get found. Either that or people seen his picture on his news and niggas start spinning. Never know. But
now, the only nigga left right now is the driver. And let me tell you what's so scared about being a driver, right? Hopefully, the driver was contracted by the two gunmen. Because if the driver was contracted by the two gunmen, then the nigga that contracted them don't know who he is. You get what I'm saying? If not, that nigga on the run, he ain't running from the police. He running from the bookie man. Now, this is what we gonna do though, bro. Because enough with us. We saw you clam up, lock up on this Kanye interview, Act.
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna turn over to the floor.
Stop lying. I definitely did not.
This is frack. Who finna run lead on the question on the Q&A in here? Where we got AB in here, Tink, and who in here?
Hey, while you figure that out, what was your thoughts on? I think most of my thoughts are caught in the video. What were your thoughts on him wearing that outfit, him wearing the chain, him wearing...
My thoughts. Okay. Yes. I feel... Now, you know I know Ye a little bit. I didn't travel with him, kicked it with him. You know what I'm saying? So I get him. My thoughts is I believe Ye, for one, is using who he is in this platform, right, to shed light on, hey, you make money off our pain music, our misery, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn what you guys represent, and I'm going to make money off your pain and your misery. The slick part about what he's doing is the Jewish community can say, hey, I find that offensive, but then he's going to say, hey, me as a black man, more of my people died than yours. This is his play.
Okay. Again, before they hit me with questions, do you, so some people, and I thought to myself, if Kanye shows up in a black KKK outfit, should I do the interview? Or is that me as a black man just bow, that's just anti-black to do that? No,
yeah, why did you do it? You told me I should have interviewed Luce. Why did you do it? You see what I'm saying? It's content, bro. You can't, I think you should have did the interview, right? But I'm saying is, you understand, bro.
Yeah, but one's not gonna put someone in jail though. Like that interview put that.
Hey, bro. Hey, let me tell you something, bro. I'm gonna be real. Like, listen, bro. On some real shit, to the Jewish community as well as to the black community and other communities that have been affected by what that symbol or that uniform represented, right? It was highly offensive. right? The majority of people are gonna feel some kind of way, and that's their right. Now I understand the political stance that he's taking because I understand him as a man, right? I get him. We build together. We talk together, right? So I know what he's trying to do. It's an uphill struggle.
Would
right?
you have told him, yo, Kanye, go change, nigga?
No, I wouldn't have told him that because I understand. And I told you this. Ain't no preparing for this interview. When you walk in there, you're going to be in his world, and it's going to be whatever he wanted to be. You don't know what it's going to be. You end up moving furniture, nigga, and standing up. I saw you try to sit down and get comfortable. Shit didn't work, did it? Get that ass up. Move this, move that. Stand your ass right here, and this what it is. That's yay.
Hey, let me tell you this. You know, so getting on that plane, I had certain thoughts about the interview. And I did say to myself, rip up the game plan. You ever hear like, yo, everybody got a plan till they get punched in the face? Like, you got to rip up the game plan.
Ain't no game plan with him.
And I'm going to be honest with you, honestly, because I didn't have that much of a big camera crew. Like, we had like 2 DSLR cameras, and I had like a vlogging joint. And when they had told me, because his team said he wanted this whole like extensive like, look for what the interview was going to be, like the silhouette thing where it's like dark, but it's like a spotlight thing and you can't see nothing. And I was thinking...
That's usually how he does his shit.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I'm like, all right, so this is going to require some production people, some gaffers, all type of things. And it worked in my favor because we got to use what we had. And it came off more authentic. Like, as soon as it started unfolding like this, I said, listen, I want to capture every moment that no matter if this never comes out or it doesn't happen, this is going to be a record of what's going on.
Can I give you some good news and bad news? Because I know yay.
What's the good and bad?
Good news is I think you did a great job following his direction and following his lead. Bad news is you fucked up and you probably will never get another interview out of him.
Why do you think that?
Because when he told you to get on that jet, if you would have got on that jet, nigga, you would have came back with a movie. The fact that you did, I know him.
Yo.
The nigga does me the same way. Look, bro, I swear, watch this. Ye tell me, whack, pull up. I pull up. This is no lie. The nigga, he ran out of gas, bro. The nigga literally ran out of gas on the 405 free off-ramp.
Yeah.
I pull up, right? Boom. And I'm like, what's up, bro? He like, whack, I'm out of gas. I'm like, all right, cool, shit. Let's go down here to get a gas can. Nigga, now we 4 deep in a Rolls Royce Wraith. Me, Ye, 2 his dudes. I get the gas, we put the gas in there. Ye say, y'all drive the thing, follow us. So I'm like, Ye, where we going? He like, Van Nuys Airport. We go to Van Nuys Airport. We pull up, right? We get into the valet. I said, Ye, I want to discuss the business with you. He said, okay, come on, shit, just get on the jet with me. Straight up. Swear to God. I said, what? He said, get on the jet with me. He said, you got something to do? I said, as a matter of fact, I do. He said, okay, well, if you want to discuss the business, you can get on the jet. I thought about it. Gus said, get on the jet. I jump on the jet. We shoot the motherfucking Milwaukee, Minnesota, some shit. Right? We land, Diddy's son, there was some basketball came, the Justin LeBoy, everybody there, right? So when we get on the jet, Ye started talking to me about what he had going on. I said, yeah, I want to talk some business with you. He said, first, Wack, I have to complete my thought. If I don't complete my thought, there's nowhere I'm going to hear your thought, right? Long story short, I didn't end up talking to this nigga about what I had to talk about till 4 days later, 4 days later.
What?
This is a fact. I'm telling you, but watch this. I get home. He sends me a group text. It's me and his assistant. Hey, check in with Wack. Let him know where we're going. Wack, you're open and welcome to come wherever I am. I enjoy talking business with you. Let's keep it going. I wake up in the morning, Wack, book me some studio time. Booked him studio time. What he liked was I didn't show up just because I knew where he was at. Right? He hit me, Wack, pull up, I pull up. Next thing you know, he calls me. I'm at the crib on the East Coast. Now, you're going to know this is true, Wack. He say, Wack, remember I was on him about doing the feature for 6ix9ine?
Yeah.
He said, Wack, you still want the feature done? Yeah, he said, I got Vory down here. Come down. We in Austin. Remember? I jumped on the flight. Shot to Austin. I called 6ix9ine. He in Miami. I said, meet us in Austin. Right? We get to Austin. We go in there. And we sitting there, Vory, listening to beats. Boom, boom, boom. Picking out beats. All this shit. Nigga Ye tell me, listen, I'm not feeling rapping right now. But I got to go somewhere in the morning. I said, okay, cool. You know, we'll wait right here for you. His phone rings. It's Elon. Right? Him and Elon start talking. I'm in the background talking. Elon recognizes my voice. He said, yo, is that the guy? I said, yeah. He like, listen, I'm going to send my jet to get you. Bring him along. He said, oh, okay, cool. Wack, you want to go see Elon? I'm like, Elon who, Musk? Yeah. He like, yeah, we going to send his jet. All right, cool. Shit, Wack,
we out. This sounds like a movie.
He said, we out 5:30 in the morning. The nigga 6ix9ine hits me up at 4 o'clock. I said, what up? He said, hey, motherfucker, don't miss that jet. Motherfucker, you the only chance I got. Right? You got to make this shit happen. I sent 6ix9ine back to Miami on the 6 o'clock. We jump on Elon's jet. Elon jet remotivated me, made me feel like a motherfucking ant. I ain't never been on no shit like this in my life. I'm used to like a 15, 20 second, then we in the air. This nigga jet is off the ground 3-4 seconds. The hole is bigger, wings is... You can't even feel yourself moving in this motherfucker. I just saw the other day his jet cost $80 million. It just popped up, right? So we get to Brownsville. We go to the SpaceX. We do the whole meeting and shit. And when I come see you, I'm going to show you all this footage I got of that shit on my phone, because I got shit on my phone I ain't supposed to have.
No, right? you showed me before.
I showed you some shit, okay.
Yo, this shit where the nigga starts the rocket.
Yeah, you saw it, right?
Nigga, I seen it.
Yeah, right. So I'm telling Ye, I'm finna shoot back to LA. He like, no, I gotta go do a song tonight with Alicia Keys in New York. You with me? So I fuck it. We jump back on the jet. We go to New York. We get to New York. Kanye's looking for me. I'm like, bro, Alicia Keys be doing closed sessions, bro. Ain't no sense in me coming over there. I'm gonna go check on my crib and I'll be back to the hotel. So next day he called me, said, Wack, book us some flights. We're gonna get out of here this evening. I said, we leaving private? He said, nah, we going back from JFK. Book the flights. Everybody coach, include me.
What?
You don't remember when Ye was flying coach? I swear to God, bro.
Why was he flying coach?
Listen, everybody, I'm finna answer one of your questions everybody be wondering about. So we go in the motherfucker. I don't want to fly coach. So I tell Ye, I said, Ye, they have flights for everybody but one person. He said, so what's the game plan? I said, the game plan is I'm going to catch another flight that gets me there 30 minutes before you, so I'll be waiting on you at the gate. I went and jumped on JetBlue Mint. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to fuck with that coach shit. That's too long, right?
Why the hell he coach?
He flying coach, right? So when I get back, and we get back, he say, Wack, book some studio time. I said, all right, cool. I said, they got Challenge Studio B open. He said, Wack, put me in A. I said, Game is already in A. He said, okay, cool, fuck it, I can go in there too, right? So we get to Challenge Studio B. He goes, gets his massage. The mobile lady comes out, and he goes in Studio A. I've been moving around with this nigga about a couple weeks now. What do you think happened that night in Studio A?
He cut a record?
He cut the Game single. So when everybody talking this video and this, one had nothing to do with the other, bro.
Hey, by the way, a couple of people hit me and they said, they told me the same thing. They said, that's your one fuck up. They said, why didn't you go?
You should have got on that jet. If you would have got on that jet, bro, let me explain something to you. You probably would have came back with a couple million in your pocket. Whatever he had going on, he'd have cut you in, gave you some points, and that nigga you would have had a movie. You should have got on that jet, bro.
Damn, you just made it seem like I should have been up in Japan right now.
You should have, bro, he was going to give you a seat on the jet. It probably wasn't nothing about 5 people going to be on the jet. The nigga jet carried 16. Like, you should have got on the jet. When you make sacrifices for him, he sacrificed for you, bro. You should have got on that jet.
Now you got me thinking. Hey, what did you take away? And listen, I'm down for whatever Q&A you had set up. What did you take away from his answers? I mean, he's not backing down from some of the things he said in relation to Jay-Z, the tweet.
I think he's poking the bear, bro. He's poking the bear.
He's doing it harder than he's ever done before now. I'm gonna be honest.
No, he's poking the bear fucking with Kendrick, bro. He taking
What?
shots.
The fuck Kendrick
Man,
gonna
that
do?
nigga said, bro, he said Drake is way better. Which
He's
gonna
correct.
agree.
He's correct.
Yeah, you're gonna agree.
No. He's correct.
There's no act. We done already did this 18 times. We don't gotta waste time. We know your point of view. We know my point of view, right?
He's talking about
and he
importance
also
to rap
said-
music, though.
He also said that the Super Bowl, the halftime show was whack.
I mean, come on now.
And he also insinuated that the only reason why Kendrick got the Grammys was based upon they were against Drake. And he also said, and I'm number one, nigga, not you.
I mean, Kanye West is
And he said Kendrick ain't got no hits. Now, you know that ain't true, bro.
okay, maybe the last one ain't true, but Kanye West is the greatest hip-hop artist of all time. He's always number one. And Drake's my guy, and I still say Kanye was the greatest hip-hop artist of all time.
Who did?
Kanye said he was jealous.
And Ye did say he was jealous. So I'm going to be real. Right
You
now.
know, he liking
Right
himself
now,
to God.
Ye, you my nigga. Ye, you know you my nigga. You my nigga, Ye. But right now, bro, right now, if I was Kendrick, I would take off on his ass, and Kendrick got the edge. I think
Hell
right
no.
now, I'm going to
No
tell
one
you why.
expects Kanye to rap battle.
I'm going to bullshit. I have to.
Kendrick
He
Lamar
said
is
too
only
much.
a battle rapper.
He said too much.
Yo, let me ask you a
Listen,
question. Let me ask
he
you.
said
You know what?
too much. If Kanye, listen.
You know what
if
be more fair?
Kendrick get
Whack,
off on Ye,
let
me
him do
ask
a
you something.
versus.
If
Kanye
Kendrick
would
get- no,
beat
we're
him
not
20
doing
to
that.
0. Kanye
Listen.
would beat him 20 to 0 in a
Listen.
versus. He's not gonna
Listen,
rap
we
battle
ain't
with
talking
the.
about no verses. We talking about in the ring today. Listen to me, bro. If Kendrick,
Who got more hits, Whack?
we're not talking about that. Ain't got nothing, nigga. Did
He
that
not
mean
about to
something?
battle rap.
Buster Douglas whooped Mike Tyson ass. Didn't mean shit, did it?
But
Listen
he's
to
not
me,
about
bro.
it. He's not about a battle
Listen
rap.
to me.
Yo,
Listen to me.
if Kanye was gonna
Bro,
respond with raps,
If
Drake
Kendrick,
dissed him.
after everything Kanye said, and I love Ye to death,
Drake-
after all the crazy shit Ye said, if Kendrick took off on him and dissed him,
Hell no.
and he didn't respond, nigga, they gonna
would
look
have
at him
to.
like you ain't shit.
No, they would kill
Kendrick
Kendrick
would bury
because
Drake and something like that. Kendrick would bury Drake.
no.
Kendrick
You know
would
why they
bury
would kill
Kanye.
Kendrick? Because Kendrick would be showing that he's a one-trick pony. He's a battle rapper. That's it. He's a battle rapper.
Get the fuck out of here.
He's
how
a-
how a nigga go disrespect the nigga, and then you say, no.
You heard him say in the interview, I make
Right, look, now
I
watch
make
this.
better music than these niggas.
Now watch
That's a
this.
fact.
Now watch this. I'm gonna show you. Now, let me teach you about politics, right? And I'm gonna
Yo,
use
Top
myself.
Dog must got you on a hell of a retainer. This is crazy.
Oh, no. No, look, Top Dog been extremely busy. Actually, they're all highly upset at me. Top Dog, Birdman, QCP, they all highly upset at me.
Why?
They called me the other night in R&B. Did they not call me the other night and scold the fuck out of me? Mm-hmm. This is a fact. Right? So listen to me. Kendrick has the edge at that for a few reasons. Walk with me. One, he already on fire with it, so he already got the people with him. Two, the powers that be, if you guys are insinuating they altered or controlled something with him and Drake, what the fuck you think gonna happen now?
Whack, man. Whack.
Act, listen to me. Listen to look at what's going on. They are going to pump Kendrick in every way they can, bro. Think about what I'm saying, bro. Hear me. At least at the time, Drake had y'all both UMG. Bro, nigga, this nigga Kendrick gonna be on shit. He ain't never been. And then you know what's gonna be happening on the other side? Restriction. Keep it. Think about it. I really think the politics will be in Kendrick's favor. Damn, you gotta ask, girl. Listen, I think the politics are really be in Kendrick's favor when it comes to just the overall how the music is gonna be pushed. When it comes to the rapping, I would love to hear how Ye would respond to a K-Dot diss, bro.
Here's the thing. I think if he was gonna respond musically, he'd make a better song. Yo, we can't compare Kanye West and literally a nigga who he would just be fighting. He'd be just going back and forth to murder Mook on URL. Kendrick ain't no artist like that compared to Ye.
Hey, bro, get the fuck out of here.
Kendrick
if that's the case,
Kendrick should never be mentioned in the same caliber as Kanye West.
Drake is who?
What?
If that's the case, because the nigga you call him Murder Mook fucked over Drake, so Drake is who?
What do you mean? In a battle rap sense. In a battle rap sense, we're gonna give it to Kendrick. We give it to Kendrick in a battle rap sense. When nobody's taking away his battle rap.
Kendrick outdo Ye, is what you said.
Of course he can't compare to Ye in any type of facet other than being able to battle rap, bro. Like, it feels disrespectful.
But that's what we talk. We talking about a rap battle.
But why would wait? Hold on. Why would
shit Ye was saying?
Why would Ye
a rap battle?
Why would Ye actually go in an arena of battle rap when that's never been his lane?
Bro, the shit he said on your interview. So why you didn't stop Ye from saying those things? Huh?
I mean, he was saying it right. He said,
why you didn't stop him?
Listen. What that got to do with a battle rap? When he said,
why you didn't stop him?
Hold on. Let me restate what he said. He says Drake is a million.
Why I didn't stop him?
Why
you didn't stop him?
Because he was telling the truth. Drake is a million times more important to hip hop music than Kendrick Lamar. That's a fact.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's a fact.
Nigga, let me tell you something. Kendrick Lamar represents the epitome of every urban ghetto child, right? That come from every motherfucking ghetto area across the United States of America.
Huh?
Drake comes from motherfucking Canada, a motherfucking child little sitcom star. Fuck out of here. Bro, Kendrick, what he represents and stands for is way more motivational, bro, than what Drake stands for when it comes to our country, where the fuck he ain't from.
Hey, you understood that we said who is more important to music, not whose story we identify with more. Right? What Kendrick's story is definitely a story that I would believe that more people could identify with than Drake. Of course, his come up story, his life story, yes. But who is more important to music? Brother, you can't tell me a nigga who's basically Kawhi Leonard. He drop every 5 years. You can't tell me that nigga is the most important person when it comes to hip hop music over Drake. Stop it. We need to stop it. Come on, we gotta stop the delusion.
Listen, we take nothing from Ye, but like Ye say, I fuck with Kendrick. He's very important. You gonna stop downplaying who he is, because if Kendrick was a New York nigga, you be on his dick right now.
No, Kendrick represents one part of hip hop that is very important, but only one part.
Kendrick represents the epitome of hip hop.
No, that's not true.
That's a fact.
Kanye West represents the epitome of hip hop. That's why he's the greatest hip hop artist.
Kanye West represents a versatility of hip hop.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Somebody that can change the game in hip hop.
Who got a better catalog?
Ye, at this point.
At this point, he ain't never gonna change. Who's a better hip hop artist overall?
We don't know, bro. Shit happens.
Who's a better hip hop artist overall?
At this point, right now, today, I'm going with Kendrick.
You crazy. Listen, Kanye West is...
Kanye is not focused on hip-hop right now.
Yo.
He's focused. Kanye is
even
focused
when he's unfocused,
when
he's unfocused, he drops albums and he's still working on albums that is...
Ye is focused on positioning the people.
Hold on, but he'll even when he's unfocused, he'll be working on projects that 10,000 times will be more revolutionary and revolutionize not only sound but the current state of music than anybody else. And I'm saying even Drake and Kendrick. We can't we can't be talking about like niggas like Kendrick Lamar compared to the fucking GOAT. Come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, hey, does he rap better than him? Bro, yes, he does rap better than him.
That's just like saying, and I know you're not gonna like this, but I'm finna put you in the trick bag. At one point in time, people would have said, you can't be comparing Kanye to people like Jay-Z. That's the GOAT. And look what has happened.
Well, yeah, he's a better artist. I mean, of course, he was behind. He was behind a lot of
acting like Kendrick ain't in his J bag on this build, bro.
Nigga, fuck out of here, bro. Are you serious? Yo,
that's a fact.
yo, I understand he wore the KKK hoodie. I understand he's done some shit.
We not fighting him for that, bro.
Okay, but if we talk about strictly music, Kendrick Lamar can't hold a candle to goddamn. And by the way, I think Drake either on a music level. This guy is the epitome of music. He's the best musician of all time that's ever came that's ever been in hip hop. Has there been better rappers? Clearly. Drake's a better rapper. Kendrick's a better rapper, right? But overall, when it comes to hip-hop artistry, when we think about the significant changes of sound in modern time that has spawned the likes of whether it's the Travis Scott, the Kid Cudis, all of these other people, Kanye is the originator and Kanye changed hip-hop. He single-handedly, the pink polo guy, changed hip-hop from all of this like, yo, go shorty, it's your birthday and many men, to basically what emo rap eventually came on. Without him, I don't even think that people like even Kendrick even get spawned. And I don't even think that we get people like X. I think the majority of hip hop came from Kanye West. I'm sorry. I got to give it up to him. The guy's the most important. Could you call him a little bit like, you know, he's a little bit loony at times, you may say? Sure, you can say that, but is he the greatest single most important artist of all time when it comes to hip hop music? Absolutely.
Do you know where Drake made his first mistake with Kendrick?
You tell me.
When he said Kendrick is rapping like he's trying to free the slaves.
I heard someone else say that. That's wrong.
What you trying to do?
That's wrong.
What you trying to do? Keep them enslaved?
No, that's
he's
wrong.
He's supposed to be rapping like he's trying to free the slaves.
I hate when people try to rewrite.
No.
I hate when people try to rewrite the history of that battle. The reality is this. Fuck the mistakes and fuck the
ain't no mistake.
No, here's the thing. It's not about what Drake's first mistake was. It's about who had the first knockout punch, and it was not like us. Anything else with the battle is inconsequential.
Listen,
who cares if you did AI on a beat?
So you agree right now that Kendrick ain't a walk in the park if it was a Kendrick Ye rap battle?
If I'm Ye, why would I rap battle versus a nigga that's all he know how to do? I would say this. I would bet I'll put $100,000 on it. If Kanye West locks in the music for, I would say 2 weeks, it's impossible for Kendrick to make a better album than him. This guy's a musician.
We're not talking about an album, we're talking about rap battle.
Yeah, bro, who cares about a rap battle?
Bro,
yo, Pusha T won a rap battle and he's back in the trenches.
Are
respectfully.
You saying that Ye, in your interview, didn't shoot missiles at Kendrick?
Yeah, he shot missiles because he's the king of this hip hop shit.
Shoot missiles,
yeah, hold on. The missiles don't only get handled with rap battle. He said, "I'm the king of this shit," and when I say who's important, that's who's important. He's the king.
Supposed to say he's the king. We have many kings.
Well,
in the motherland, there were many kings amongst.
It's a sad day that you're taking like we're giving Kendrick top tier ability to be able to rap battle. I'm giving that to him. Before the battle with Drake, I used to say he was unproven. Now I can say he's definitely proven. Okay, great. I won't take that away from him. But if you're gonna talk about him and Kanye West in terms of music making. Yo, this nigga Kendrick had a whole career, and his career never got this big. Yo, play this. Play this. Kanye didn't have to get a uptick in his career by rap battling. You know what he did? He made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Graduation. He made College Dropout. He made Late Registration. He made 5 classics in a goddamn row. He's a rapper with the most amount of classics. What are we talking about? Kendrick's last few albums ain't even fucking with Donda. Let me ask you a question. Whack, can I ask you a question? Is Kendrick's last couple albums fucking with Donda?
You ain't getting another interview ever again, so you might want to stop dick riding. Just tell the truth.
I'm telling the truth. Hey, if I'm telling the truth and I relate it to Drake, and you know Drake my favorite rapper, but I can't deny the nigga's the greatest hip-hop artist of all time, that's Kanye West. Drake to me is the greatest rapper of all time, but there's a difference between rapper and artist. There's also a difference, and so I'll give you maybe Kendrick's the greatest battle rapper of all time. Drake the greatest overall rapper, and then we're gonna give Kanye the greatest artist of all time. That's how it is. Come on. Stop this. Come on, we gotta stop this delusion.
Are you talking about rap?
Everything is rap, but hip hop, the core element is rap. But we all know the artist takes that rap to a different level. Like, again, Dr. Dre, obviously one of the greatest producers of all time, but he's a great also artist. That's why he could create these.
Yes, sir.
He could create these projects even for himself, even though he's not a natural rapper. But they'll be classics too. Kanye, Amari West is the greatest hip hop artist of all time. There's not even a 1A. There's no 1B. It's just him. He's looking out at everybody. This is the reason why he can say whatever he wants. We'll never cancel him. We'll always give him another chance. If anybody else did half of that, we're done with them. Kendrick included, Drake too.
Let me tell you something, Act. You have fake because you still haven't put on the White Lives Matter shirt and took a picture, and you scared to put on the motherfucking KKK uniform.
Why? What the hell that got to do with this conversation we having? What the hell?
Why wouldn't you put it on? You saying what you mean? That's your leader, right?
No. Listen, you know, there's certain things, and we could have discernment, right? For example, I could give Kanye the credit for being the greatest hip hop artist of all time, and still say I don't agree with all of his thoughts. Right? If I agreed with all of his thoughts because he was the greatest, that would be called dick riding. It's like the same way how Kendrick fans think because he's a good battle rapper, like he's impervious to lying. He's impervious to doing anything that every other man is fallible to. Like they act like he's Jesus. That's dick riding, right? So I'm saying Kanye.
No, it ain't. That's giving that man his credit, his status.
Say again?
That's giving him his status, giving him his credit.
No, everybody act like Kendrick could do no wrong. Like. Hey,
man, let me ask you a question, man. Can I line up an interview with you and my nephew over there? I mean, I don't know if you can have it.
Who?
You know who I'm talking about off the West Coast.
Who? Daylight? You Malone? Who?
No. I think you're a little scared of him. Come on, you know who?
Who?
He said he'd never talk to you, but I think I could get him to do it.
Who? Wait. Who?
Come on, bro.
Wait, who? Who don't want to talk to me? They love me on the West.
Come on, bro. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro.
Chad, who's he talking about?
You know.
Who? Throw me a hint. Throw me a hint.
You really go. He's the voice of the West Coast.
Who's the voice of, like, media wise?
He's the voice of the West Coast.
When it comes
his co-host name is Gina Views.
If it's the voice of the West Coast, it's Adam 22. He's the biggest media personality on the West. I'm sorry. Adam 22 is the biggest media personality on the West. Who else?
So you scared to talk to nephew?
Are you referring to DJ Head?
There we go. See, I was gonna make you put some respect on this thing.
With all due respect,
got it.
With all due respect,
I was gonna make sure you put respect on his name.
Yo,
stop acting like you don't know the fuck we talking about.
With all due respect, and this is why I say people laugh at the West Coast. We be treating y'all like the special kid in the class. Like, you know what I mean? When you get an F, we just give y'all an A. Because if he's the biggest voice on the West Coast with a non-existent
you can handle a conversation with him?
With a non-existent platform, he basically don't got nothing going on. Like, I mean,
do you think you can handle a conversation?
Of course, I could handle a conversation with him. Here's the thing, though: it won't be a conversation in good faith. It won't be a conversation in good faith because we've had that conversation on stream, and he flat out said he refuses to give certain props to other people that might look disparaging to Kendrick because he came up with him. And when someone says that, hey, you're not having a good faith discussion.
I'm gonna line it up, bro. I'm gonna line it up. We're gonna line it up.
It's like would you have if you say someone's your brother and somebody wants to debate you objectively and you're like, well, I mean,
I debate you all the time, motherfucker.
Nah, but all right, hold on. See, I hate to bring this up, but remember when they were going around about what's the work, who got the work? I mean, you were doing that when people said, well, why you ain't cover the work on QCP? That's your brother. You don't give a fuck what niggas say, and I like that you say that because some shit we ain't gonna. That's your bias, and you should have a bias.
Listen, check this out.
See?
Some people that don't do internet shit, I don't put them in internet shit. I'm just being real.
Whack, I've heard you talk about niggas I didn't even know they were. Whack, you talk about a nigga named Stutterbox. I was Googling who the fuck this nigga. I don't know who he is, bro. You be talking about
only because he allowed them to pull him into the internet shit.
No, but you talk about a lot of people that's not. You introduced me to half of the West Coast, bro. Like you in the Hunter side, because when I listen to y'all in the morning, I know y'all gonna be talking specialized about certain shit. Y'all got the details, and I'm checking y'all out. But a lot of times I'm Googling to say, who the hell is this?
I just mentioned QCP. I just told you they all called and chastised me the other day. Like 1 a.m.
What'd you do?
And I got this motherfucking woman over here who say she my motherfucking queen over here talking about tell him again.
Oh, don't tell me R&B was gassing it.
Oh my God.
No way.
What?
Nah.
As pretty as that ass was on the side of me, I said, get the fuck away from me.
Hey, but here's the thing. Again, I'm down to have a conversation with DJ Head. I'll say this though. I don't think it'll be a conversation that's in good faith because put it like this. If you ask him to give one criticism of Kendrick, he can't do it. If you ask me to give a criticism of Drake, I could give you 20 of them. Because not only am I a fan of Drake, I'm also a critique of Drake. I'm the one who said when For the Dogs came out at first, it's not what I expected. Why does it sound like this? Why is he leaning into certain things?
Have you ever had a session with Big Boy?
No, but I definitely have a tremendous respect for Big Boy. Big Boy's
I'm gonna set that one up for you next. That's gonna be big.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have him come on your shit. I'm gonna have him call in. That's my brother. See now, you see how, and I will tell you this. We're gonna move on with the questioning. People be wondering how I got or get so much shit. You gotta remember, bro. My phone book is a motherfucker.
Now, you do got an extensive Rolodex. I mean, you're the one who got Snoop Dogg on the stream. You know you got Snoop Dogg on here. I was
look, we on your stream. I'm like, hold on, let me hit Dogg. You thought I was capping.
Yeah, nah, I definitely did.
Right?
I thought it was AI when he first came on.
Yo, ask Dogg on what? Yeah, what's up? That's right. You know what I'm saying? Right? I deal with people don't even know I deal with. Like if R&B was to come in here, she'd tell you the type of people call this phone, the type of business that I do. From all kind of shit. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, I got a lot of history with a lot of people, bro, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? So, it just is what it is. Yo, Floor, who compiled the questions for this dude? AB, one of y'all, somebody. Who compiled the questions? Nobody?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
There you go.
Hey, Akademiks, thank you so much for coming back through to our stage. You know it's the 100 side, the best side. We appreciate you taking your time out today. We do have some questions on the stage. I know Tink DS, but I also have a question to open up. So just watching your video, I saw how you walked in, you know, kind of smooth. You was trying to get your hat right, you know, front, back. Yeah. Then you started moving furniture. Were you expecting to have a stand-up interview face-to-face with Kanye? And how did you adjust to all of that?
That's why I like how, by the way, thank you for your question, by the way, you know, shout out to the Hunter side. That's what I do like about it being like, you see me get out the car and you then see him get in the car. Like everything is unedited, but I had no idea what to expect. I'm thinking, I don't know if I've met a billionaire before. I don't know. Well, I guess I have, but I haven't been a hip hop. I thought it was going to be a lot of people. I thought it was going to be, and again, I've heard stories about Ye, like just his personality. Sometimes he could be hot, he could be cold. So I didn't know what it was going to be. And also, like, because it's Kanye, I think he, you know, I look at him when it comes to production, not only music, but even video, as having really high standards. And I'm like, dog, I'm doing this off of a vlog mic and a camera. And I was a little bit nervous, definitely nervous. And also, here's the thing too, you know, somebody said in my chat, they were like, yo, bro, out of all the people you support and the people you like, bro, Kanye West gave you this interview before a lot of them. And also, here's the thing, I was surprised how it was just me and him. It wasn't like a bunch of red tape. I told him this. I said, usually the richer people they have people around them and it gets bureaucratic, and you're dealing with, you got to talk to the assistant that talks to the stylist who jumps on set to be like, yo, I got to fix his hair, I got to fix his shirt. And it was only Ye in that room. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm glad how it turned out, but was I nervous? Hell yeah. And of course, him asking me to move the furniture, nigga, sorry my language, but like, yo, at that point I became an IKEA worker. Who cares? I was just, hey, I'm a person though. Yeah, I'm a person who, like, I've always got my hands dirty. Like, you know, what people don't realize about me, like, way back in the day, this is 2013. Like, I last had a regular job in 2013. I had, which I just brought back to my house at this point because I'm a hoarder a little bit. I had this Mazda 3. I used to record YouTube videos out the back of it when I used to tell my boss I'm going to the bathroom. So I would record YouTube videos out of that. So I only say that to say, like, if I need to get my hands dirty, like, I'm always down for that. I'm not the guy who walks in like, all right, set up production and just mic me up and let's go. Like, hey, if I'm moving furniture, I was going to get it done by hook or by crook. I don't care what it was. Even if it was on an iPhone.
Dope. Yeah, it was definitely a great interview. And I thought of all of those things. I was like, man, how did he even score this stand-up interview? Because it ended up being a stand-up interview. But shoot, it sounds like you have some connections. Now, was it one of those things where you did have to speak to his assistant first, or it was like a direct line you had?
Yes, so there was like, you know, one person in between just kind of trying to set up logistics at first before everything went haywire. And by the way, I do want to address, because I do see this people saying this on Twitter. They're saying, fuck the KKK outfit and whatever he had going on. The most impressive thing was this nigga Akademiks stood for a straight hour. That deserves a Pulitzer Prize. It wasn't as uncomfortable as you think. Honestly, I was just standing there like, you know, I didn't know what he was going to do. Like, I at times I felt he was going to, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, so it didn't even feel like I was standing. I felt like I was like floating. That might sound dick runnerish, but I felt like I was like floating in that space, and I was like struggling at times to like process everything he was saying at the level that he wanted to make sure I'm asking the right questions. And he definitely had his point of what he wanted to get out. So, and by the way, he requested an interview. He requested it, so he requested it on Twitter. And
dope.
I think the reason why he requested it, I sent out a tweet. And I said, I think this year people have to channel their yay energy. And the reason why I said that was that, you know, I definitely think speech and how people, like this woke stuff, and it could be woke in any type of way you want to think about it. It's kind of made people so scared to say what's on their mind. And that doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, but being able to say what's on your mind, hopefully it's not going to, like, everyone doesn't hate you for it. But I do think that's an ideal that people are missing on social media and on just like the internet period, where people should be able to say what you feel. Hopefully it's not something that'll get you to lose your job or your bank accounts. But I think that's the yay energy I was talking about. I think he's seen that, and then he was just like, yo, I want to connect with that guy because he's at least seeing some facet of me being able to express myself and me valuing that. So yeah, and that's another reason why I kept it, or I wanted to keep it unedited. And by the way, I think it was pretty much unedited.
It definitely appeared to come across unedited. And that is something I like about you, too, is like you kind of just have your own opinion and you keep it real to yourself. So shout out to you. I do have some more team members on stage who are looking to ask some questions. Tink, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Ek?
Tink, what's good? I've heard your name a few times. I've heard Wax say. I heard you kick the lid off a couple things on here.
Just a couple. But I did want to ask the question because, you know, I'm from Chicago. Mm-hmm. With Kanye being from Chicago, you know, I know you have heavily interview with Dirk and things to that nature, G Herbo, Polo G, all of these people, especially when it came down to your Warren Chirac era or whatever, with everything that you cover with the Chicago culture, did this interview, like, did it make you look at Chicago a little differently, or was you more so looking at, like, just Kanye, period, like, within himself?
Well, I definitely say that, so, you know, Chicago, I think is just, first of all, Chicago is a super multifaceted place, because if you could think about...
You better say that.
Think about me interviewing Dirk, and then think about me interviewing Kanye. By the way, I've interviewed even Dreezy back in the day, but there's different waves of it with Kanye. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, and Whack might have thought I was just dick riding trying to get to Japan. Like, I really do look at this guy as, you know, really one of the best hip hop artists, really the best hip hop artist of all time. So being able to, you know, try to soak up some game, or at least trying to challenge him, or even, you know, I mean, I didn't think this was gonna happen that quickly. So it definitely made me look at Chicago. Chicago artists show me a lot of love, and I try to show them love. So, I think that's what we could say. Anytime when people bring up whether it's war, Chirac, or whatever, like, definitely my career has 100% not only been benefited by Chicago, but Chicago is always tied into my story, whether it's the artists I've covered, whether it's the love I've gotten, or even sometimes, some of the backlash. But it's all part of the story. So, I love Chicago, and I love the fact that there's that dichotomy between a Ye and a Dirk, a Ye and a Vaughn, or a Ye and a Keith. So, yeah, Chicago's a great place, especially for music. Well, for music.
For everything, food, everything, you got it in Chicago. But I'm gonna pass it off to
T. Bradshaw. T. Bradshaw, you on the stage?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, T. Bradshaw, you up next.
Trap Bradshaw. So, seeing throughout the whole interview that Ye had a lot to say about, he was kind of kicking down on not kicking down, but going at Kendrick and bigging up Drake though, man. Do you feel as if, like, where do you think the change of feelings came from?
That's a really good question. So, what I kind of realized about everything that was happening, right? And this is how, if you want to, like, I try to do a director's cut, like, reacting to the interview when it first came out. But one thing I realized is that all of his beefs, or all of the things, the axes he had to grind, kind of came from the same things, right? So, like, for example, because and by the way, I was speaking to him the other night as well, and he had talked about, like, he had mentioned something about R. Kelly, and for him, it's him seeing certain people, and he feel like he's seen how the media or whatever did to them, and not that these people are like angels or whatever, but he identifies somewhat with it, and I think that's where the Drake thing comes in. I think he still looks at Drake as a rival. I don't think he really rocks with Drake like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole different thing. But I think what he looked at it, he's like, you know what? What's happening to Drake is what happens when partially the industry has pressed the button to say, we've had enough of you, and we're gonna humble you and put you in check. And that's how he looks at it. And for him, he looks at himself to say, yeah, they tried to do the same thing to me. So I think that's why he speaks maybe pro Drake in a sense of comparing it to Kendrick. And he probably speaks against Kendrick because he's saying, Kendrick, you might think that this is just about you winning a back and forth versus this other guy, but you should also realize that there's other forces. It's not just you. Great, you made a great song. You did good in the battle, but it's not just you. There's other forces that are affecting this, and I know this too well because those same forces, when they wanted to humble me or get me out of the paint, they also affected me. So I think that's where his criticism is. He uses a Matrix reference where he's like, and he said it with Cardi, and he kept saying, like, he feels Cardi's operating on the behalf of some of these people with that invisible hand that's, trying to either push a certain agenda, this and third. And I guess he's saying that to Kendrick, where he's saying, a lot of what you're doing now, as you may think it's you, but there's an agenda behind it. And I'm never going to be cool with those people that end up being agents of those people with the agenda. So if you understand that point, I think you might understand why he's speaking about Kendrick a lot. Now, he also admitted that he is jealous. And I thought that was a very introspective view and also an honest view, right? Like, of course, he's human. He wanted to be on an album. Whatever that happened with the Cardi thing, again, he knows just like I know. Cardi made certain decisions. Kendrick got on the album a few times, supposedly had some maybe input, and however it came about, it was decided that Kanye shouldn't be on the album. So you can see why he's feeling a certain type of way about it. He's not just spewing just random like whatever. It's coming from his POV, if you get what I'm saying.
Nah, I got you. So no video yet?
You low as fuck, Bradshaw. you low, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was asking a simple question. I'm good. I'm fixing my mic over here. I'll be back in a
Wait.
minute.
Was he asking if I saw the Nokia video? No, I didn't see the Nokia video yet, but I see circulating on Twitter.
That's what I asked. That's what I asked.
Okay, there you go. Bradshaw, listen, bro. Listen, brother. You at home over here.
Fact.
You know, listen. You know the things I got to deal with. You don't have to deal with on this floor. It's order here, Bradshaw. Hey, Ion, if Ion's in that goo, y'all find my brother, pull him up. You up?
He on stage.
Ion, go ahead. And don't ever disrespect me like that again. I'm gonna attack you. Motherfucker asked me, could he ask a question?
So I have a question for you, academics. Well, first of all, one great interview. It was really dope.
By the way, really, thank you. It means a lot from you because I know we've kind of.
There you go, my boy. Remembered him.
Of course, I remember. That means a lot from you. Appreciate it. Hey, not to cut you off, but I will say, I was also thinking about that, like walking away from the situation. I'm like, I didn't want to be the person who let everybody down, that everybody was going to say, this dude just, because sometimes I talk a lot, which I am right now. Like, either I talk too much, or I was too opinionated, or I didn't do enough pushback, or...
Nah, you did good.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that. But continue.
No, I really appreciated how you let things, like, flow, because, sometimes, interviewing people, because I've interviewed a few people, including him, if you like, too direct, it can go, like, different places, but you definitely tapped into his creative side, and the way that interview flowed, we were able to see things from a different perspective. But I wanted to know, because there was like an awkward space when y'all left the hotel room, and there was these people who work for him, and it almost was like whole energy change. I wanted to know, like, what was your experience and what was you thinking when you saw this, black billionaire come out with this KKK mask and a White Lives Matter shirt, and then he had like these, white people ironing his shit for him, basically going through his bag and helping him prep for this types of stuff, and then coming to find out that Skims, the lady who was Kim Kardashian robbed Skims from, was actually on Kanye West's team. And it almost was like a moment where Kanye like just gave that look, like, you see what's going on here. What was your experience there? And tell me what you thought about that.
Yeah, so you're gonna see, like, when we get into the hallway, I actually even say, because sometimes it's easy to be one version of yourself, either in private, or maybe you could do it on Twitter or in controlled spaces. But when you're around other people, to be unapologetically yourself. And I said it to Ye. I said, like he never talked like he had to like brace for people's feelings about what he felt and what he wanted to do. And a lot of times we see this like in the black community a bit, where it's like we'll act a certain type of way when it's just us. Then when we get to the white people, like, we're like a fully sanitized version, or it's like very different. And I just noticed that, obviously some of these people are on his team or whatever, but I just noticed he's just the same person, and he's just him. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't understand. Like, I only realized, and I did the Googling afterwards, when he introduced me, I didn't really think that was really the person. So the person who supposedly headed up Skims and everything, I get to realize, I'm like, oh shit, like, that's like actually a moment there. But I was kind of confused. I was just like, okay, wait, is he going to wear this out in public? And then he gave me the White Lives Matter t-shirt. I'm like, well, this is like epic. This is going on eBay. Now I'm playing. But I'm like,
you should frame that.
but the whole time I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, I didn't even, the guy too, I don't know if he was wearing like a religious outfit. I don't know, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that was weird as hell, seeing that guy just standing there. And I'm like, what is going on here? I really wanted to know your thought process.
Yo, and I'm not that versed on like religion that much. So I'm like kind of looking at him, I'm like, this is not like a Jewish outfit, is it? Like, hold on, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know. So I'm looking at Kanye, I'm looking at him, I'm seeing if they're gonna look at him and be like, yo, wait, you still have the swastika chain on? I don't know. Like, I was just sitting there, just watch my face, and I wish the cameraman like panned to everyone else, because I'm just kind of like, this is Kanye.
What did that tell you? Listen, in that moment, I don't think you understood what that moment meant. That moment right there has never, ever happened in that manner. You step out, you got Ye, you got some Jewish people, you got some people got some position in a very prominent company, and you got Ye showing off the goddamn clan outfit with the swastika chain, and they are embracing it. What does that tell you about that man?
Man, that told me he's just apologetically himself, and also, you know, by the way, I also give him credit. He never told me he even said, bring the cameraman inside the elevator to keep rolling.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He don't care.
Yeah, it also told me, like, to him, what he sees as outrage is not necessarily, he matches it with what he sees around him, right? So when people are online just giving, like, maybe some blanket opinions like, oh, I can't believe you're doing this, he cares more about it, because he even said it. He was like, yo, he's like, I usually talk to some people who I would consider woke, and I ask them, what about what I'm saying offends you? So it looks like he's having these conversations. So I don't know. I'm telling you, I watched it happen live, and even now I'm watching the video, and I feel like Quando Rondo was an out of body experience. I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm like, damn, that all happened very naturally, unplanned, unpredictable. Yeah.
Bang, you in here quiet as fuck. I know you grew up and have you on restriction. You got some questions for Act Bang? Crazy.
I know CL had a question on DS.
Oh, yeah, especially DS. Yeah, where's Motor Mouth at? Motor Mouth.
I got a pretty mouth. But I do have a couple questions. Let's see. What's something that you learned about Kanye that you didn't know before y'all interview?
You know what it is? I feel like once he gives you his word, he'll stick to it. And I see why he feels so disrespected when people don't stick to their word, or when relationships or people go against him. Because, you know, for him, even that happening, that interview happening like that, he's like, hey, Ak, I know we were supposed to do it yesterday, and I was supposed to leave. And he essentially told me, I gave you my word I was going to do this. I'm going to do it. And I think Wax said the same thing. You know, it's important when you could value a man's word. When you could value a man's word with his actions, I think that matters. And I could see why, you know, despite what the narrative and people say about him and like him personally, I could see why people do go around him. You know what I mean? Like he's very direct. He's going to tell you what he means, but also if he gives you his word, he's going to stick to it. And I like that. Because if you had asked me when I got on that plane, I thought it was a 60-40 I did the interview. I think what was going to happen, I would have probably met with him, and then I've done this a lot. Sometimes these rappers, they're just not in the mood for an interview, or they're like, oh, okay, I got to go somewhere, or just stick around indefinitely, and it'll happen eventually, and you end up just pretty much leaving. But, he stuck to his word, so I respect it.
That was my next question. Were you afraid to be alone with Kanye on that jet, or why didn't you really go to Japan with him?
I'm going to be honest. Well, first of all, Japan is very far. But number two, I was also thinking, I'm like, maybe I was just thinking about, I'm just not in the place to, it just feels like something I would plan for.
You was thinking about your shits in the hotel room, your girl here, your people.
Yeah, you started thinking. Yeah, you started thinking.
I already know.
You started thinking logistically, right? I'm thinking.
What you were supposed to do was.
I'm thinking. I got my dogs in Jersey. I'm thinking so many things. I'm like, nah, I can't go right now.
Your girl was supposed to go back and handle that, and what you was supposed to do, send her back to handle that, and then you was supposed to fly her to you, bro. That's it. He'd let her come back with y'all. He don't trip like that.
And also, I'm going to be honest with you, there was like, I didn't know if that invitation was like, all right, if I said yes, it was like, okay, well, hop in the car and let's go now.
No, that's what that was. No, he'd have told you and the camera crew, let's roll. And that would have been it. Bro, if he'd have had stragglers, he'd have put them on a regular flight. I'm telling you. I know it. Like, what you was supposed, if you would have hit me and said, whack, this nigga did, I'd have said, look, bro, tell your girl, go pack your shit up, send her back, handle, get the house locked down, book her a ticket, I'll give you my agent, he get the shit for the low, we'll pay half to get her over there to you. He gonna take you and your camera crew, but get on that motherfucking jet. I'm telling you. I'd have told you get on that jet, because you'd have came back with a movie. And you'd have came back probably with some points in the company or some shit. That's just how he do.
And I agree with that too. So we won't say too much, but he FaceTime from Japan. He has a whole situation over there.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the worst mistake.
I had to ask him, wait, this is Japan? He has it set up over there where it's not like he's just there just randomly. He has a whole operation with a whole team working, just like I saw those team working when he was at his big ass factory or warehouse in LA. So I'm like, wow, he just has all of these facilities around the world where he has 10 things working, and he's giving me a tour. He's like, this we're doing here, we're doing this here, we're doing this here, we're doing this here. And he's having a meeting while he's on a call with us, and then something he didn't like, and he's like, I'm gonna call you right back. I need to have a team meeting real quick. He's doing 30 things at once. I think that's probably the most impressive thing about him too.
That's a fact. Brock, where Brock? Brock ain't in here. I got my hitters is quiet. Brock, quiet.
What's happening? What's happening? Access Brock, man.
What up, Brock?
All right, so bro, I know you believe, because you're one of the leaders of the new school as far as the independent media, unbiased, because you're not controlled by the powers that be. So let me see. So even though you kind of feel like you unbiased and an independent media source, do you feel sometimes sorry, I got the baby. Do you feel sometimes compelled to my bad, had to be off. Do you feel sometimes compelled to be biased to balance out the narrative sometimes? Cause looking at what happened to Drake last year, you got the Kendrick situation, and then the whole media kind of changed on Drake. I kind of seen you kind of take the stance of the balancer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I had this conversation even with Drake. I was like, yo, listen, this is the first time ever I felt like, because I felt like I got to the heights of independent media, I felt a lot of narratives that came out, I was maybe a part of, help even push, whether rightly or wrongly or whatever. But when it came to the Drake shit, it was just it became so much like politics, where I remember saying to him, I'm like, yo, the crazy thing is if I give a Kendrick Lamar song any credit, first of all, Kendrick has a great digital team. They clip it and they use that to say Drake's biggest fan even likes this Kendrick shit. And when you see that happening, not only in media, it kind of makes you all right, well, so the only way not to be taken out of context there is, I just gotta only like Drake and never criticize Drake, or not like Kendrick, or never give Kendrick credit. And I ain't gonna lie, that was probably, especially during the battle, that was one of the toughest things that I had to get over with, right? Because it's with all due respect to Wax Guy, DJ Head is he's very comfortable with just being, I'm Kendrick's guy, right? For me, at the end of the day, this was an amazing battle. I love Drake's music. I like Kendrick's music too at times, but I gotta cover all of hip hop. Hip hop is not gonna only end with Drake. At times I gotta cover Playboi Carti. I gotta cover, Future. So I have to be balanced with that. So I remember just saying to myself, I'm like, listen, I get it. And I told Drake too. I said, Drake, yo, if you see because I think he had asked me about a clip. But he asked me about a clip because it seemed hypocritical. And I said, no, this clip is, I've been critiquing this, that, and the third from you, right? That's not me now hating on you. I've always given you props, but I've always been one of the biggest critics of Drake. And I'm like, I don't want this battle to change that. If I can't critique you now because now I gotta be a Drake fan and defend you all the time, this don't sound like a good way to do media at all. So, and that wasn't his demeanor. And he agreed with the same thing. He said, listen, yo, as long, and his thing first early on was about some personal stuff too. That's where him and Joe fell out. who's just like, yo, listen, talk about my music. Don't throw it in the air like I'm some fucking weirdo like that likes young girls. Like, what the fuck? What are you coming up with that shit?
Right.
But yeah, it did get to a point where it's like, for example, like, look how they weaponized against me. Bro, I like Euphoria. I really think that's one of the, it's way better song than Not Like Us. Euphoria is a masterful song. Me saying that, every Kendrick page clips right there and be like, Drake's biggest fan says Kendrick made it, and it became, that's how people were doing it, right? So now it's like, so now I can't tell you I like anything by Kendrick. So now it seems more like I'm just biased for Drake. You get what I'm saying? And
yeah,
and that's the tough part. But I think we're getting past it a little bit. I'm glad other people, when I said Cardi saved hip hop, it wasn't necessarily like he saved hip hop, but he's changing the subject. For a year straight, it's been Drake, Kendrick, and we're still talking about Drake and Kendrick. But we're finally getting other hip hop artists and other hip hop, storylines that we could talk about, other than just this back and forth thing. Shit, even Kanye, I'm glad Kanye even, put an interview out, even though he's still talking about Kendrick and Drake. But I do think after a while, this Kendrick Drake shit has gotten, media personalities compromised. I think it's gotten media entities more biased because, as I've seen some people say and agree with it, hip hop is kind of going back to a time where it's you pick what you like, right? Where there was a time where the backpackers, the people who like backpack music, if you like the Talib Kweli's and the Mos Defs, you were the people who were saying, yeah, I don't fuck with that Jay-Z shit, man. Yo, he's watered down. You know what I mean? It wasn't like you liked both. So it was like you either picked one or the other. And you had people like Jay-Z who would rap like, I dumb down for my audience, but double my dollars. It'd be like, yo, truth be told, he said I could be rhyming like common sense, but all those lyrics about why he
rhyming like common sense.
Exactly. Yeah. And hip hop is kind of getting back to that, where it's getting split, where you have the people who they're like, we're on the side of substance and saying some shit in your music that means something, but also regionality. Like the whole West Coast is rocking with Kendrick, versus other people are like, well, we don't want to hear that preaching shit. We can't read a dictionary in the club. We're over here with the hit music or whatever the case is. So hip hop is kind of getting split again. Before there was a time that I think people were just lumping all of it into the same bucket. But I think these days niggas is clearly saying, I don't like that, I like this. And it's happening on both sides. So, on a media perspective, I just try to keep it fair and balanced and try to make sure, because at the end of the day, here's the thing. Kendrick is gonna drop, right? So it's like, if you vow to just hate on Kendrick for the end of time, he's gonna make good moments. He's gonna do good things because he's a good artist. So you can't take it too personal. That's why I'm glad this moment, slowly and surely, it's kind of dissipating.
Yeah, for me, those are like my ones and twos. I would call what you talking about like the great divide, the hip hop civil war, like to where it's like kind of that divide. I do see what you're saying, but that was kind of what I was touching on, because it seems like it forced you to be a little biased, only to be a contrarian to the mainstream, which is crazy that you had to ironically support Drake, which is like the most mainstream ever, against the actual mainstream, because he took the role as like, the underground guy in this situation of what was going on. So I see why you had to, and I see why, like, the Akademiks page on Twitter is always going to be like damn near like the anti, what do you say, DJ Head's on this side, the Akademiks page is like on that side. My point, I just wanted to see if you felt like pressure from the outside, which you kind of did, like kind of touch into, like feel like you had to kind of help Drake out, for a little bit to kind of play contrarian to what the narratives was.
And by the way, here's the thing too, right? I always say this. One of the most proud, like, I always call my audience chat niggas. And there was a time when I first start, like, making these videos, and I could start seeing my audience because I was seeing the same faces or names in the comment section. They all used to just clown me. Like, they had like these pages pop up. Akademiks is the type of nigga that whatever, and they would just like make fun of me, right? And I mean, at times I used to even like, damn, my audience don't rock with me. And it wasn't until the pretty much one of the most proudest moments of my development with especially my audience. I seen how they rode for me. It's like it's like a big brother, little brother thing. Like, oh yeah, we could fuck with him, but y'all can't. And I remember it was that when I was at Complex, because I remember like I was like the whole situation at Complex wasn't the best at first, and I remember my audience was just like, yo, y'all doing our guy wrong. Fuck y'all. We about to go crazy on y'all. And that's when I realized I'm like, damn, these people really do love me. And I say that to say when it comes to this, you know, like say the Drake stuff, and this does bleed into it. At the end of the day, I'm a Drake fan, right? So like, do I clown Drake about duck lips, this and third, and certain shit he might do that's goofy? Of course. But when your guy is under attack, you do start like, hold on now. Hold on. All right, hold on. Y'all doing too much. And that is a little bit part of why you see Drake fans so, you know, activated. Why you see Kendrick fans so activated for him. And shit, a little bit for me too, though, because I'm like, yo, y'all are trying to tell me that this music that I've enjoyed from this guy is like some shit that y'all want to get out of here. No, this is music I like. This is what I like. And yes, it's a little bit I think I probably am a little bit defensive with Drake a little bit because this is the shit I enjoy, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just like if I'm arguing with someone who enjoys Kendrick music for the most part, they're going to be saying, whoa, what you mean this is only battle rap, free the slaves music? What the fuck are you, like, they would get upset as well. So
sports is the perfect analogy, bro.
Exactly.
It's like
Sports
Cowboys, like
yep.
Yeah, because those is my 1 and 2, bro. It's like LeBron and fucking Kobe. Like those are literally my 1 and 2 for the last decade. You know what I'm saying? What's up, bro? So like looking at the situation was very conflicting for me. So I understand where you were at. I'm a huge Kendrick fan and I'm a huge Drake fan. So when the whole situation was going on, I felt conflicted too. And especially once I seen what the narrative was that was being pushed at the end of the battle. You know, I'm one of the people on record that thinks lyrically Drake might have won the fucking battle. You know what I mean? But I do see Not Like Us clearly was what it was, and, you know, for the, you know, for what it is. So like I look at the situation, I felt the same way with you, so I got the same sentiments. Salute to you. My other question to you was, bro, going back to the interview, it was an ominous moment where Ye was like, I'm evil. And it was like this deep pause. What was going through your mind when you seen that? And like, did you feel like, damn, is this the Illuminati? Like what was you feeling like in that moment?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. So, number one, when he said that, I thought there was going to be a follow-up. Number two, so I'm doing this interview and I'm looking at Kanye through these little tiny holes that's in this hat. And there was moments when he said certain things that I could see his eyes just got so large. Like, and I could imagine how his face looked like without this contraption on, because I could tell he was passionate. When he spoke about his kids, I could tell like it was like rage. It was like passion. When he said that, I'm looking into his eyes to see if there's sincerity in what he's saying, or is he just saying it to say it? And what I got was that, you know, I don't think he was looking like I'm evil, but I think that was his easy way to explain, yo, these people have hurt me and I want to hurt them back. And that might be evil, but that's what I am. I'm revengeful. You know what I mean? You know, again, in no way, shape, or form would I ever say Kanye is God or anything like that. But I understood his analogy where he was saying, hey, I have these traits, but everybody has them, even God. Where he says, yeah, I do get jealous, but God gets jealous too, don't he? Yeah, I'm vengeful. I'm all these things. So, you know, again, obviously would not, you know, would never blaspheme and say this nigga's God or nothing, or Jesus. But I understood that he had certain human emotions that people would probably say are unbecoming. And the whole I'm evil thing, I don't think he thinks he's really evil. That's why I really said you've represented God, fear, and ideals. So how do you match that? I think he was just trying to say like, yo, I'm upset. This was someone who I feel like, listen to the part where he's talking about Cardi and he says, yo, this is a final heartbreak. It felt like someone who was severely hurt, like he felt like he was getting stabbed in the back by all these people. And whether you agree with him or not, he really feels hurt. I watched a man who was standing across from me that at many different moments he felt so hurt. And all of his actions, whether it's the outfit, whether him saying he's evil, was him trying to channel that hurt and trying to make others feel maybe, I don't know, an iota of what he's feeling. So that's kind of how I was looking at it, but I was just watching his eyes at that point.
Nice. CL, you still here? Oh, he on the phone. All right, y'all, the floor is open. Is there anyone else who has some questions for Akademiks?
Yeah, I got a question, Mac. Is there anything that you wish you could have asked, or you felt like you got like everything kind of out of the way with Kanye?
No, absolutely. There's a bunch of stuff I wanted to ask. You know, again, keep in mind, I had a list, and you'll notice it was on my phone. When I quickly realized what it was going to be, I just put the phone on the side. I was just like, this is going to be a conversation. And I realized that he had a few things on his mind that I was going to be able to piggyback off of or try to, get some concerted thoughts on. I definitely wanted to ask him about, situation with his wife. I think that's been a source of public discourse. I wanted to talk about music, and I think for anybody who's, I'm hoping whether it's in Japan or anywhere else, we get a part 2. Music is definitely one of the things that kind of, and he acknowledges that brings people to him. And that's always going to be an important part of our intrigue with Kanye. I didn't get to ask really anything about music to that level. And I wanted to ask about his wife, like really his day to day, just certain things that probably weren't big thematic questions, because I think he kind of addressed the big themes of everything he was talking about online already. But just certain shit that I was just always interested in. Like, again, this is a very interesting individual. The dude had a duffel bag in a room that had 3 outfits: the White Lives Matter t-shirt, a black KKK outfit, and a white KKK outfit. I've been joking to tell people, I'm like, yo, listen, I didn't see my man with a boxers or undershirt. Nothing. Not a toothpaste, not a toothbrush. I didn't see nothing in the bag. He walked out the room with the bag. Now, maybe he did have that stuff, obviously. By the way, the guy was obviously, he doesn't look unkept without the outfit. But he's a simple guy. And I really wonder how on a day-to-day basis, you know what I mean? He really operates. And also maybe some of the stuff more with his mom. Because as he spoke about his kids, where you'll notice his voice cracks a little bit when he's like, I never had family. And he's like, now they're trying to take away my blood. It goes back into the theme that I think a lot of people think, and I think this is true. Since his mom passed away, we've seen a different version of Kanye. We've seen Kanye who has been affected by that, and, a lot of things have happened. So, yeah.
So I was going to ask you, I'm assuming y'all know you went back and watched the interview, and like you said, some things that you wish you would have hit on and stuff. How are you going to play it now? Are you going to sit back and just see how things happen? Or are you going to try to reach out to him and, express, I love the interview that we had. When are we going to get together again?
Yeah, I'm never pushy with artists. So I let him kind of dictate. I would imagine, he has Bully coming up, which is his album. I would imagine around that, he would probably want to have another conversation. Also, a big thing for me, I know some people have said they feel like he was maybe in a manic state. I also don't want to do an interview or a conversation and that's why I was down to not put this out. I had to talk to him. Like, obviously, at first his team was like, maybe we want to take this part out, and I was like, all right, is he having a change of mind? If he's having a change of mind, if he went to Japan, calm down. I don't want to take advantage of an artist. You know what I mean? I've recorded multiple interviews with many different artists where they're intoxicated, inebriated or whatever, and I'm not trying to put it out to make you look like a junkie or crazy, like, you know what I mean? So I'm not pushy with interviews like that. I'll tell you this, ever since that interview, me and him have had subsequent conversations on the phone, and I always tell people this. It's probably not the content first strategy, but I always rather build a relationship, one of trust with an artist, more than anything else. You get what I'm saying? It's so for me, the mere fact that he called me the other night, we're chopping it up, he's picking my brain about certain stuff, he's showing me Japan. Hey, it'll turn into something else and something even better than what you guys see. I guarantee it. But I'm never the one to be like, all right, well, the internet's saying part 1 was lit, let's get part 2 now. No. And also, when you deal with these guys, like, he's a mogul. It happens on Kanye's time. Like, when he wants to talk, he talks. Like, you got to realize we live in a time where these guys don't do interviews. When's the last time Drake done an interview, right? Jay-Z done an interview. Like, they talk when they want to talk. Jay-Z might hop on Spaces and just say a few things when he wants to. Rihanna doesn't do interviews. You know, Kendrick basically doesn't do interviews either. So when these guys want to talk, they come calling or they tell you they're ready to talk. You don't preemptively like prompt them like, now we need to talk again. It'll happen, but I do think it's gonna happen.
Hey, Ak, did you, I noticed, body language, you were a bit nervous. You were talking about monetization, how this may not even get put out. You weren't sure how it was going to go. So did you feel like it was the right move? Did you get any backlash from actually doing this interview, putting it out the way you put it out?
Surprisingly, and I'm going to knock on wood right now, I haven't gotten as much backlash as I thought I could have. But also, I do think I am. Sometimes backlash comes from expectation too, right? I think people know, hey, listen, Ak is the guy who will go and get, like, I sat with Tekashi 6ix9ine when he first came out and people were accusing him of whatever, and he couldn't get an interview at that time. I remember that they were so happy that I was down to sit with someone who people weren't down to talk to. Kanye West a mogul, but not a lot. Some media personalities would be like, fuck that, I'm not doing it. Oh, my brand can't. And that's never been me. I always took that challenge. So, I haven't got that much backlash. But as far as like putting it out, again, I'm very fortunate that, I got a great audience. I've done really good in media. I've never looked at an interview with an artist in what is going to turn profit-wise or bottom line. So that was like really a joke. I'm like, because really, we didn't put it up on YouTube at all. There's other people who have it on their YouTube. And it's just because I don't want to. And by the way, I have a full edited version, but I'm standing there with someone that's completely blurred out. You know what I mean? And I don't want to do that. I really wanted to just stand on the idea of, Ak went and did this shit, and no matter what you thought of it, he kept it uncut, unedited. Even if he didn't like certain words, certain ideas being communicated, or he didn't agree with everything, he's going to allow for every single person that has a mind and a brain, eyes and ears, to be able to see and think about what they're hearing for themselves. So again, when this is probably a huge missed monetization, because we could be like, we'll just edit, we're just going to put it audio out, and maybe we do put it out audio wise, but none of our publishing strategies was for monetization, right? Again, we have versions that we could have put on YouTube, but I'm like, I'm not gonna do this and cut out half of the fucking interview because certain words or certain ideas they don't like on YouTube. So I put it out on X, I put it out on Rumble. I spoke to Rumble. Rumble was like, hey, listen, we'll keep it up. May not be able to get monetized, and I said that's fine as long as you keep it up. X so far has kept it up. Rumble has kept it up, and I'm very appreciative of it. And by the way, the message will spread, right? So it's like the people who did re-upload it, I'm not mad at them. Hey, listen, this wasn't a money play for me. This was to, in my career, I wanted this to be like, yo, Ak did that shit. And I feel like I did. So, plus this has opened up like 20 other opportunities, right? Like, there's like 5 different rappers he mentions in this. Hit me up. Yo, listen, I got to respond. What's up? Pull up on me now. What's up? What we doing? This thing
I wouldn't let none of them niggas respond.
So, yeah.
Ak, I wouldn't let none of them niggas respond.
You gotta let them respond, man.
Oh shit.
Why y'all didn't you didn't talk too much on the Bully album?
I wish I got to music, man. We had 40 minutes. Kanye gave me about 65, 70. He really went over the time that he even thought he could do, or he told me he could do. So the next conversation, you're going to hear a lot more about music, 100%. And I know, like, if I'm telling you he's the greatest hip-hop artist to me of all time, and I do this interview where we don't really talk about music, it might be contradicting, but it's really, we didn't have time to get to it. We're trying to get to like the top stuff that was really fresh on his mind. But the next conversation, 100%, we're going to be talking about music, 100%.
And like you said, once he starts to talk, you kind of just have to let him talk and go with it. And you have a great way and style in bringing out more conversation. Even just watching you and Wack converse, you guys can go back and forth. And I just want to say that you have a really dope style of interviewing.
He's a bully. He tries to bully me all the time. That's what he do. He know he can get away with the shit.
No. Wack,
That's what it is. Bang.
I listen to you. I listen to you on Clubhouse every morning, and when I'm hearing you on here, and I've always said, Wack is good. He's a good linguist, but he also is good with mental gymnastics. Wack will convince you the sky is pink, and he'll have a way to say it, and I've seen him do it on here so much, so like I feel like I learned from that, and I try to throw some jabs. You know, we sparring. That's what content is. It's sparring, brotherly sparring.
Oh, Bang say did Bang ask the question?
I didn't see Bang. Is he here?
I'm getting a little worried about Bang. Where he at?
Yeah, I got a question for him too.
Go ahead, Bang asked group chat, AB.
Oh.
Yeah. Since you were talking about music, I want to know why you gas up old buddy album like that, man.
You don't like Playboi Carti album?
I don't know why you gassed it up like that, man.
Man, that thing is fire, man. You don't like it?
I blame you and Kai for gassing that up like that, man.
Wait.
That was a big pack of mid.
Okay. All right. Well, have you ever liked Carti's music?
The All Red was fire. I fuck with that.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell you why I actually did that, because he had put me on the intro for Whole Lotta Red, right? That's his last album, and I did say that album was so meant for his fans. Like, if you weren't a super fan of his, because he makes niche music for the most part. Like, he makes his music that his fans will like, but if you're not in his fan group, you might be like, what is this, right? This time, I think he took the challenge to make music that you could play in the car with your girl, that could be played in a club, that could be played if you're just vibing by yourself, that if you're a fan of his, you'll like. And when an artist, it's like, I love Good Kid, Mad City. I think To Pimp a Butterfly is Kendrick's most critically acclaimed album, but my favorite album gotta be Damn, right? When the artist that's really good at one thing takes the challenge to make an album that everybody could like, I have to give that credit, and I usually think that's the best version of themselves. So Carti, I think he gave an album where if you someone who likes to listen to it depends if you're a type of music, right? If you like Travis or Future or he had music with, I think SZA was on the background of one song, and he has Kendrick. That's not really Carti's lane, but he took the challenge, and I think he delivered. And also, when you have 5-year anticipation, when people are like, when are you going to drop? So many people dropped the ball. I think he lived up to it.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. I think you disagree too, but I don't know why you lying.
No, I bumped those. No, I kid you not, I bumped those songs. I kid you not, I bumped those songs. I'm bumping. Yo, listen, when a Whole Lotta Red came out, I barely bumped it. And I felt bad because everybody kept saying, you're on the intro. This shit, I am spinning it.
On the Hunter side, we keep everything real. I think you out here, you just made a promise that I don't know if you could keep. You said the next time you talk to Kanye, it's going to definitely be more about music.
No,
but you also said when you're with somebody like that, you kind of just got to go with the flow. So if you get with him and that ain't something he want to talk about, then what are you going to do? Are you going to force that conversation?
I'm going to have directed questions at him. You know what I mean? Of course, like, obviously, in that sense, I'm hoping that I'm not on a time limit like how we were here, and if we're not on a time limit, of course I'm gonna let him kind of lead the conversation and kind of add and kind of try to bring questions in that could keep cohesive thoughts. But definitely, me asking about music, the majority of his fans, that's what they want to hear about. You know what I mean? Like, they want to hear about when are we getting this, when are we getting that. So 100%. I don't think I'll be doing my job if I didn't at least get somewhat of a segment about straight music. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
So
I get that you would try to push that, but I kind of think that it was like, you know, where you like this last interview where you don't necessarily have a list of what you're gonna ask. You just kind of let it go with the flow, because when he kind of go on his rants, I think that's better for the culture actually. When he just like when he told you thank you for letting me get that off. I think those rants like that are better because those are some of the most genuine things that's coming out his mouth.
yeah, well, one of the things with Ye is that you wanna be able to get that authentic Ye. You know what I mean? Like authenticity matters to him. You know, and I think that's what you be seeing on Twitter. That's authentically what he's thinking at the moment. And I did ask him. I said, have you been wrong, or have you kind of like changed your mind about things? And it's clear. You know, he's not saying when I say this is forever and always. He's going through these emotions. He's just letting people know what he feels at the time.
Bang, I see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, Bang came.
Yeah. Hey,
What up?
man, what was your mindset going into that interview with Kanye coming off that Twitter rant he went into? Because, like, I want to know if did you have any hesitation in putting that out? Because, like, you know, you at that point, your platform kind of in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? So, did you even have any hesitation in putting it out after you said all the stuff you said, and how you feel about cancel culture in 2025?
Yeah, I'll start with the latter first. Yeah, I don't like cancel culture. Like, you know what I mean? Obviously, I think I've seen them try to cancel. You're going to hate cancel culture when it comes for you. Before then, you feel like it's the power you have, right? So, for example, if it's someone I don't like and we get some juicy story about them that they could be canceled, of course it's great, because it's like now you get to have some power. But when it happens to you, it's like you realize everyone lacks that the ability to, you know, be understanding or to discern certain things, and they pick and choose. You know, one person says A, but we don't fuck with them. Let's use that to tie the noose around the proverbial noose around their neck to get them out of the paint, because we couldn't do it any other way. Somebody else says it, oh, they were joking. So yeah, I don't like it for that reason. And also, I do believe that, you know, the idea of woke culture was a little bit, in an ideal level, it was to make people stop trolling as much, but then it got too far. It's like feminism. Like, they always go too far with some shit. It's supposed to be about equality, and then now it's about superiority, right? So woke culture became, you better not say nothing against certain things. Like, turns out you can't even have conversations on certain subject or certain people. So that type of stuff, I think it just went too far in the other direction. You know what I mean? It's woke culture where people, you felt like you were wrong saying, yo, a dude, even if you want to reclassify his gender, he shouldn't be up in a female bathroom. Like, saying that maybe like a year or two ago was like, well, you might be just transphobic if you feel like that, right? But that's a legit conversation. Why can't we have that conversation? So yeah, I don't really like woke culture like that because it prevents conversation. Going into it, I knew I was gonna be able to put it out somewhere. I just didn't know where. And
that's why you went with the platform. You went with it because you knew it was gonna be so polarizing.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. If it wasn't that, whatever it was, if it wasn't that, I was gonna put it on my platform. I was like my YouTube. I was just gonna put it on YouTube. But if he spoke about certain things and wore certain things, I couldn't. And it's not because I don't want to do it. It's that these platforms clearly communicate rules to me, and they're saying we ain't with this. So for me, I have the decision of, you could edit that stuff out to comply with their standards and still put it out on your main platforms, or how much do you really believe in, you know, this anti-woke, like at least somewhat of free speech? Let people say what they want as long as it's not harmful, or it's not like, you know, they're not doing call to actions for people to like get hurt. All right, cool. I'm gonna find a platform to put it out, and that could have even been, you know, I contemplating my website, They told us Yeezy.com was available to publish it. I always looked at X as somewhere that was at least, able to facilitate maybe conversations like that. And then Rumble, a place that I have a great relationship with the CEO. They've always said, hey, listen, we got your back. So one of those platforms it was going to come out on. So I'm glad it came out on X and it's on Rumble as well.
That's good that Rumble fucking with you like that. That's what's up.
Good people over there, trust.
What did Kanye say, or what did he wear that is not okay with YouTube? Because it was a great video, but after it, I'm like, yo, I heard worse stuff being said on YouTube, whether it was in songs. I saw equal imagery or worse. So it's are they why would they take the Kanye interview down?
So that image of the swastika, and by the way, the swastika chain, that's actually, unless it's used in an educational purpose, it's a banned image on Meta. It's a banned image on YouTube. Twitter TOS is a little bit unclear with it, at least in this Elon era. But Meta doesn't allow it. YouTube definitely doesn't allow it unless it's in an educational context, right? Like if it was a history type of video where we're speaking about that and that symbol needs to be displayed, yes, but to have it on a bust down chain, no. Also, the KKK hoodie, like the hood, even if it's full black, again, similar. Those are seen as hateful symbols. That's how YouTube sees it. And if they couldn't, if the video that we were putting out wasn't deemed as having any constructive or educational value, they were most likely going to say that's a strike. So rather than trying to go against rules that they have in there, and by the way, here's the thing that gets past that a bit too. Like, for example, nudity isn't allowed. If you go to there's a video I think from GNX, or maybe it was Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, where there's nudity in there. If you go to the Sex With Me video with Rihanna, there's nudity in it, and it's on YouTube. YouTube allows when it's music content, for there to they loosen their guidelines on nudity or symbols. Like you could a burning of a cross, you see it. I'm not gonna say frequently in music videos, but you've seen it at times. If you just have that in your regular video that has no artistic, intention, they're gonna just take it down as hateful. So because it's a conversation and not if it was a music video. If it was a music video, I probably would put it on YouTube. I'm gonna be honest with you. If that was the agreed upon look or whatever the case is, because now that's art. But because what we're doing, YouTube they don't have a lax outlook on podcasting or conversations like that as art, I wouldn't do it.
All right. We got some more people on stage who want to ask some questions. Ebony, did you have another question?
Oh, yes. I definitely had another question. Earlier today, we were talking about the whole Jay-Z situation, and people wanted to, I guess, for you to chime in more about that. So when Jay-Z, when you told Kanye, you offended Jay-Z, and he was like, fuck him. He bluntly told your ass, fuck him. And then it kind of came to a pause when he was like, next subject. I mean, what were you thinking right then and there when you were trying to kind of give a little pushback, and then he was just like, fuck him, and next subject pretty much? What were you thinking at that moment? Because you did take a pause, for real.
Yeah, he said next subject a few times, but he made some points. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd be a liar if I said I sat in front of Kanye and didn't understand some points. Did I agree with everything? No. For example, and I remember he did the next subject one on the Jim Jones thing. I kind of understood that. If I do a meeting for you for $2 million, now it sounds petty. I do take a meeting. You're getting $2 million, and then we're supposed to collaborate. And I ask you to do one thing. Hey, could you make a PDF file or docket with, outfits that people are wearing in your city that could help inspire some fashion campaign or inspire some creation and fashion of what we're doing. And you're saying, I don't know how to do it. And that's as much effort as you did. Yeah, I'm going to feel like I'm being taken advantage of. I think Kanye standing there in that swastika chain and also the black KKK outfit. What it told me was that, and he said this before, he wanted to make it to the point that no one else could use him, right? So he's like, yo, if you're going to benefit from him, you're going to have to benefit from him while somehow acknowledging that these are the symbols he's putting out. And it's not because necessarily he wants to put it out for hate or whatever. He hates when, I could tell he felt he's been taken advantage of. So he's like, a lot of people have taken advantage of me and conveniently dipped out when I wore a red hat because I was supporting Trump or Make America Great, or I was running for president and I said this, or I was doing A, B, C, and D. So that's kind of how I like looked at all that. But the Jay-Z point, I wouldn't say I agree with him speaking about Jay-Z's kids like that, but I understand he's upset with Jay, man. And I just kept asking him, do you think that's salvageable? I don't know if it is. And I don't think Jay would want to salvage that relationship, right? If somebody said that,
it doesn't seem like he wants to either. He's like, why would I even want to salvage anything like that? So
yeah, I agree. So we'll see.
I don't understand the Jay thing. I mean, I can understand the Jay thing, the Cardi thing, but what I can't really understand is the Virgil thing. Like, why, being that he passed and shit, and like he went from fucking Jesus is king to I'm evil is crazy. Like, what you think? Where you think he headed with this? Like, because he'd be like 2-3 years in advance on some shit. So the new thing is I'm evil, I'm the devil type shit. Well, like, where you think he headed at with that shit, eh?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna have this arc of him being evil. I definitely think that this arc is him being hurt. I mean, but you never know with Kanye though, right? Like, you really don't know. Like, but I don't think that's the arc he's gonna go on though. I'll be very shocked if he does. I can't tell.
I mean, I wouldn't, because I was surprised that he said the shit he said to you. Like, the I'm evil shit took me out, because he went from Jesus is king to I'm evil. Like, that's a big switch. That's a fucking 180 like a motherfucker.
Yeah. But if you watch, I think with Kanye, like, in trying to analyze him, you got to start. I was talking to him on the phone the other night, and I was saying, I think some people want certain versions of him. Like, I always hear, and I think he said this before. He's like, people say they want the old Kanye, right? And it's like, the Kanye that we want is a Kanye that says George Bush don't care about black people. But that same Kanye is the same Kanye who's outspoken enough and who's fearless enough, who stands behind the convictions of what his thoughts are, and is going to say, yo, Taylor Swift, you ain't deserve this goddamn award. Beyonce should have got it. It's the same Kanye who, for whatever reason, again, when you don't agree with him, he's still acting the same way off of his convictions. The red hat. You know what I mean? So again, I feel he's doing him, and we like versions of him. So the version of him we're seeing now, we might not like. Then we might like a different version of him later, because I know people want to say he's like a completely different person from that person who said George Bush don't care about black people. But I think that whatever his mindset and thought process is, and also trauma is a real thing. Him saying George Bush don't care about black people, I think that was towards protecting a certain group and also speaking to another group. These days he's more personalized. Yo, who are the people who are fucking with my recording contracts? Oh, they're these people who are freezing my bank accounts. Who's preventing me from getting where I want to get to in fashion? Or who's working with this family that's possibly helping to take away my kids? And yeah, he's gotten a lot more pointed with his critique or him criticizing like certain groups, but it's still kind of coming from his perspective. We might just not agree with it because, number one, we don't even see that. We're like, bro, like, because I keep saying, I'm like, bro, why do you keep talking about Jewish people, bro? Like, come on, bro. But in his world, that's exactly what's happening to him every single time. You know what I mean? That's how he sees it. So all I'm saying is that he hasn't changed that much. We just like different versions of him.
I think Kanye been hurt. He been hurt real bad, and now we getting the vendetta
Bro,
Kanye.
check this out. He ain't been all that old hurt, all that old. His mother been gone respectfully 17, 18 years. All that shit with Kim Kardashian. His focus is his kids. Bro ain't no soft nigga like that, bro. He got a woman, got a wife. He got his businesses back. He got his bankroll back rolling. He got his status back rolling. This ain't no hurt. This who he is. What the fuck a nigga gotta be hurt?
No, I ain't saying he hurt like that. You ain't even finished hearing me out. I'm thinking he's been hurt. The nigga been hurt.
Every nigga hurt.
Now, right. So what I'm saying is he got a now it's a vendetta, a payback, and let me show you who I am. That's what it is. That's why this weird shit is popping off with Kanye. That's what I feel. Cause shit, or you can tell me otherwise, and it's more than just one Kanye.
And Kanye been the same person that we been seeing forever, bro. Like he just said,
same nigga, bro.
That speaks out at the telethon is gonna be the same dude.
He's a wolf, my nigga. Like he's standalone dude, same motherfucker, bro. There ain't no nothing. He's just doing what he does, and every time he does something, is what we call not the norm. You know, and it's shock value. It's a method to his madness. That y'all think dude crazy, man. Dude is crazy, but not in a psychopath way, not in a deranged way. He's crazy in a very creative way, a creative way of his own. Like he said, bro, he the closest thing to Jesus, to God, as far as he concerned when it come to people, because he ain't scared to die about it. And I think y'all missing it. Like,
okay.
Nothing crazy about dude, bro. Nothing derelict about dude. It's nothing about dude to let you know he doesn't know what he wants to do and what he's doing. Like, he's very in control. It's just his world. When you're dealing with a mogul, when you're dealing with a creator, when you're dealing with a mastermind, it's their world. You're not going to see it their way because what's common is not going to be the decision that they make.
Yeah.
Straight up. When I got there, he like, okay, cool. That nigga sat on the couch, got nice and comfortable. Hell no. He walked around, tried to take the picture off the wall. I don't like the picture behind me. Here goes the clear wall. Move that shit out the way. Fuck it. I'm going to stand here. You stand there. Put the boots on. Let's go. Straight up.
Of course.
Was that the best look? For everybody, y'all can find a bunch of ways that sitting on the couch would have looked good. But for Ye, that was the best look.
It was
different. Hypothetically speaking, Kanye, your client, he shoots you a text that say, after the shit I just said, I think they're gonna kill me. What's your move as a security / manager? How you handling that situation?
He already think they're gonna kill him. He ain't gonna stop moving. He been thinking that for. He thought
I'm asking what would you do in that situation if that was your client? Like, if he told you that, how would you handle it?
With him, knowing him, you can't do nothing but keep moving with him.
Yeah.
Dude is not going to stop. He's not going to duck. He's been thinking, and I'm going to be real. They tried to kill him off and strip him, and they did. Adidas. All these entities that was attached to him, right? They tried to strip him, and they did. Now he comes back. He's in control of Yeezy. He's in control of his catalog and whatever else he has going on, some independent shit. And I hate to say it, it's only one other way for them to try to get at him.
See, that's what I agree with you. I agree with you on that
one other way, because the other way didn't work, and now the niggas in real control.
By the way, Gail, thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. You said you're completely right how people pick and choose their own version of Ye. Berserk. He says, yo, you let them respond, Ye gonna feel betrayed. You see Brody thought pattern, don't do it. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm about to get off here, son.
Now, whether he gonna find his cruise control comfort zone and stay out the way, I highly doubt it, because he doesn't think that he's doing anything right, that anybody should feel any kind of way about, because he's going to say, you guys done done these things to us for decades and decades and decades, so why are you mad now? They're mad because he got the balls and the heart and the mind and the know-how and the stability to do it. There's a scene in Malcolm X, and we're going to end with this so we don't lose the room. There's a scene in Malcolm X where they marched in front of that hospital. And when Malcolm raised that hand, everybody got quiet and got, and was on point. Them police looked and said, that's too much power for one man to have. And when Ye speaks, when he posts, when he directs, people listen. That's a lot of power for one man to have, and it's intimidating. But listen, we don't want to lose the replays. Replays on a 12-hour count, right?
Yep.
Yes.
We don't want to lose the replays. We got 2 minutes. Akademiks, thanks for pulling up. This room been open for 12 motherfucking hours straight. We got the content. My brother DJ Akademiks then pulled up.
Of course, man. Hey, Wack. You've always been a brother to me, not only in content but otherwise. But you always pull up to my live stream. I know when you told me, you said, "Yo, pull up to the 100 side." I said, "All right, let's do it. We're gonna get to everything."
We got love. We got like 700 people in here. We're gonna continue to do some things. I sent you something. We're going to start playing fill in the blanks. We're going to fill in the blanks to everybody whose name should be in that indictment before the unsealed indictment hit, because we got this content. We think we figured out the pro bowler. We figured out the producer. We know who the witness one is. There's a few other people we're going to figure out. So you can talk about it on your chat. But in the meantime, between time,
hey, and by the way, one last thing, man. Yo, shout out to the 100 side. I'll definitely say.
Oh, wait. Did y'all reopen this room?
Yeah. This the new one.
Okay, well, there you go. Okay, I don't know. If I can want to go to Wednesday, I thought this bitch been running since 5 in the morning.
Oh, no. I'm definitely dipping, but I just want to say, yo, listen, a lot of people don't give Clubhouse, especially the 100 side, a lot of credit. You guys come up with a lot of, we react to a lot of stuff you guys kind of unearth or you guys kind of discuss. So just keep doing your thing, man. Y'all doing a good job over here, man. And Wack always holding it down. I'm proud to see the type of Wack's really a media mogul and a giant at this point. You know what I mean? Wack just be on here acting like he just ain't nobody, but Wack that nigga now. You know what I mean? So
listen, bro. Listen. This is one thing. I got my family and my team that's those people in that lane, right? And I'm focusing on a whole nother lane, as you know, because I showed you what time it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and that's why all of us, and even Vlad said it, all of us are able to do what we do, because nobody feels threatened or slighted by one another. So when we call each other for whatever it is, we show up. I don't give a fuck if it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. You call me, I know what's going on my answer, and I'm going to sit there with you. We're going to rock it out. We're going to entertain, as you call it, your chat niggas, right? So I appreciate you pulling up over here. I do this for Clubhouse because it's a lot of regular people, normal people who may not have opportunities to talk with somebody your stature and ask you questions, and they have questions for you. So, I kind of position myself to bring certain things here so they can build with you. You know what I mean? Because with the shit that don't mean a whole lot to us mean a whole lot to them. We got access to each other.
Yeah.
24/7. You know what I'm saying? So, that's what I do at the 100 side. We've been open 3.5 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A lot of crazy shit didn't happen. We got a lot of crazy shit going on. And, act like you. I stay under scrutiny. We stay under the motherfucking microphone, the microscope. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna never go away, man. So as long as they talking about you, I guess you doing something right.
That's definitely a fact.
But I definitely want you to look at that app I sent you, Dystopia, and let me know if it's something you can do over there. He's one of my brothers that been with us over here on the 100 side. The cat I had you on the phone, he's from New York, so you're off the East Coast. Take a look at that. Let's see if we can come up with something you could do over there, bro.
All right, cool. Definitely.
All right, love. Appreciate you.
All right, bro.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
OVOA.
All right, man, that was cool. Yo, chat, listen, why come on here? Give us 4 hours, bro. I know some of y'all was like, we got other topics. We got to get to some shit. I'm sorry, chat. I had to, you know, when somebody gives you content, you got to be able to return the favor. Okay, cool. I know it was kind of a different way of how we usually get to shit, but I do believe that I talked about a Kanye West interview a good amount. I don't know how I could play it because we're on YouTube now. I want to play it for y'all, but I don't know if I could play it. I guess, yo, Drill. I wonder if I could, if I played, I guess we got to delete the VOD, right? We could probably play it, or actually I do have the edited version of it. You want me to play the edited version? I could probably play the edited version on here. You want to play the edited version? We could play the edited version. Where is it at? Where is the edited version of this shit? Here we go. Sorry. I got the edited version right here. Yeah, all right. No, we don't got to play. I bet. Cool. Yeah, don't play. Cool. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, cool. I thought y'all was going to be like, no, play it, nigga. I'm like, all right, good. Thank y'all for making sure we don't. And again, you know, chat, I'm also being kind of careful here. You know, at least currently we're still suspended on Twitch. We're working on it. We'll get back hopefully sooner than later. But we're trying to make sure we protect our platforms too. We're not going to be egotistical and just think that all these platforms, because we're academics or we're the chat, we could do whatever we want. So, you know, we're just trying to be able to deal with, you know, whatever we can. All right. Any more Kanye stuff? I feel like there's a vlog coming. Where you maybe, I don't know if we have extra footage, but maybe some more contextual footage. There's a vlog coming of just my LA experience. I don't know. I'm kind of watching some of these things here. I don't know if we should switch off of this topic. Yo, this Lil Baby stuff is kind of crazy, right? Yo, watch Baby hit me up and think that I started this. Like, I did not start this. Okay? But they are. So let me give you a little context. It appears that this 4PF Rico, if it does happen, I don't know if it will, but we're hearing from a journalist named George Cheedy, really reputable guy out of Atlanta. He claims that the public defender's office, the guy who leads it in Georgia, because here's what happened in the YSL case. In the YSL case, they had a hard time kind of starting the trial. And the reason why they had a hard time starting the trial, a lot of people didn't have representation. They indicted so many people that needed different representation because of conflict of interest, if representation are the same, and they were having a hard time getting everybody represented. Also, the public defenders themselves didn't really like defending the YSL clients, because those public defenders are saying, yo, this trial is going to last for 2 years. And they didn't like that as well. So what's ended up happening, though, from my understanding, is that in Atlanta, it's a little hot. And bodies are getting dropped. And along with bodies getting dropped, bystanders are dying. So there were 2 kids that died as a result of a shootout or a shooting that supposedly happened where police are calling it a retaliatory shooting because they felt that Baby did a video in a rival territory and there was a shooting at that video. So they're saying there was a shooting at that video, then there was a retaliatory shooting, and then 2 kids died. Now, these are really like loose. Like, and to be truth be told, I don't know why we're just hearing Baby's name so many times with this, but the police did come out and pretty much blame Lil Baby. He said this was irresponsible to shoot the music video at this place, knowing there would be violence, right? I'm going to play this video, and then we're going to get into a couple other ones. And then we'll get to the current information about what supposedly is happening. Sorry.
Related shooting on the city's southwest side that claimed the lives of 2 13-year-old boys. 11 Alive's Erica Murphy joining us live from APD headquarters with a look at where this case stands tonight. Erica, we know that this deadly shooting took place in July. What led police to these 2 arrests?
Well, let me say that Atlanta police and the FBI field headquarters here in Atlanta say that they have been working for over 5,000 hours on this case, investigating this double deadly fatal shooting that took the lives of 2 teens on the city's southwest side. Today, police announced that they've made several arrests in this case, and recently 2 men were taken into custody. They also have implicated Atlanta-based rapper Lil Baby. The shooting happened in July at the Oakland City West End Apartments during a birthday celebration for Lamont Freeman, who was just turning 13. Lamont's friend Jacody Davis was also killed, and another boy was shot but lived. Atlanta police say the shooting is related to a gang rivalry that ignited over Lil Baby's video shoot. Now, police say they've arrested 7 people, but recently took Ali Caldwell and Traydon Crawford into custody. The children had absolutely nothing to do with either of these gangs, according to investigators.
Lamont Freeman was allowed to be a 13-year-old for 27 minutes before gang violence ultimately took his life. Gang violence that was orchestrated by adults in our city, and cowardly acts of an Atlanta-based rapper that decided to go over into a rival gang stronghold and shoot a music video in a place that he knew he should not have been.
Now, so what we're seeing from this George Cheedy, and also Sylvia tweets is that essentially they're saying that they believe, and let me see if I get to George Cheedy. Where is his shit? Is it this? Right here. Sorry, Chad. I think I got allergies. Okay. Now, okay, here we go. So they're saying 4PF Nate drew a 20-year prison sentence in a negotiated plea, and he pled to a lesser charge, and he was serving 15 when he was killed. Now, this is a journalist saying this. It said OMF could have killed Benford as a reprisal, or 4PF could have done it to silence the snitch. In either case, it is one more escalation of the conflict. So this is some other guy who died. He's just a 4PF member, supposedly. That defense attorneys say began with botched murder trial of the brother of the rapper Rollo a few years ago, which has led to a series of retaliatory killings. Atlanta rap megastar Lil Baby repped 4PF lyrically. His music label was until recently called 4PF. He shuttered the label in 2023 and said he did so because he didn't want to be held responsible for criminal acts by the committed by 4PF gang members. Nonetheless, Major Ralph Woolok, the head of the city anti-gang unit, called out the rapper Lil Baby last month for staging a music video in the territory claimed by OMF. So it looked like there's an OMF gang and 4PF, and they're beefing. Shortly after that event, rival gang members went into 4PF's territory in Oakland City to record a video, which led to a shootout that killed 2 13-year-old boys and injured an 11-year-old. It's kind of this tit-for-tat violence that has led Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Williams to launch a racketeering case against Young Thug and YSL in 2022. The U.S. Justice Department indicted some of the members of the Goodfellas gang on racketeering charges 2 weeks ago. Federal prosecutors noted in the motion to seal parts of the case files because they expect gang members to try to kill people offering testimony. The most common question I get about YSL case is how much it costs to prosecute, which, by the way, a very important thing. How much is it going to cost if Fonnie Willis tries to prosecute again on RICO charges a gang associated with a rapper? It says it's a reasonable question given the intrinsic complexity of the racketeering charges as amply demonstrated in the Young Thug trial. One can ask if there are more cost-effective options available to district attorneys. Worth noting that Willis asked Fulton County for a substantial increase in county spending on the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office has had the benefit of federal pandemic funding to clear its backlog of cases. That funding stream has ended. But Willis wanted the county to continue budgeting at that level. When the county refused, Willis threatened to sue the commission. So basically, Fonnie Willis is threatened to sue to get more money to be able to prosecute cases. And she's went after high-profile RICO cases against gangs and certain rap groups, some would say, in Atlanta. If the proposed budget is enacted, Fulton County will definitely certainly see a dramatic increase in its jail population. It's likely to lose much of the progress that she has been making in reducing violent crime, Willis wrote, okay? Hear me clearly. If you enact the proposed budget, people will die. So basically she's saying if you cut the amount of money I have to put people in jail or to do these cases, people are going to die. So Willis was referring to a return to a case backlog that might expect to increase the jail population, okay? But the increased staffing enabled by the federal money also permitted Willis to effectively devote one courtroom and one of Fulton County's 20 superior judges to a single case. Okay, anyway. All right. Here we go. Sean Hoover, who manages Georgia's public defender counsel specialized unit on gang cases, says his office is actively preparing for a racketeering indictment on 4 PF and OMF cases, and he expects Lil Baby to be indicted with others. He said, I will run that interview in a couple of days. Let me go to, because I don't know what the fuck is going on with that, so let me try to do some Googles. 4 PF versus OMF. Like, somebody got to have a video about it. Okay, this looks like a good video. Inside Atlanta's deadliest war. Okay. Chat, I want to grab some food while I'm watching this. 4 PF secret beef. Okay, one of these videos just look good.
Imagine you're a multi-platinum, multi types of activity.
Okay.
The air was thick with humidity that night. The city of Atlanta, alive.
Which one y'all want me to watch? It look like the same thing. I never heard of OMF. Is there a rapper in OMF? Chat, is there a rapper? Who's like the rapper for OMF? Never heard of no OMF. Chat, is there a rapper that's in OMF? That's what? Okay, let me just play this.
Oversized money roll to make sure it's the same amount that you left off on. And the first thing that you see when you turn on the TV is a police chief damn near naming you and crash out activity that resulted in the death of 2 13-year-old boys.
Overall theme of this case is grown men playing gangster. Subsequent days, we saw homicides and shootings, and ultimately the deaths of 2 children as a result of his cowardly actions, and you know who you are.
Not only did he say it was your fault, but he said that you were a coward for the whole situation. And finally, after his long-winded press conference being held in your area of Oakland City, he concludes that whoever the mystery rapper who is directly linked to this saddening loss of life will receive the full force of the law.
And I tell you that this team will work relentlessly to hold you and the persons that you are affiliated with responsible for those actions.
It's no secret that the Atlanta Police Department and city government are completely sick and tired of rappers and the violence they instigate. But this press conference marked a new level of escalation with a verbal warning that the police are actively working to take you down. It's definitely not looking good for Dominic Jones, aka Atlanta superstar rapper Lil Baby, because at this moment, it's looking like the mystery rapper is most likely him. A violent beef that enveloped the west end of Atlanta.
Police are searching for the person who shot and killed 2 teenagers and wounded a third. In northwest Atlanta tonight, police say the gunfire erupted during the shooting of a music video
that claimed the lives of 4 people and injured many more might just take the rapper off the streets for good. Maybe this is why Lil Baby decided to publicly stop repping the 4PF name, because they were getting tied into a high-profile beef with a subset of Goodfellas who go by OMF or Glizzy Gang. This secret war has resulted in online self-snitching taunts, rising rappers getting gunned down, kingpins calling hits from prison like a Netflix series, and many innocent people caught in the crossfire of a situation that they weren't even a part of. So today, we gotta talk about the wild beef that got the city of Atlanta blaming Lil Baby for the rising murder rate in the west side. But before we do, gang, I'm gonna need you to like, comment, subscribe. We're on the road to 100K subs. Make sure you hit that notification bell and hit that link in the description and go cop the merch and support the channel, man. So let's get into this right now with chapter 1, War on the West Side. Ever since the highly publicized indictments of YSL, it seems like many rappers are trying to do things the right way and avoid the street activity to avoid getting caught in another Rico. Unfortunately for 4PF, it seems that it might be too little too late. You know, even though Lil Baby recently dropped the name of 4PF and is now going by CBFW, police aren't just like, oh yeah, he changed the name, he must be innocent. Nah, bruh. They coming for bruh. And it seems like they're taking anyone and everyone they need off the streets in order to accomplish their goal. While you might see two rival gangs within an impoverished section of the city at odds, the crazy thing, it wasn't always like that. At one point, both of these groups were cool, or just cordial, or just didn't really mess with each other, but many misunderstandings and retaliation murders later, it seems like these groups are hell-bent on destroying each other or destroying their communities. However, to understand how things got to this point, we gotta go back to the jump to fully understand how two groups could come to odds like this. So let's get into it with chapter 1. If you're familiar with Lil Baby's music, you've definitely seen him and others around him refer to themselves as 4PF in the past. Through label names or through IG pictures where members saw it before, they've gained notoriety in the city. 4PF, aka 4 Pockets Full, or Bank First Play Later as the OGs know it, is a Rolling 60s affiliated gang based out of the Oakland City area of Atlanta's West End. Ever since their name started getting some traction, this group was always just known as hustlers and money getters by any means. While they weren't soft or anything, they sort of personified their top member Lil Baby and being laid back hustlers that were more concerned about getting money than beefing. You see, a young Dominic Jones coming out of the slums of Atlanta had little options to come up, so he became an avid hustler in dice games and other types of activities a street entrepreneur would tap into, you know, when they need to get money. And like I said, for the longest time, they were really more concerned about getting money, while many groups in Atlanta were fighting over all types of different reasons in the late 2010s. Lil Baby eventually met up with Gunna, who taught him how to rap, and he started using his hustle as a means to push the music. However, as Lil Baby began to rise on the charts, it seemed like other areas within the West End were taking notice and not really feeling the vibes. On the other side of this beef, we got a gang subset called Glizzy Gang, aka OMF, a younger group of Goodfella associated members who were really more into being on some crazy crash out shit. Based out of the close by area of Northwest Atlanta, they sort of switch up their alliance with 4PF over a specific incident that has resulted in multiple people on both sides getting murdered. You see, most Goodfella associated gangs don't really have an issue with 4PF like that. And like I said, at one point, 4PF and Glizzy Gang were not really beefing like that. But a shooting in 2021 would change all that and put all their operations in jeopardy. A shooting which we'll get into right now in chapter 2, Paper Trail of Murders. When it comes to escalated gang wars, there's often not a discernible public reason as to why they have an issue, but sometimes you can figure out why by following the blood. It seems that the violence started on the night of August 15th, 2022, when alleged Glizzy Gang associate Marcus Holland was found shot to death at the age of 19. From that point on, it was all smoke. And it seems like the next shocking incident will be seen as retaliation than an ambush-style shooting after a show right outside of Atlanta. Lil Mid was an upcoming rapper from the 4PF side of Oakland City who was just an 18-year-old kid trying to navigate the streets in the music industry after graduating high school. While being associated with 4PF came with a perks of fame and opportunity, it also came with people who were looking to end you just out of association. It seems like on the night of April 27, 2022, the 4PF caught up to Lil Mid in the worst way possible. On that night, 4PF affiliate Cold Hearted Savage was booked to do a show at the LaGrange area club called Club True. He brought Lil Mid, whose real name was Nasir Beverly Calvin, on to perform with them and soak in the music industry. As the show wound down, Lil Mid and his people left the club in several vehicles to make their way back to Atlanta, according to investigators. As the group was traveling on Lafayette Parkway, someone in an unknown vehicle fired into Beverly Calvin's vehicle, authorities said. The teen was then shot in the head, police said, and 4 other people were left in the vehicle to pick up the pieces. They survived and then decided to drive a full speed hour to Grady Hospital, almost an hour away, and drop off his body at the ER. Unfortunately though, he would die from his injuries and his family was left to pick up the pieces. Baby obviously did not take this situation lightly because he would go on and post Lil Mid in remembrance for being so young and trying to get this money just like how he remembered he was. Fast forward 2 years later, and a music video gone wrong will result in over 10 people either getting shot, losing their freedom, or dying, which we're gonna get into now in chapter 3. Music video shooting. 2 years after the death of Lil Mid, even after attempting to rebrand the 4PF name, Lil Baby was still not over the death of his younger member. So he then took it upon himself to film a music video. I'm talking a full production in a whole area known to be the headquarters of OMF. If you've been following Lil Baby, you most definitely saw the crazy incident that went on May 14th, 2024. This man Lil Baby took it upon himself to endanger his own life, his gang lives, and his production team's lives just to prove a point that only him and his ops would even know. Bro decided to shoot a music video at a corner store in the Dixie Court area with a fleet of black trucks and Teslas out in broad daylight. Bro, the video was crazy. It wasn't no run and gun. Bro was trying to issue a statement, hiring a whole production team to pull up to the trenches with him. Things were going good at the jump, but many rival members were getting alerted by commotion by unsuspected civilians posting Lil Baby as he was around set. This would obviously not be taken lightly because a mere 15 minutes after they started shooting, all panic would ensue with a surprise shooting that would go down, almost striking Lil Baby.
Yeah, that's right. This music video is being shot right down this street. Now, there were a lot of cars and people, many part of the production team, others just watching when those shots were fired. Police are calling this an isolated and targeted incident.
At approximately 4:50 p.m., police would be called near a commercial strip in the area of Bernabina Street in northwest Atlanta. A 24-year-old man was shot in the arm and a 27-year-old man was shot in the back. They were both rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment and thankfully they were okay. But those who would be the next victims in this ongoing saga just hours later would not be lucky. So we're going to get into that in chapter 4, the aftermath, where it all goes downhill. Directly following this shooting, police said in their press conference that 4PF were retaliating on their ops, and they believed that Lil Baby was the driving force behind all that. You see, he has the money, connections, and power, and they said that he's the top head member. They believe that he's a full crash out, and just by the fact that people had personally tried to end him in broad daylight, he was not taking that lightly. That's where police said that the next victim in the saga would be an OMF member who was taken out in retaliation.
Breaking news happening this morning. Police in southwest Atlanta are investigating an overnight homicide. It happened on Peyton Place Southwest, which is not too far from the Hamilton MARTA station. Police tell Fox 5 Crews they found a man in his 20s shot and killed inside an apartment there.
On June 29, 2024, Trevante Turner, an alleged member of OMF, would be posted up in an apartment at 9 Peyton Place Southwest. Apparently at 3 a.m., officers were alerted to panicking neighbors calling about gunshots in an apartment. When police arrived, they found Trevante Turner dead and still in the apartment with little to no leads. While the police were combing through evidence to connect the dots, it seemed like the top member of GF, Quantaya Midnight Sanders, who was the blood cousin of Trevante Turner, already knew who was responsible. According to police, Midnight, as he was named, used a contraband cell phone to call a hit on anyone from 4PF, with Lil Baby being a top target, along with his right-hand man Jay Shot. Bro really thought that he could call hits on people from outside, bro, and thought that he would get away with it. I really feel like they had to take this activity off the streets for everyone's safety because it was getting kind of crazy. Midnight sent a team of shooters into the Oakland City area to take out whoever they could. Unfortunately, the people killed were not 4PF members, but were just 13-year-old kids celebrating their birthday at midnight.
The police are searching for the person who shot and killed 2 teenagers and wounded a third. It happened just after midnight on Spark Street in southwest Atlanta.
Investigators say 13-year-olds Jacody Davis and Lamont Freeman were killed at a shooting off Spark Street early Tuesday morning.
On July 22nd, 2024, at around 12:40 a.m., police responded to a call from an apartment complex on Spark Street Southwest, near Peoples Street Southwest in the Oakland City neighborhood. Spark Street was an area that was known to be frequented by Jay Shot, and the specific area that police will later find out was targeted by GF top member Midnight. Upon arrival, officers found one 13-year-old boy dead at the scene. The 13-year-old and 11-year-old were rushed to the hospital, where the second 13-year-old succumbed to his injuries. The 11-year-old was stable and ended up surviving after being shot in the foot. At the time of the shooting, it was seen as a tragic case of senseless violence with no motive. But fast forward to this year, and the police have issued a timeline of events that directly ties the shooting to not only Lil Baby, but all the gang violence on the west end of Atlanta. It seems that the homicide division within the West took the string of violence serious and was able to use the help of informants and other evidence to implicate a whole range of people. In August 21st, police recovered the stolen white Nissan Maxima used in the shooting of the Davis brothers at a parking deck on Drew Drive Northwest. Further forensic analysis linked shell casings found at the scene to previous gang-related shootings across the city, bro. They were using the same gun and left it in the whip and left all the evidence there. Investigators also intercepted phone conversations between gang members discussing the incident and the efforts to cover their involvement with the boy's death. Richard R.J. Hollis, a known OMF associate, was overheard instructing associates to destroy evidence, including a pair of shoes and social media accounts. Additionally, a confidential informant provided information from a third party implicating Decathlon Jamin Mobley in the shooting. The informant told police they had learned through a relative that Jamin really wanted Lil Baby. Baby, but it was hard to touch him. It said he was hoping to catch another individual associated with 4PF. The informant claimed that Mobley was unaware that the victims were children at the shooting because they were just sitting up on a porch in the area. The investigation also revealed that Sanders repeatedly told his girlfriend about seeking revenge against Lil Baby and his plan to extort him for $5 million upon his release from prison. Well, fast forward to 2025 and it seems like they're all going down. Man, it seems like this is another situation like the Lil Durk situation where these dudes straight up have millions of dollars at their disposal and still find it difficult to not do the street stuff. You know, it's not even like drug dealing and stuff like that. Like, they're talking about people going out and shooting people on your behalf, calling hits, and it seems like people are just gonna get taken down because the cops already know all this information, and I'm sure they know a lot more. In the press conference, they weren't even issuing that it was 4PF, the game, because they wanted to catch them by surprise. But honestly, if they had been paying attention and they saw this, they would have definitely knew that they were talking about them. Let's hope that Lil Baby learned from Lil Durk's mistakes and maybe boarded a jet and going to Europe or something right now, because it's definitely not looking good. This
video was a month ago. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me see. Give me 1 second. There we go. Yes, give me 1 second. I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. You know what So remember that interview that Charlemagne did with Baby that got taken down? Of course I got it. I never got a clear answer. I even tried to ask Charlemagne. I said, why did it get taken down? He said, bro, we put it up and they asked us to interview him. We put it up and then they asked us to take it down. I almost have a sneaky suspicion it's because he left. There was another interview he did with Yachty that stayed up. I think Charlemagne asked about this 4PF shit. And I think that's why it came down. The answer was...
Yeah, but it's crazy because it's like, that's what I be telling people.
What about Atlanta?
I just feel like, hip-hop was already like based off success. Not just the fans, not just the girls.
On the new album.
We got a good relationship, same relationship we've been had.
Your reaction when you heard Kendrick mention you and completely let it go? Like the street aspect of it. One thing I loved about your documentary, man, is it just shows.
I feel like, to me, like rapping should be my.
Cause you can't be that person no more.
It's no nothing, no never. I really.
I'm trying to find that 4PF question.
Go and perform in front of 30,000 people.
You know what I'm saying? So I had to adapt from behind. It ain't like I grinded for 5 years. That's why I don't try to press it too hard. From old niggas who own $100 million.
He just believed in you.
Right. Not take rap serious.
How do you still let them grow?
Supposed to be a good guy for you. Man.
About 5 years ago, you said your ultimate goal is to make sure you knew what you wanted to do when you came back.
You know what I'm saying? We're giving people a different
picture. Everybody saw a Lil Baby in a different light, and they wanted more of that.
I ain't gonna say left. But my mama, I live single parent. You know what I'm saying? I know.
Like, musically, you're vulnerable enough? Hard for you to make?
Nah, I make it super easy.
You just don't want to.
I'm just trying to find that 4PF answer.
In some sense, but I still put like some of the songs, right? Because it's like more money, more problems. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's like you would think once you get everything, all this, you'll be like happy. But boy, here goes
Just looking around Atlanta and looking at all the successful artists.
See, I know how like big was, but I ain't know how like.
What about Atlanta?
I feel like hip hop was out.
I forgot what record it was, but you said you got all of this. It's basically PTSD from all of the shootouts and stuff that you've been through. Did you think that once you got
all the way, but it's
goals, then you put it up on Billboard? What did that post mean to you? His dad said that. Participate, would you?
I don't see that happening.
Or maybe it was a Gunna question.
Company.
Okay. Y'all made hits together.
Got a different way of going about it now.
Do you think it's a culture shock when they see you like out with the Michael Rubins of the world?
Yeah.
Probably getting more money, and that you're able.
I'm saying, definitely, because it's like you always be attached to that person. You know what I'm saying? Even it's just in today's time, the other person to it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because
I know you can't beat the internet. They'll say it's sky green, and they'll come in, they'll keep coming all day.
That's right.
Like so, I don't really too tough to get in the midst of that.
Because it'll fuck you up mentally. Like if you didn't have to listen to nobody, not the streets.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't got a hit. You know what I'm saying? You can't go this way. Inevitable. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
have OGs who do things business-wise. He just believed in you.
Right. As far as acting, you gotta be like what you see as me as a person.
How bosses and what keeps you even going? People don't talk about that enough, man. They don't talk about how like, when you got people that, so how do you just let them be them?
Say no.
That's what you got right now. I know you own a lot of property.
I don't even think I want it to be. I just had to do it. I music, you know what I'm saying? Because the streets, with the territory.
Like the largest investment he ever.
Anything I learned, I'm gonna help.
I don't know. I can't.
Documentary. Like what was it? What do you think makes you be able to express yourself the most?
Well, right now it's just me forcing myself to express myself more.
I remember the answer. And I remember the answer. I can't find it. I almost want to feel like the answer was a little bit, I don't know.
Lil Baby on changing his label's name from 4PF to Glass Window to Duck the Feds.
You went from 4PF to Glass Ceiling.
Glass Window.
Right.
And of course, 4 Pockets Full had to come to an end.
Why you say of course?
Because all that be going on. And I had to start learning that other people's actions I could be held accountable for.
Right.
I ain't know all that at first. You know what I'm saying? I never would have went that route, but I ain't know. Now that I know, I'd be a fool to just keep the same thing going. They trying to make something out of something that it ain't. Because the way they trying to set it up as a system, they gonna try to use it as a game. And it's really the target. And there's some people who do act as gangs, but that ain't everybody.
Right.
I'm really on the phone with my lawyers looking out the window, and I named it Glass Window. It got nothing to do with nobody. It don't got to do with nobody. No nothing.
Lil Baby on changing his label's name.
What was your...
Lil Baby on changing his label's name from 4PF to Glass Window to Duck the Feds.
You went from 4PF to Glass Ceiling.
Glass Window.
Right.
And of course, 4 Pockets Full had to come to an end.
Why you say?
Are those 4 Pocket Full dudes that serious? Interesting. All right, let's keep it moving. Yo, Drake dropped Nokia, man. Did y'all see that? The Nokia music video? Apparently, some people feel like he's taking shots. Some people feel like this is a dope video. Let's just Google it. Drake, Nokia. I don't know if we could play the song, but it has repeaked at number 7. It's number 7 on the charts. It's a little bit right here. Yeah, we can't really play it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't play the whole thing.
Is it Stacy? Is it Becky? Is it Keisha?
Yo, it's been a long time since we got like one of those Hotline Bling videos from Drake. Like Drake just looks too cool now. Like Drake was like he looked goofy, but goofy, viral goofy in Hotline Bling. Was it Hotline Bling? Yeah. We need like a Hotline Bling video from Drake, man. Drake taking himself too serious, bro.
Where the fuck the function? East of the DVP, we got members west on the 4.
Okay.
Calling that shit. Who's calling?
Drake having choreography in his video? What the fuck? Okay.
Is it Keisha? Is it Ashley?
Okay.
baby girl.
I'm trying not to get kicked off YouTube because you know you can't play Drake music nowhere.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake an ass in the club with your homegirls.
Okay, so a little viral shit in here, I guess. Why is it in black and white?
Dance floor, get nasty, impress me.
Okay. This said Drake is calculated. How?
Both of y'all like Gretzky, I'ma at you like bless me. Hit the dance floor, get nasty, impress me.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake an ass.
Oh, ain't that the Kendrick dance? This is a little Kendrick dance, ain't it?
Impress me.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl.
Is he trolling Kendrick? Yo, these two are gonna be tied together like Siamese twins, bro. Both of them. Like, Dot can't get over it, but Drake kinda can't get over it neither.
Shake an ass in the club with your homegirl.
Now, you might say both of them at this point just trolling each other. Fuck it.
Take a pic for the gram, show the whole world.
That's the dance from Kendrick Lamar, Squabble Up, right? That's this dance, right?
This turf and get cracking double. No, he spook town. I be pass, but I give him splash.
It's like one of these dances.
Mr. Get Off, I get off.
Where's that dance from? Cause Kendrick was doing it somewhere. I can't remember where.
Squabble
Right.
up.
Is it this?
Squabble up. Squabble up.
Is it this? Is Squabble Up?
Squabble up. Squabble up.
Am I tripping?
Yeah.
It's both of y'all like Gretzky.
The gram, show the whole world. Yeah.
It's both of y'all like Gretzky.
Let me see you twirl. Shake an ass in the.
Where the hell is that dance from? Is it Squabble Up? Or am I tripping? All right, somebody on Twitter is going to point it out for me. Okay. Oh, it's from here. Oh. Oh, this shit right here? Okay. All right. And then I got your fucking lines tapped. I swear I'm dialed in. What? Okay. Is that the only shot people think is in here? He's trolling Kendrick here.
Where the fuck the function?
Baby girl.
Wait, how's he? Oh, it's with the dance.
Baby girl. Baby girl.
How is this trolling Kendrick? Huh? Was Kendrick like doing the fucking skating shit? I don't know. Looks like a cool video. Oh, Shorty is the one who choreographed Hotline Bling. Okay, that's good. Okay.
For the gram, show the whole world. Yeah.
Is that your bestie?
All right. All right. I mean, looks like a cool video. Yeah, this is the Drake song that's gonna stick, man. It's gonna be around for a while, so hopefully we see a lot more of it. But yeah, no, I think it's a decent video. I can't play it on here.
Like bless me.
Oh, so a lot of these are. I don't like the black and white though. But supposedly this is a dance challenge. Okay, that's simple enough, I guess. I like the song, man. I think the song should be a #1 song, but it's different. Oh, is this SGA? All right, my boy. What is this, like a Nike placement? Is this nigga signed to Nike? And the song is back at #7. Okay. Congrats to Drake, man. This is a part of the video too? like how Drake is subtle, on a subtle level, fighting back. You know what I mean?
Love, I'm just telling you the things that I see, my love. I got drinks, jokes, sex, and cash. Those are 4 things I can guarantee, my love. Hey, baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl at you like bless.
All right. I'm rocking with it. I think it's cool. Keeping it fun. He's still going to poke shots at Kendrick. They can't get over each other. I'm not going to say it's one-sided.
I feel like we need to be all alone.
All right. Okay. Okay, let's see what else is going on in hip-hop. Ruby Rose reveals she makes $400,000 on OnlyFans during a horrible month. What the fuck? Really? Is this true?
I do whatever my supporters want me to do.
Pictures?
Pictures, videos, voice notes, messages.
Really?
Yeah.
How much do you make a month?
It depends. You know, good month, bad month.
On like a horrible month, what would you make?
A horrible month? Probably like 400,000.
Okay, I wish I need to do that. The more I talk to you, the more I'm like, I should just start an OnlyFans. Ruby saying she makes.
I do whatever my.
I mean, I could see it, man. Like, yo, people love Ruby Rose. People think she's beautiful. She's like one of the, you know, that's what I was saying about, what's that girl name? What's her name? The one that never ages. I forgot what her name is. She was on the Joe Budden podcast, and she was basically talking about how she makes up to $60,000 a night in the strip club, Bernice Burgos. And I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think for this new generation, like, Ruby Rose is like Bernice Burgos. She's just one of those women who the majority of men around her age or in their 20s and 30s find super attractive. And it doesn't matter if she has any talent or any brain power. She's just going to get paid off posting scantily clad images. Does anyone know what she posts on OnlyFans? Is she posting nudes? I don't think she's having sex, but is she like posting topless pictures? I could imagine every time I see her post something on IG, every time she posts something on IG, she gets hold on. Every time she posts something on IG, she gets shit ton of likes. So I could tell like a lot of people really like the content she's putting out. Let's look. Ruby Rose Twitter. And she's just one of the lucky women that came up in that era, but also kind of like, cause yeah, like she's bad as shit, but there's other women that's bad as shit, but I think she got the publicity at the right time. Look, everything she posts, this is just her in the airport, I guess, 59,000 likes. Look at this. 48,000 likes. She got gifted a Rolex by an old guy while filming, what?
And it's like,
the grown men?
I know, I don't know where they, okay, I think we know where.
Ruby, sorry to interrupt.
It's okay.
How are you?
I'm good.
Giovanni,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just wanted you to have this little trinket.
Oh, wow. Okay, Rolex. For me?
For you.
Oh, Giovanni. Oh, thank you.
You have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Now, I think this is marketing, right? I don't really think an old guy really just gave her a Rolex. But she's kind of curated this vibe and aura, like she's just craved by everybody who's heterosexual that's a man.
Thank you. I have been given some very nice gifts. So the Rolex was cool. Yeah, they do trick on me. I do get tricked on.
Well, I gave Ruby my watch because she's a beautiful, exceptional young lady. That's it. There's nothing transactional about it.
This dude does this all the time.
I think he loves you. That was.
You see the body, bitch. You see the body.
You have a great. Do you work out?
I'm trying, but honestly, I see you being an.
Yeah, she gets a lot of engagement. Look, 114,000. I believe it. I believe it. I absolutely believe that she's making $400,000 a month. If you're born a pretty woman, your life is set. If you're born an ugly chick, you better hope you work hard enough to get somebody to either pay for your surgery or you got to pay for surgery to become beautiful. The thing is, at least if you're a woman, you still got a shot. If you a nigga, bro, find a skill or make sure you stay in school. Because other than that, there's not really easy come-ups for whoever you might call an attractive man, or definitely ain't no easy come-up for a nigga who, isn't attractive to women or whatever the case is. So you got to work your ass off. But yeah, Ruby Rose making $400,000. I believe it, man. I believe it. Okay. So some people are saying, so I haven't gotten official confirmation that Kevin Brown, the second suspect, is dead, but some people were hitting my phone saying, yo, he's dead also. But we don't have official confirmation. Now, the first guy who hopped out the car, this guy right here, he's supposedly dead. And they're saying on March 31st, investigators said Dandridge was found dead in Houston and canceled the warrant. So this guy who shot and killed Sayso P, and also he shot Sauce Walker, he's dead. Now a lot of people are having these theories to say, bro, let's put one and one together. It's clear that this person, whoever who paid him to try to kill the guy, probably just tried to kill him or killed him. That's crazy. Interesting. All right, what is this? So the guy who died, his sister spoke out. He says, my brother wasn't what y'all saw. People is hungry and some make bad choices. So the brother of, or the sister of the suspect who dead says, don't judge a book by its cover, because my brother wasn't what y'all saw. People is hungry and some make bad choices. I feel like she's almost saying, yo, my brother got paid to kill this guy. Like this was a paid hit. That's what it's coming across as, right? Yo, people are hungry and they make bad choices. Wow. It says this motherfucking little brother right here. I love you, man. I don't get ghetto, but fuck it. And fuck what a motherfucker may think. I know you. You family. Your family know what? Know you. So anyone who got something to say, fuck them. And they infant baby. Cause you were sweet. Like your motherfucking big sister right here. Fuck you mean. It's love, baby. And God got you. Give kisses to our family that's gone too. Jesus Christ, ratchetness, man. Just jumping off the screen. My little brother got his motherfucking ticket to heaven. We all gotta go some way, somehow. I got on my knees. I prayed for him. He good. All it takes is one person to repent to God. And I did. That my little brother is officially in a better place. He don't gotta worry about this temptation here no more. My little brother, I love you so much. Whatever they said that nigga did, man, he did that shit. Come on, bro. Come on, chat. Like this, if this is your sister, bro, after you just got murked for killing somebody, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. All right. Alrighty then. Yo, did y'all see Mariah Mills recently, bro? This is crazy. I got to mute this shit. You tell me that Zion Williams crashed out his whole NBA career for a chick that looked like this, bro. This is crazy, bro. This is utterly ridiculous. I don't know what for the life of me why these athletes are. Well, I'm not someone who's into surgery like that, but this looks crazy, bro. Lord. Somebody said she looked like one of them hookers on GTA. All right. Chat, if you don't know, Sean Kingston has been found guilty of fraud. Him and his mom was found guilty and have been subjected to house arrest until future sentencing. Okay? Now, here it goes.
The verdict is in for Sean Kingston's federal fraud trial. According to NBC News, the Beautiful Girls singer, whose real name is Keyshawn Anderson, and his mom, Janice Turner, were each found guilty on 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 4 counts of wire fraud at a Florida courthouse on March 28th. The two will be sentenced July 11th, with Kingston confined to house arrest for the time being. Meanwhile, his mother has been remanded into federal custody. Per a press release from the Southern District of Florida's U.S. Attorney's Office, the mother-son duo were accused of scamming $1 million worth of items from vendors of luxury cars, jewelry, and other high-end goods by falsely representing that they had executed bank wire or other monetary payment transfers. Kingston was arrested in California on May 23, 2024, hours after his mother was taken into police custody during a raid on his Florida rental home. He waived his right to fight extradition.
Now, what end up, this case, a lot of people didn't cover all the way. But, a lot of people took the stand on him. They basically said that, here's the craziest part of it, right? The defense that they had for Sean Kingston was this. He's young and naive, and he did not know how to, he didn't know that he had to pay for certain shit. And basically, the jury didn't buy it. Like, what do you mean you didn't know you had to pay for certain things? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Sean. Oh, it's not here. So that's what they went with. They said, oh, he's young and naive. He didn't know that, he had to pay for some of these things. But then the prosecutor came back around and said, no, it's not about him being young and naive. He gave fake checks. He did this. He would send fake wire receipts. Bro, this is someone who clearly was trying to fraud someone, right? And let me see if I can.
Right now at 5:30, rapper and singer Sean Kingston back in court today for day 3 of his federal fraud trial.
And more of Kingston's victims are taking the stand today, describing how they say they lost money in various business dealings with him. Local 10's Roy Ramos is joining us live in Fort Lauderdale tonight with the latest from the courtroom. Roy?
Christy and Louie, today we got a chance to hear from a car salesman, a luxury watch salesman, who say they were both duped by Kingston and his mother when they were provided fake wire transfer receipts and never paid for their products. About what happened in court today? Singer Keyshawn Anderson, better known by his stage name as Sean Kingston, and his mother, Janice Turner, back in the downtown Fort Lauderdale federal courthouse for day 3 of their trial. The two now facing multiple federal wire fraud charges, prosecutors say, stem from allegations the pair would falsify payment documents as a way of defrauding businesses and people out of luxury items like a $115,000 colossal TV, high-priced watches, and vehicles. Wednesday, the government calling car salesman Andre Bush to testify, who claims to have met with Kingston at his Southwest Ranch's rental home to sell him a Cadillac Escalade. Bush testifying he was given a fake wire transfer receipt and never received the funds, but when he attempted to take the luxury SUV back to the dealership, he said Kingston became aggravated and refused to release it. Only after receiving a down payment of $20,000 was the vehicle left at the home. The defense arguing multiple payments were made to the dealership totaling $70,000, and because the SUV was ultimately taken back to the dealer when his home was raided by Broward Sheriff deputies, Kingston was the only one who lost in the deal. A luxury watch salesman from Mazal Jewelers testifying he released a $285,000 watch similar to this one when he said he was promised future celebrity clients. It was only after that salesman, too, allegedly received a fake wire transfer receipt, he said, he realized he was being scammed and called police.
Damn.
Just a few moments ago, I did walk out of that courtroom. I can tell you that on the stand right now is a federal agent called by the government who they hope can help them prove that both Kingston and his mother obtained these fake documents and used them for the purpose of fraud. We do know that the defense does plan to call their set of witnesses. They will begin their testimony tomorrow. We'll be there for that and let you know what happens. For now, here in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Roy Ramos, Local 10 News.
Okay. So yeah, they deliberated for about like 3 hours or so, and I gave you the details. Sean Kingston, They deliberated for I believe like 3 hours and some change. They're facing 20 years in prison. Sean Kingston didn't testify, but he was allowed on bond for really a surety bond, which was valued in property. So a home valued at around $500,000 and $200,000 in cash, but he'll remain in home detention with electronic monitoring. And his mom also has the same thing. He also did put up something on his social media after the whole process because, you know, obviously him and his mom, they've went through this whole elaborate trial. And he said this. Where is he at? Hold on. He had put something up kind of like shouting out his mom. Sean. Yeah, I don't know. He basically was just like shouting out his mom. He posted on IG like, yo, I'm here with you forever and it's not over. Pretty much seeming like he's going to try to fight this in appellate court or some other type of way. So we will see. Hey, have y'all seen the whole thing with Cardi B and Offset, man? They're back at it again. Cardi B, Offset. Cardi B basically claims that there's a woman that Offset is entertaining, and it's apparently Offset's new girl. And Cardi B, her thing was, don't have that woman in my house that I own. Now, I believe they own a joint property in Atlanta, and it's this big house that I think you guys have seen before. They did buy a Atlanta house. I remember seeing it. It looks beautiful, honestly. This is the house, right? So a couple years ago, they bought this.
We finally closed on our dream house. This is my second time seeing the house. And look how huge. Look, first of all, look how huge that is.
Really big house.
Crazy. And let's walk inside.
It's kind of sad because, like, yo, she even said that she only stayed in this house like a few times. She didn't stay in it that much. And she even later, she told me later on that she preferred living in New York, New Jersey. She doesn't really like Atlanta like that. So she bought this big ass house, which was supposed to be a dream house, but she didn't really spend that much time there.
Cardi B.
By the way, this house was equipped with all type of shit, including a gun range, all type of shit. Like Cardi B house gun range. There was a gun range in there, something like that. Let's see. Is it this?
What's back there? Are you sure? You know where the other silver room thing is? I think it's like over here.
Oh, you talking about this one?
That is like, still hasn't been done yet. Brandy, how we get to the garage?
With them Lambos, McLaren, I can probably fit 3 in this room. That's 6. And then I can probably put about maybe 2, maybe not 2. That's about 8, about 10 cars. I can fit in the garage. I can wait for my clothes.
Okay, anyway.
Dreaming. I'll set that on Christmas Eve.
Right. Wow.
Oh, I thought this was it? No, this wasn't it. It's a gun range.
So this was a gun range here.
Steel walls. Bam!
Nah, this is definitely a type of crazy ass house. You have a gun range inside the house. Very beautiful house. Anyway, they clearly been going through a divorce recently. And they have been really at it. So Cardi B got on Spaces and was exposing what's going on now. Here we go. Cardi B Spaces. Check this out.
Look, fuck out of here. I was talking about you gonna pop out with a bitch. Pop out with a bitch. I don't give a fuck. Stupid ass bitch. Yeah, you wait till I sleep to talk shit, huh? Fucking hate this nigga. Let's go to war then. Let's go to war for real. If that's what you want to do. Let's go to war for real. So I could fucking end up ruining your whole fucking career for real. Stop playing with me. I don't give a fuck.
Yo, for the life of me, I still can't understand. All right, I get it. They don't want to be together or they're trying to move on. But this just kind of seems like just toxic bullshit. Like they're both mad that each other are moving on, but they claim they don't want each other. So Cardi B supposedly is entertaining Stephon Diggs and Offset got a new girl and they claim they don't want each other, but the more they see each other or hear about each other with other people, they get mad at each other. And I know they got kids, but it just kind of leads to believe that whatever they got going on, it ain't over, right? Wait, is this thing on? What the fuck?
Like, I want to be with you.
Here we go.
Your fans won't let you live the real life you want. The life you want. Bitch, why you pushing the narrative like I want to be with you? You know I don't want to be with you. Stop that narrative like it's like, oh yeah, bitch, it was a one night of fun. Because my other nigga was acting the fuck up. Why are you trying to make it, pushing it to people like I'm trying to be a family with you? You know that's not.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I will never get used to women speaking in a certain type of way, bro. To hear a woman that you put a ring on her finger and like a bunch of kids in her belly tell you that I guess y'all going through this on and off situation and she says, yeah, I don't want you back, nigga. Only reason why I let you fuck the other night is because my other nigga was acting up. It's like, just I don't know what about that. Just sounds like nails on the chalkboard, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm still like having hope that like there's traditional women who speak a certain type of way, who don't like women these days just talk like men. Like they just be like, yeah, like I don't know, bro. It's just
not what it is. So stop pushing it to people like I'm trying to be a family with you. You know that's not what it is. So stop. Nigga, I gave you some out of spite time. So stop trying to make it seem like, oh, your fans is this. No, bitch, what is it that you don't get? You only got time out of me because I was pissed at another nigga. Now you really getting me tight because you're trying to push the narrative like we like that, and we not like that. So stop, because I told you I'm going to really bomb you. Stop trying to push this narrative, because it's not the fans. I don't want to be with you, and you know that shit. So stop it. Let's cut it before I really go there. I told you, let's cut it. You've been trying me, bitch. The fuck? Stop. I'm sleeping and you trying me. Happy as fuck that I gave you attention for one day. And now you're trying to spin a narrative like I want to be with you. Knowing that that's not it. Gave you some out of spite time because another nigga pissed me the fuck off. And now you're trying to push this narrative. Stop fucking playing with me before I really go there. You fucking pissing me off. I told you to shut the fuck up and leave me the fuck alone. And yes, I apologize to you about posting those fucking text messages. But no, you want to keep it. You want to take it there. Bitch, I will violate right now.
damn.
And this is why, you know what? This is why when your nigga gets you mad, don't go entertaining shit from the past just because somebody else gets you mad. Because they can't fucking wait.
What the fuck? Cardi B love bringing us into the group chat though.
Piss me off. But this is what this nigga want. This nigga want me to crash out and make it seem to people like I'm on him like that when he knows I'm not, because he want the niggas that I'm talking to think that I'm still on him like that, and I'm not. You want me to crash out. You want people to think that I'm on you. So because you so-called want me to fucking ruin my career. No, fuck you, bitch. I will really violate and crash out for real. Stop. Leave me the fuck alone. Because I told you yesterday. Yo, leave me the fuck alone. stupid ass bitch. Fucking hate you. Oh my God, I wish you died. So much I fucking hate you, bitch. I don't give a fuck.
Damn. Well, damn. Why are they beefing like this?
Guys, that I'm going to let the Lord fucking peace myself. I cannot wait to put my out.
Oh, no. That's 2 months ago. We got to keep it within the week. Damn, they are going crazy on here. Hold on. Where's the full spaces at? Yeah, she be just going off on spaces. Here we go. I think she also went live to diss that nigga, man. Is this Clarissa or whatever? Okay. Hold on. I'm just trying to pull up this Cardi B shit. Again, I'm gonna be honest. I think most of this shit is pointless. It's clear they're playing games with other people, trying to act like they're not about to be together, but they pretty much are. At some point. Here we go.
About this suicidal if I tell you about this this hating, I really want to tell y'all so much about this hating because every single time that I find like peace, first of all, the way this man fucking ruined my Valentine's Day, and then like I really want to let y'all know the chastness that he fucking did a couple of days ago. You know what? I'm not even gonna do it today. I'm gonna tell you about his suicidal pussy. I'm gonna say it soon. But I'm gonna let a nigga keep trying me. I'm gonna collect all my fucking evidence. So when I come here, I'm gonna show y'all the type of pussy nigga I breeded with.
Damn.
I really want to tell y'all about this.
Now, I was trying to get to the other bullshit since we're already here. Essentially, she claimed that the nigga got some other chicken in her crib. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get the. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this shit. Let me go on Twitter, man. Twitter be having all this shit. Twitter is like better than YouTube now. Cardi B, Offset, new girl. Watch, I'm gonna find it in 2 seconds. Cause all people do on here is clip shit. Or maybe I can't find it here either. Oh, here we go.
And you didn't do it, so now I'm gonna do it. No, stop calling me. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. So let me tell y'all about this, all right? For the past couple of months, I've been very quiet, but I've been going through a lot of stuff that I keep to myself. First thing first, this guy, right, is upset because I sent his girlfriend text messages of him begging me, saying he was gonna take away his life, begging me, saying he's gonna take away my life. All that he was mad. He's mad about that. Mind you, this man sent text messages to somebody that I was dealing with me of me and him having sex. That's the type of shit I've been dealing with for the.
Wait, what?
Of me and him having men send text messages to somebody that I was dealing with me of me and him having sex. That's the type of shit I've been dealing with for the past 2 months. Every time he knows that I go out of town, he harasses me. He leave me voice notes trying to put my self-esteem to the ground, and I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of him and his girlfriend playing games on my phone, leaving explicit voice notes on my fucking voicemails on my phone. I told this girl, hey, why you, I hit this girl up before. Like, yo, I better not find out you in my house. This girl gonna tell me, why you care that I'm in the house? You haven't been there for 3 years. Girl, how you gonna tell me why I'm mad that you in my house when that's my house that I bought? Are you okay? And then you're gonna FaceTime me with his girl. Mind you, yo, You've been harassing me and harassing the men that I've been dealing with for months already. You've been harassing my friends. You send people to get my friend beat up, my homegirl beat up. You got my mama calling. I don't give a I told you. I told you. Now, if you don't want me to send message.
All right, man. This is the whole ghetto love story. These two ain't going nowhere. I think they're gonna be sticking around. By the way, I think Offset
So if
exposed
him and his pet don't apologize to me by noon, I'm exposed so bad. And I know y'all don't want to hear it, but I don't give a fuck. Because you want to know why? I've been letting him troll me for a long time.
What you out here? I don't know why Cardi B bring this online though. That's my thing.
Telling me to shut the fuck up, disrespecting me. So if him and his pet don't apologize to me by noon, I'm exposed so bad. And I know y'all don't want to hear it, but I don't give a fuck. Because you want to know why? I've been letting him troll me for a long time. Leaving me crazy voicemails, telling me crazy stuff in text messages, trolling me, hitting up that I be dealing with. Now it's my turn. Now it's not fun. Now it's not fun, right? When the demon is inside of me, getting your fucking little. Oh, and by the way, and you want to know how all this started? This started because he want to get his blog friends to troll me. Mind you, y'all know I got a lot of blogger friends. I don't tell my blogger friends to bother y'all. And mind you, I've been telling Bardigan to please leave things peacefully, but I don't give a. If I don't get my apology by noon, I want an apology, not by one, but by both. By both. Be putting a bug in a bit and bit here. And it's like you met the right one. You met the right one. I don't know what you about me, but both of y'all met the right one. I want my apology by noon. I'll let y'all know if I get the apology. If I don't, it's going to be hell. I'm exposing every fucking thing. Everything. Thank you. And yes. Oh, Cardi, wait for the music. No. I have a personal life too. I be going through with my personal life. If I'm gonna talk about it, I'm gonna talk about it. I don't know what I've been going through. I just keep it to myself. But mothers will pay today. Today is the day you got all this orders. I asked you to do one thing and you didn't do it. So now I'm gonna do it. No, stop calling me. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. So let me tell y'all about this, all right? For the past couple of months, I've been
Okay. I think I heard that. So, man, they gonna work that shit out. But hey, they keep us in a group chat, man. Yo, chat, have y'all seen this? So this is what I was talking about earlier. Sorry, I keep sneezing. It's alleged OMF / Goodfellas mob members appeared in court today. Undercover Atlanta gang detective built a case against them in murders of the Oakland City youngins. Wiretaps were played that allude to Lil Baby having money on people's heads. Listen to this.
By one, the suspects charged in the 2024 murders of 13-year-old Lamont Freeman and his friend 13-year-old Jacob.
Keep in mind, just to put this in context, these guys got arrested after the kids got killed, right? So it was a retaliatory shooting. So Lil Baby had the music video in a rival neighborhood. They tried to shoot it up. Supposedly 4PF niggas spun and clapped a nigga over the ops block. The ops is like, oh, word? All right, we finna come spin back and kill one of y'all niggas. They spun back. There was a kids having like a birthday party, but it was like after midnight or something. And they shot some shit up and 2 kids died. Obviously, you know, when kids are dying, the police is going to arrest people now. Not fuck all that. We ain't got time. We're about to arrest people. So they grabbed all these motherfuckers up and they showed up in court. Okay? So this is why also some of this Lil Baby shit is heating up.
13-year-old Lamont Freeman and his friend 13-year-old Jacody Davis took their seats inside a Fulton County courtroom for day 3 of a preliminary hearing, which will determine if there's sufficient evidence for the men to stand trial.
So I think that we are ready to begin.
An APD detective who asked us not to show her face because she's involved in undercover investigations took the stand for more than 2 hours. She testified that investigators used social media posts and wiretaps to determine that the 7 defendants are members or associates of the Goodfellas criminal street gang. Police say the shooting stemmed from a gang war sparked by rapper Lil Baby, who they claim is affiliated with the rival criminal criminal street gang, 4PF. Last May, police say the hip-hop superstar filmed a music video in their territory and multiple people were shot, which investigators say sparked a gang war. The attorney for Lil Baby called those claims complete and total nonsense and added that his client had absolutely nothing to do with those shootings. During cross-examination today, defense attorney Brian Tevis criticized the investigation and claimed that investigators did not have any evidence that proves his client was involved or even in a gang.
I've been photographed with Chief Justice John Roberts. Am I a member of the Supreme Court?
Is the Supreme Court a gang?
Well, they're affiliated in fact. There's 3 or more members, and if any of them commits a crime, you would say they're in a gang, right?
If they commit criminal street gang activity.
Yeah, some of the back and forth that we saw during cross-examination. Now, again, this is going to continue next Monday at 12:30, and at that point, the judge will decide if there's enough evidence for these these suspects to stand trial. We're live in downtown Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
So these, again, we don't have the audio, but it said this is where supposedly there were wiretap calls placed, and they're saying Lil Baby had a ticket on niggas' heads. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. All right. The 911 call has been released, right? It says look like APD thinks the 911 call that led to young Scooter's incident. What?
Of a woman under attack. Fox 5's Rob Durienzo was first on scene Friday night.
Now at 5, Atlanta police have asked for the public's help surrounding the death of rapper Young Scooter. Police say that he died after severely hurting himself while running away from officers on Friday in southeast Atlanta.
They say they were there responding to reports of a woman under attack. Fox 5's Rob Durienzo was first on scene Friday night. Rob, what are you finding out about that 911 call?
Hey there, guys. Well, there are a lot of questions about that 911 call that led police to the home where rapper Young Scooter was celebrating his 39th birthday Friday night. It's not clear if police ever found the woman the caller claims was being attacked, but now they're looking to track down that caller.
He's touching her. If you guys don't get her, she's going to be really hurt.
The woman who called 911 told operators there was something seriously wrong at the home on William Nye Drive in southeast Atlanta.
He's beating her bloody. He's dragged her back in the house.
In 911 audio obtained by Fox 5, the caller claims a woman with a child was bleeding and shots were fired.
I think you guys should get here quick because this girl he's really hitting her, and it's a child involved.
Police have not told us if that woman was ever located or if the call was legitimate.
This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl.
When officers got to the home, they say 2 men ran out the back door. One of those men has been identified as rapper Young Scooter.
Ooh, you know what some people are saying? They're saying this is proof that they said basically the spot that Young Scooter was at, it's like a trap spot, right? So niggas is in there, and it's a trap house, bro. The neighbors didn't like it. The police probably don't got no warrant or whatever drug or whatever investigation they got going on. They're probably just sitting on the spot. The neighbors is tight about it. So the neighbors, anytime there's a disturbance or when they get tight, they want the police to go break that shit up and get people to leave. Because it's probably a spot that nobody's living at. So it's just a trap spot. So they would call and just make up a fake thing that's happening. Yo, niggas over there with mad guns right now. Yo, you got to come pull up. Like, what the fuck? And at least when they pull up, now everybody scatters. Everybody gets out of there. So supposedly there were fake calls that were possibly put in by neighbors to kind of get some of this activity at that spot to get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Police on scene said he sliced his leg trying to hop a fence. Medics took him to Grady, where he died.
One can bleed out in seconds from a laceration to a femoral artery.
The medical examiner will determine cause of death. Dr. Cecil Bennett with Noonan Family Medicine says cuts to a specific area of the leg could prove deadly.
The femoral artery is under pressure, which means that once it's cut, it's not just a matter of it bleeding, but there's a pulse. So there's an increased loss of blood because of the pulse of the femoral artery.
Fox 5 captured police back at the home on Monday. The people inside told us they were too heartbroken to go on camera. Dr. Bennett says these injuries can quickly turn deadly if there's not immediate surgery.
It's considered a surgical emergency. A tourniquet must be immediately applied, but getting to the hospital is critical.
And on Friday evening, social media was abuzz with rumors that Young Scooter was involved in a shootout with APD. Police say that was never the case, but they're now asking for the public's help to identify the woman who called 911. Investigators say that call was made from a 911-only phone, which makes it harder to trace. At the live desk, Rob Durienzo.
It was made from a 911-only phone. What the hell? Here's a full audio call.
715, what is the location of your emergency?
The location is 27.
With the transfer. 1 second, ma'am, for 273 William Nye Drive, Southeast. 273 William Nye? Yeah.
No, it's 273 William. Oh, you said Nye, NYE, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you to Cab. Hello, caller.
You're welcome. Hi.
Do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Actually, both. If you could say both. There was literally a shooting. The house, literally the neighbors next door, the house of the address that I just gave you, the 273. There is literally a whole domestic dispute going on. There's like 7 guys that live in this house. And
What's your name?
I'm sorry. What is my name?
Okay. Okay. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. So I'm just.
They're bleeping out certain stuff. This is like the person's name, but this could be like just a call to get the police in the area. Because anytime you hear somebody gets asked a simple question, what's your name? And they repeat it, what's my name? It's like they need a second to think of maybe not telling their real name, which means maybe they never wanted to be all the way forthcoming with the cops because they just needed the cops to show up, not necessarily that they were reporting a real crime.
I'm the neighborhood watch, and basically, like I said, these guys they're like selling drugs in and out of the house. All you see is guys coming in and out of the house with guns and stuff.
Trap house.
They hold the guns in the air, and then it's like, I'm not sure if they're pimping, but it's like the situation that's going on right now. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. He literally fought the girl. I'm not sure what they was fighting over. If they was fighting over drugs, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like they were fighting over drugs. And then they started shooting. She had someone come over there, and they started shooting. But the house needs to be investigated. They're definitely doing illegal stuff over there, and it's disturbing the area.
How many shots were fired?
I would say 3. It was 3 shots.
When did it happen?
It's happening now.
Okay.
So I believe the girl is hurt.
And they're coming from 273 William Nye Drive?
That's not, yes. And the girl is hurt because she was like bleeding profusely, like blood everywhere.
Okay. Do you see her here? Anything else?
Yeah, she's trying to get away, and they're holding her. She's being held hostage. Like they brought her, the guy that was fighting her, she ran outside naked, and then he was fighting her outside. And then there was another commotion. She tried to get away. He dragged her back in the house. So now they're at the door, literally fighting. She's trying to get out, and he's refusing to let her out. And it's like 7 guys in the house.
Okay. Give me one moment.
What the fuck? What the
There's
fuck?
also a child in danger as well because she has a.
What the fuck just happened? I just got a tornado warning? What the fuck? Hold up. Wait. Tornado? What the hell? This gave me a tornado warning. You know what the warning said, Chad? Tornado warning in this area until 10 p.m. Take shelter now in a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. What? If you're outdoors in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Oh hell nah, Chad. Let me hurry up and finish this topic. I gotta go get my dogs. Fuck that.
Okay. Give me one moment.
There's also a child in danger as well because she has a baby.
Okay, you said the female is naked?
Yeah, she's naked and she's bleeding profusely from her head.
Okay. Can you give me a description of the male?
The male is like has like a caramel complexion, low haircut.
Is he black, white, Hispanic, or Asian?
He's black and he drives.
What color shirt and pants do he have on?
Blue, regular blue jeans and like a regular like t-shirt. I'm not sure. I didn't really get. Okay, I'm not sure if it was blue or black.
Okay, dark t-shirt. And what about the female?
She's light skinned and she has black hair. She's probably about 5'3". He's really hitting her.
You think she is?
She has to be about maybe. She looks a little underage, but I don't want to say that.
So it looked like somebody called and basically was saying they're pimping underage women here. They said there was children there. They're saying a woman was getting beaten. They're saying mad people keep coming in and out and they're doing drugs. This seems like a all-in-one call to get the cops there to say they selling drugs, they pimping people, they got all type of shit happening here. Somebody go figure that out. So it looks like the police responded there, and it was really a trap house because niggas just dip. As soon as niggas see the cops pull up, they say, oh shit, it's hot here. They dip. Some people are wondering if this was a SWATting call. There's a new law in Georgia that actually gives you 5 years in prison if you make that call. The woman who they spoke with that gave them all that description was not able to be found on the scene, but I can't say that means it's swatting because if you might not want to be seen in that type of capacity. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're calling the cops on your neighbor and the police goes to the neighbor, then comes to your house and be like, yo, okay, we handle that problem. Your neighbor's going to look out and be like, yo, you calling the cops on me? So maybe that's why the woman has not been found. But I'm pretty sure now that they put out the 911 call, if they know the people in that area, they probably will recognize that voice, which might put that person in danger. Or maybe it's they're just trying to get cops to come there to break it up. They got just too much bullshit going on that block. Or somebody's really like threatened or worried that some shit was happening. So I don't know, man. It looks like police are taking at least some measures into figuring out, they're not looking at like, well, why did he run? Because the cops could easily say, well, why did he run? They're not looking at it like that. They're looking at it like, bro, why were we called there? And if we can't justify that reason because we can't find the person who called, they called for something that we didn't find that was happening. So we're going to put some more investigation into it to see what the hell was going on. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Rest in peace, young Scooter. It appears that like he jumped over the fence. They're saying his femoral artery was punctured and he essentially bled out before he even could get to the hospital, which means he pretty much died kind of rapidly. And that's like a freak accident if you ask me, right? All right, chat. Yo, listen, I'm getting the fuck off of here, man. I got tornado warnings right now, man. I got to go get my dogs, man. Because if I walk outside and my dog is like in the sky just like spinning around, I'm going to be tight. I'm going to be tight, man. So, chat, love y'all. I know we spent a good amount of time with Wack today, but I did promise him that I was going to come on Clubhouse. If we didn't get to any topics, I'm going to make sure we get to it on tomorrow. By the way, today was day 2 of 30. So tomorrow we're going to come back for day 3 of 30, man. Thank you guys for the new memberships. Thank you guys for the donations. If you did donate, also, please, chat, I keep reminding y'all, man, don't wait till it's too late. Go to Ticketmaster. Type in DJ Akademiks, okay? And I need everybody to cop the ticket. Cop a ticket. One for your friend, one for your relative, one for your damn self, man. I need everybody up in the building. And this is for my birthday podcast that is happening on May 15th. You guys, it will be the biggest birthday gift in the world if I could just see you guys live and in person. All right. Love you guys. I'm trying to plan a good night for you guys that night. So make sure you copy tickets as quick as you can. And I will see you guys tomorrow for day 3 of 30. Okay, chat. Appreciate you. I hope you guys are enjoying the Kanye footage. Thank you for, keep circulating it. And also thank you, Kanye West, for allowing us to publish it in the version that we did. So, chat, let me go make sure my dogs are straight. And, yeah, I'm going to be bunkering down, it seems. Tornado warning. That's crazy. All right, chat. I'm out of here. Love y'all.